Thank you. Thank you. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Robertson, seconded by Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Establishment of Build Canada Homes. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Mr. Robertson, seconded by Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de
Presenting reports from committees.
of private members' bills. Mr. Jenis, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, Protection Against Coercion. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, today I am tabling an act to prevent coercion of persons not seeking medical assistance in dying, to stand with people with disabilities, veterans, the elderly, and all of those who have faced or are at risk of facing pressure and coercion around medically facilitated death. As I do so, I want to honor the memory of Clemens von Galen. His heroic defense of the most vulnerable, especially in fighting involuntary euthanasia, is my example. Now, this new bill would prevent government bureaucrats from pushing medically facilitated death on those who are not asking for it. It does not apply to doctors and nurses, and it does not apply in any case where the patient or client has sought the information. But Canadians with disabilities, veterans, the elderly, and those living in poverty do not want government bureaucrats telling them that they should die when they are trying to access unrelated government services. Canadian law envisioned that these sensitive conversations would happen between a medical expert and a willing patient, not between a bureaucrat and a citizen who is not interested. And yet bureaucrats have pushed this on unwilling citizens again and again and again. This bill would have absolutely no effect on individuals seeking a medically facilitated death. It is for those who are not seeking medically facilitated death. Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense reform that fills a gap in the law, and I hope that all of my colleagues will get behind it. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Jenis, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read? I didn't even ask the question. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public.
First reading of Senate public interest bills. Motions, presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Travaux des subsides. Considération.
Business of supply. Consideration of an opposition motion regarding an apology to those whose land was expropriated in Mirabel, standing in the name of Mr. Garon. Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Barsali-Duval, moves that the House call on the government to apologize to those whose land was expropriated in Mirabel, to acknowledge the collective trauma these expropriations caused for thousands of Quebecers who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods, and to urge the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the day when supposedly modernity the modern day came to Mirabel, countless homes were expropriated, and on that day, the Liberals delivered notices to take possession of countless acres of land, and that affected between 1,700 and 3,000 families. That put an end to the towns of Saint-Scholastique and Saint-Monique, but it also affects Saint-Jean-Vie, Saint-Jérusalem, Saint-Antoine-des-Laurentides, Sainte-Sophie, Saint-Placide, Saint-André-Jardanteuil, La Chute, and Sainte-Thérèse-Ouest. All of those towns were affected, and all those affected were, Mr. Speaker, mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles, children, teachers, farmers, mechanics, agronomists. In 1969, 10,000 people became the expropriated group from Mirabel, and that label, expropriated, would follow them all their lives. After that announcement, the government went to Saint-Scholastique. Jean Marchand, a federal minister, announced between 75,000, there would be between 75,000 and 100,000 jobs. But those jobs didn't really take form, not permanently anyhow. Pierre Elliott Trudeau came to Mirabel. He told us that all of this modernity would bring the world with it. But once Pierre Elliott Trudeau left the room, people did not feel any comfort. Their questions had not been answered. People in my riding had very simple questions, such as, when will we have to leave? What amount will we receive as compensation? How will we receive the compensation? Will we have to go work in Montreal? Where will my children go to school? Mr. Speaker, those were the questions asked and left unanswered, but they were very reasonable questions. That group in the early 70s got together to form a community information center. We remember Jean Raymond, Rita Léonard-Daffon, who passed away in the fall, and we paid tribute to her in this place. They were the heroes, the leaders of those whose land was expropriated. But even when they banded together, they never got an answer to the question as to why the expropriated area was so vast. Now, today, Ottawa knows that they expropriated too much land and that it was basically stealing land. They expropriated 97,000 acres of land in Mirabel. Quebecers know that that amount of land, 97,000 acres, is the amount of all Laval. And it's 3.5 times the surface area of Vancouver. It's 2/3 the surface area of Toronto and half the surface area of Edmonton. Everyone back home knows that it was unreasonable, that it was too much. It's the equivalent of 33 Heathrow airports, 25 Vancouver airports, 25 Los Angeles airports, that surface area. It was theft without fair compensation, because, as was often said in Quebec, Liberals were worth more than Quebecers. Federal offers of compensation were insufficient, and people were living in wait. A lot of them were renters on their own land. They couldn't clear the forests. They couldn't take care of their farms. They were living day by day, surviving, waiting for the day when an Ottawa public servant would knock on their door and tell them to leave. And they thought that their homes might even be burned, because some homes were burned. Families had to leave their homes and rebuild elsewhere. That's what occurred in Mirabel. People were treated as renters in their own homes. They were renters in their own homes, and they might ask the federal government permission to paint a wall. There were stories of people who had to ask public servants permission to do the simplest things in their kitchens. They had to ask Ottawa permission to paint their daughters' rooms pink, and public servants told them that they would prefer it be painted in blue or white. That is a level of psychological violence wrought upon these people by federal public servants. There are examples documented by historians. For instance, the example of Françoise Drapeau-Monette, who is tuning in today. She was offered $1,000 for 20-foot by 20-foot property, but that was well below what the actual value was, according to independent estimators. Ottawa took 20 times more land than they needed, 70% off, 70% less than it was worth on the backs of those who lived there. Federal assessors hit the ground, threatening even lower prices. They wanted to go as fast as possible for a project they claimed was transformational. They told us it would be modern, and in order to achieve this modernness, they encouraged people to take the lowest offer, the first offer. Françoise Courcelle was offered $40,000 for their property. The federal government went to their home and said, if you do not sign today, we'll lower the offer to $10,000. We're not making this up, Mr. Speaker, and there are hundreds upon hundreds of such examples. Public servants came in and stole Mirabel, which is a code, which is against the Criminal Code of Canada. It was very arbitrary. The Aom brothers had two identical parcels of land across from each other. One was offered $60,000 and the other $133,000. And they were told that those offers were non-negotiable, otherwise they would go down the offers. There's a sad economic reality, Mr. Speaker. In the case of expropriation, when those whose land is expropriated are not protected by law, the buyer has all the power. The buyer determines the purchase price. This is a recurring theme in this House. In Mirabel, in the 70s, we were talking about property theft at ridiculous prices, and property was stolen from people who were well-rooted, well-established in their communities, and could not even resettle properly with the amounts that they were offered. Ottawa's assessors recognized and acknowledged that it was unfair. I'm not making that up, but they said that some people remained as renters on their own land, sometimes for as long as 18 years. Well, they said that the federal government had given them good rents, good rental amounts. They said, who are you to complain, you who pay such reasonable rent and have such a good landlord in the federal government? And now some of that land is still uncleared or not used for agriculture because investors could not invest in it. And this is some of the most fertile land in Quebec we're talking about. But those who rented their own land were not allowed to invest in it, were not allowed to improve it. Some rented the land and were never compensated for the improvements they made to the property in order to earn a living. There are a lot of scars, there's a lot of pain that remains because these farms had belonged to many previous generations. There's a story of a man who didn't have enough energy to fight the federal government, and his wife, Marie, didn't want her family's legacy to become decrepit. There are cases of suicide, of domestic violence, of illness, of people being uprooted, and also a lot of reputational harm because in agriculture, reputations are built over generations. And all of that occurred in my riding for no reason. If you talk to Eric Couvret, he will walk up to his family's maple farm at the top of the hill and he'll say, well, here was our friend's home. The federal government burned it because they were doing fire drills and burn drills. And if you go to Laurent, it's a cul-de-sac. There's a fence at the other side. You'll see a neighbor who he was worried about the quality, the water quality on his property because the federal government may have contaminated the water. At Finance Committee this week, the Minister of Transport said, "We acknowledge that the federal government may have made some mistakes." Some mistakes. Mistakes, Mr. Speaker. The airport opened its doors in 1975 and closed them 30 years later after 3 decades of harm and uprooting and ruining people's lives. Now, there was some retrocession. Brian Mulroney wanted state efficiency, and he thought the government should give back some of that land. They gave back over 80,000 acres. If you go to the UPA in Saint-Scholastique, upon entry, you must pay tribute to Brian Mulroney, who is up on the wall there, because we have some bad memories, but also some good ones. The Harper government, it continued under the Harper government because the government kept 11,000 acres for itself. Retrocessions continued, and just last year, the last 5 lands were returned to their original residents. So the scars are fresh, Mr. Speaker, but we have a duty to remember. To all those whose land was expropriated who are tuning in today, we have a duty to remember them. We have a duty also to remember those who are no longer among us, but whose grandchildren are still around. And the Federal Industry Minister is one such person. There were fights, some land was returned, but there was never an official apology. Mr. Speaker, I feel that these individuals deserve an apology from the federal government. That's what we need for closure. That's what the federal government called for. That's what was called for in 2019 at the 50th anniversary of the expropriations. I tabled a motion to this effect with the members for Rosemont La Petite Patrie and Louis Saint-Laurent Akiawenrak last year. A motion that the Conservatives refused to have tabled. And this is the backdrop to the high-speed train file. We're not talking about a train today, we're talking about justice. The Minister of Transport has told me that I'm scaring people, that I'm bringing up old ghosts just to scare people, drum up fear. Well, people in my riding, who can blame them for still feeling afraid? My constituents are very real people. They can follow along with what we're doing, and I'm sure they are even capable of forgiving the government. But it's normal, it's only natural that they should not trust this federal government after having gone through hell at the federal government's hands. After those events, Canada passed modern rules and laws on expropriation with fairer compensation, but also giving people the right to appeal the expropriation, giving people the right to be heard by a commissioner before the minister can decide on the value of land. And there has to be justification for what occurred in 69, 70, 71, because at the time we were told that without that massive expropriation, Canada would not accomplish much. We were told that it was essential and that the project had to move ahead as quickly as possible.
During that,
and they broke the lives of people for decades just to save a month or two in time. And we had the duty to find reconciliation. And for the minister, I realized this was a prime minister, former prime minister. He inherited this from his father, this airport in Mirabel. Well, at least it would be nice to see planes fly there. We said it was a new government. I want to believe them, but we judge governments by their actions. Often we talk about the financial cost of these big projects. We say they cost a lot. We have to accelerate them, and these are generational investments. And this may be true, Mr. Speaker, and in terms of the TGV high-speed train project, which drummed up all of this pain, we believe that this is a generational project, but it does have a human cost. Broken lives, and we don't really talk about the scars and the traces that these damages leave. It's very human, and it is the role of members of Parliament, one of the roles of members of Parliament, to talk about this in the House, to make people understand the situation, and to explain to the House that Mirabel for Quebec and Canada is a place of memory. And it reminds us, Mr. Speaker, as we say often, this could have happened to any of us. It could have happened in any of our ridings. It could have happened in any of our villages or towns. And this could happen again. The government apologized on several occasions. Prime Minister Trudeau apologized to a lot of people, to a lot of groups, for mistakes or crimes that shouldn't have occurred. And this is legitimate, and we agree with this, Mr. Speaker. But in Mirabel, every time a Prime Minister stood up and apologized to someone else and forgot us, it just brought back all the pain. And unless we heal today, we won't be able to end this story. We need the government to apologize and not do this again. And I'm convinced that the government would be willing to do so. And I be the first person to invite them to my riding to do so. And we are welcoming people in my riding. An apology would end the indifference. It would show the will to understand, because if you don't hang around people in my riding, you won't understand them. And these are people who have known pain and battles, closed doors, and politicians with their heads in the sand. And an apology would be a gesture of dignity. Apologizing and recognizing the mistakes, starting again, is one of the first civilized things we teach our children. It's important. And in our lives, Mr. Speaker, we have to say sorry and apologize. Because as you know, those who apologize, those who ask for an apology, rather, are waiting to pardon others. They want this 50-year battle to not last for a century. People who ask for apologies don't want to continue to fight just for the sake of fighting. And I'd like to say that if this House or this government refuses to apologize to Mirabel, we won't just be refusing an apology, it'll be a pardon. It's the opportunity to pardon that we'll be turning our backs on. And I am deeply convinced, as the member for Mirabel, that this will not be the intention of this government. Thank you very much. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Mirabel expropriations are part of our history. We have to recognize this because, yes, we have to know how these lives were upset and how communities were torn apart. I know the agricultural sector very well, and I know how important families are to them, but times have changed, and public consultations are now legally required. And yes, the process will be respectful. I met with the mayor of Mirabel. I met with farmers there and citizens there. And yes, we are going to do what is necessary. And the bloc has to stop blocking things, blocking this major project for our region. And that TGV fully respects these this legislation, and I would ask our Bloc friends to stop blocking things and to stand up to support this project. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member de Therese de Blainville for her question. At the beginning of her question, I heard some sensitivity that we're not used to hearing. We know how she treats people from PACCOR, but I thought she was making a step. And then 20 minutes after posting on her Facebook her meeting with the mayor of Mirabel, the mayor also posted a video on Facebook saying that for the time being there was still no social license for the TGV project. But that's not what we're talking about today, Mr. Speaker. What we're talking about today is something very noble and humble. It's to present an apology. And the member has said that the federal government won't do this again, and I want to believe her and in good faith, have good faith. But the first step to ensure that this won't happen again, Mr. Speaker, is quite simply to recognize the mistakes of the past and to allow these people to move on. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I have a very long writing name. First, I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague from Mirabel for his speech, because it was showing a great deal of compassion for the citizens of his riding. He's right to say that when we work on the Hill and in our ridings to represent people, we have to represent those who elected us, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague. And he mentioned in his speech that over the years and everything that happened in Mirabel, it was a nightmare for many people in his riding back then. He wasn't a member of parliament back then. He was very young. But over time, some apologies were made through various conservative and liberal governments that were in power. I'd like to know, what else does he expect for his citizens? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Yes, there were retrocessions in the 80s under the Mulroney government. There were retrocessions under the Harper government. And the last retrocessions ended under the Trudeau government. It was a very long process. But throughout the entire process, the federal government never accepted anything else but it being an administrative error. And what people in my riding want is an apology from the Prime Minister on behalf of the Canadian government to recognize what happened in Mirabel was a crime, and that should never happen again, Mr. Speaker. But once again, the Conservative Party was often very open and understanding of people in Mirabel, and I think today we've almost done this marathon. There's just one last step to be made, and I'm convinced that the House will have the necessary compassion to ensure that this step can be made. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. I say this very honestly. It's one of the best speeches I've heard in 6.5 years since I've been a member. And now we've just understood and seen that the Liberals have announced their position through the member of Therese de Blainville, and they're using 40-year-old slogans rather than presenting an apology to the citizens of Mirabel. Can my colleague explain to the Liberals what we're talking about today so that they understand once and for all what is before the House today is much more important than petty gains and slogans? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, it's a day of debate today, and I see the Transport Minister is here. I see other members here. And during my speech, I saw Quebec members who were almost crying. And I refuse to think that the government's position could just be so insensitive as to what the member for Therese de Blainville stated. Sometimes debate gets heated at committee, but we know how to talk behind the scenes, and I know that the minister is a reasonable man, and he is able, Mr. Speaker, and I am convinced that he would recommend to his government to move on so we don't have to hear about this again. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are very sensitive and taking action. I just wanted to say that in terms of PACCAR, I've already been taking action since October. We have been working with the management team there. The industry is involved, as is the cabinet. I am involved as well. We don't need the bloc to tell us that we had to get involved. This has already been going on since October, and solutions are coming, Mr. Speaker. So against this backdrop, we know how to manage this, and we're not writing to the finance minister. It's because this had to be addressed to the Minister of Industry. We're working with people on the ground to listen to them and take action with them. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm the finance critic. I speak to the finance minister. And I'm sure it's not my first reflex to speak to the member of Thérèse de Blainville. She's not a minister. But when I went to see people at PACCAR, do you know what? Do you know what, Mr. Speaker? I spoke to these people. I shook their hands. We went there, and it's the member Thérèse de Blainville is changing the subject, and I would ask her to think about the history of Mirabel and to become more sensitive and aware, and I would ask her perhaps to review her attitude. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our colleague from the bloc for that very impassioned speech. Obviously, he cares very much about the subject, very much about his constituents in his writing. I'm keenly aware of the Mirabel situation, being a Quebecer myself, having been born in Montreal. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight once again that it was Brian Mulroney, a Canadian Prime Minister, in his very first term that returned 80% of those lands. And again, it was a Canadian Prime Minister in his first term, Stephen Harper, that made retribution with the other 11,000 acres that were returned back to the rightful owners. But in between, Mr. Speaker, we've had numerous years of Liberal governments that have totally ignored the subject. And I'm kind of taken aback by the member from the Liberal Party who's trying to change the subject, not really deal with the issue at hand here. So I'd like to ask the member this question. Why is it that why does he think the Liberals have totally ignored this issue, a very important issue for the people of Mirabel and indeed the people of Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. My colleague is showing that this is not a partisan issue. I even tabled a motion last year with the member for Louis Saint Laurent and the NDP, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. This is not a partisan issue. And the Conservative Party, a progressive Conservative Party and the Conservative Party have shown them to be particularly sensitive in the past. They want to recognize the situation and they're able to say so. And today I don't want to rehash what the Liberals didn't do in the past, because today they have an opportunity to make a step forward. And I'm extending a hand. We are extending a hand. And I think it was clear in my speech. I think my speech was clear. We're extending a hand, and we hope with all our hearts that this motion will be adopted, so we will never have to discuss this again. The Honourable Member, Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to wish all of my colleagues in this House a very good day. This is a wonderful opportunity for the government, for myself, and for the government team and even the opposition members to support in a united way a very large project, a major project that will benefit every one of our citizens in Canada, particularly those who live in the corridor and their children and their grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, Alto, the high-speed train, is a perfect symbol of what we have to accomplish together as a country, a perfect symbol of the unity between two of our largest provinces. in the fight against climate change and for the efficiency of our transportation system, and Mr. Speaker, for the quality of life and for the daily lives of the people who will benefit from this train, whether it's just once in a while or every day. Today, I would like to talk about this big project, the enthusiasm it's generating across the country, and the profound transformation it will bring to people's lives and to our economy. Next, I will talk about Bill C-15, its vital importance to the success of the project, and the consultations that we are conducting to ensure that it is done right. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the people of Mirabel directly. Mr. Speaker, the high-speed rail project is inspiring people in Quebec, Ontario, and elsewhere in Canada. The public interest is immense. You just have to look at people who are rushing to the open houses and the consultations. They want to see what this could look like, this big project. And it would be the first of its type in North America. And what a great source of pride. And to quote my colleague Stéphane Boyer, the mayor of Laval, during the announcement last December he made, this is a project that will transform our country and bring Canada fully into the 21st century. This enthusiasm, Mr. Speaker, transcends quite clearly party lines. Even the former Bloc Québécois member for Trois-Rivières and the critic, no less, for transportation, said that they felt relieved and very happy when the TGV project was announced. And we all agree with this. This is a transformational project. It is a major one. The corridor that will be served by the TGV houses more than half of the Canadian population, and our main financial centers are located there, important manufacturing centers, world-renowned universities and innovation centers. In Mirabel, for example, the aerospace and aeronautics sector is a strong economic pillar and strategic pillar, a very precious one, and its impact is obvious. We hear people talk about it across Canada. They talk about these sectors in the region of Mirabel. And you know what? I went to see it for myself on several occasions. And the member across the way is right to say that these are very welcoming people. Particularly, they are looking to the future, and they are concerned about their children, like all Canadians. They want us to develop their region. They want us to invest in our institutions and in our abilities so we can enable ongoing growth. Mr. Speaker, the member for Torres de Blainville and the member for Tout-Montagne and the member for Pays d'en-Haut, well, we formed a very strong core to continually deliver a strong economic future and great possibilities for the people of Mirabel, and we're very proud of this. But when we look at the entire transportation corridor between Quebec and Toronto, there is one reality that becomes clear. Our system is on its last legs. You just look on at the 401, and you try to drive at rush hour in Quebec City, in Ottawa, in Gatineau. We need to make major investments, Mr. Speaker.
Ni plus ni moins.
And we have to make major investments in our rail system. We know we are dealing with overburdened airports and highways, and that our rail system gives goods transport priority over passenger transport. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that we take action. It is high time to reduce pressure on this key corridor for our economy and Canadians' lives. High-speed rail will improve that reality. It will shorten transit times. It will offer reliable and modern low-emission options on dedicated routes. It will increase labor mobility and will open up billions of dollars in productivity. It will also increase the housing supply with more than 50,000 jobs over 10 years and will enable Canada to avoid millions of tons of greenhouse gas emissions. This is not just a transit project. It will be economic transformation. It is an investment into Canada's future. And it's particularly important in the current economic context, especially given the situation we're going through with our neighbors to the south. High-speed rail will stimulate long-term productivity by attracting private investment, by supporting housing in some of the most dense communities in the country. It's essential modernization of an overburdened transit corridor in one of the most densely populated portions of Canada. If Canada hopes to remain competitive in a global economy that is constantly changing, we will need just this kind of infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, it's just as clear for us that this project can only work if it is done with the support of the public and not while ignoring the public. That is why we are consulting, listening. Since January, Alto and the Government of Canada are carrying out broad public consultations, which we announced in December, in order to enable people to prepare themselves to ask questions and to really understand what's being proposed. In addition to the studies that have already been done, Alto has launched an in-depth public consultation process. These consultations are about the route options, station locations, environmental measures, about noise and vibration, as well as land use and protection. These consultations include virtual sessions, online information platforms, and open door sessions in a number of communities between Toronto and Quebec City. There will be more consultation opportunities as well. For those who haven't participated yet, I would invite you to make your voice heard. I want to be very clear. These are not meetings where decisions have already been made. On the contrary, if someone asks, where will the station be? The answer will not be, it will be in such and such a place. The answer will be, tell us where it should be in your opinion, Madame or Monsieur. That is what real and significant consultation means. Alto and the Government of Canada are committing to maintaining respectful relations with Indigenous communities throughout the corridor. We started engaging with Indigenous communities a number of years ago, and we are continuing through a dedicated consultation process. Bill C-15 clearly recognizes the importance of Indigenous knowledge. In this way, we will build modern infrastructure with and for communities. And there is something I would also like to say very clearly. Informing people that lands might be necessary for a project does not automatically mean that they will be expropriated. If expropriation becomes necessary, it will be done under the current expropriation regime with the adjustments laid out in Bill C-15. The basic rules about compensation, assessment, refund of reasonable costs, and access to courts remains the same as before and will continue to be controlled by the Federal Expropriation Act. Anyone who says that that's not true, Mr. Speaker, is not telling the truth. I'd also like to say something about a concern that was expressed recently. The idea that people could be expropriated by email, quote unquote. Let's be very clear. That's not how expropriation works in Canada. And it certainly won't be the case for a high-speed rail. Email is not an expropriation mechanism. It is simply an optional communication tool that can be used after discussions begin, and only if the owner voluntarily chooses that mode of communication. Registered mail remains available, and anyone who says that that's not true is misleading you. The high-speed rail project remains completely subject to the Impact Assessment Act. Yes, we are trying to avoid duplication between various federal processes, but that is simply to streamline the process and not to weaken it. The project will be carefully assessed on environmental impacts, on climate impacts, on effects on communities, on Indigenous rights and long-term sustainability. Nothing in this rigorous assessment will weaken the project. On the contrary, it will strengthen it. Anyone who claims that claims otherwise is simply misleading you. Now I want specifically to speak to the people of Mirabel. That's important. The Mirabel Airport project remains a commonly cited example in Canadian history of what happens when large infrastructure projects are built without considering local community realities. And it's important to mention that this reality was not only recognized by critics, it was also recognized by governments. As the member for Richmond Hill just mentioned. In April 2019, Transport Canada announced a process of resale of 748 acres to former owners whose lands were expropriated in 1969. And prior to that, the Government of Canada, as my colleague pointed out, had already given around 90,000 acres back to residents in the Mirabel region through two programs in 1985 and in 2008. In April 2019, the Minister of Transport at the time, who we remember every day, the late Marc Garneau, stated, "We made a huge mistake 50 years ago," and he was right to say that. He said to the people of Mirabel and the families affected, "I'm sorry that you had to experience this." That recognition, that apology was important. It shows a clear reality. Governments must be capable of recognizing the errors of the past and drawing lessons from them instead of pretending that they never happened. I can assure the citizens of Mirabel and all Quebecers, Ontarians, and all Canadians that the Government of Canada is fully aware of these lessons. And I would say that both of our government parties are aware of these lessons. When a major national interest project is being considered like this, it needs to be examined closely analyzed. It should be done appropriately and carefully and on the ground. What happened with the Mirabel Airport lands showed us what happens when you build them the wrong way. But with high-speed rail, with Alto, it's going to be exactly the opposite. And anyone who tells you that that's not so is misleading you. The train will be built in an area where millions of Canadians live and work in the most densely populated corridor in the country. As the Mayor of Quebec City, Bruno Marchand, said, this is a project which will be major, not only to move people, but also workers. It will be a major positive impact for Trois-Rivières, Laval, Montreal, and Quebec City. This is a project that responds to real needs to reduce traffic and to enable people to move around more quickly and more efficiently. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we sometimes fall victim to the idea that we feel if we just add different wording in a law, if we just add another stage, if we just add such and such a little band-aid, that doesn't necessarily make a huge difference. Well, sometimes what that ends up doing is creating more delays. And it prevents Canadians from actually benefiting from infrastructure. It adds costs. In this case, around $5 billion a year. That's what happens because sometimes there's just too much of this planning process. So reducing the planning time, what we're proposing here will actually save us $20 billion. That's a rough estimate, of course, but nonetheless, those are the numbers. Delays have real costs. In last April's election, Canadians made themselves very clear. It is time to build Canada. It is high time to start building major projects. It's time to stop beating around the bush. And it's time to move forward with major investments which will improve the lives of Canadians. That will increase our economic capacity. An economic capacity that currently depends on the US, and that is going to diminish. Imagine a student who lives in Ottawa and who wants to take on courses or coursework at the University of Trois-Rivières. Someone like that could easily go over to Trois-Rivières and continue their studies. Or imagine someone working in Peterborough, a smaller town, who can now easily work in downtown Toronto and contribute to the Canadian economy while continuing to enjoy living in a smaller town. Same thing for Trois-Rivières. Or imagine someone in Laval, a business person in Laval who can easily, in record time, get to Toronto and come back the same day. And this is a linear project. This is a project that is linear. We can't have too many delays. This is a project where every single meter must be done. It's going to take place in a 60-meter wide corridor. I would like to reassure everyone who lives along the projected route. First of all, we will be ensuring that there are public consultations. And if we do need to acquire land, we will start with public lands. And if we do need to buy it, we will do so with the least possible inconvenience. And of course, thirdly, people will be compensated for every dime of the value of their land. It's time to take action, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verts.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verts. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. I was afraid he wouldn't even discuss the topic that's on the table, but he did address it in the end. But what's clear here is that the Minister ended up using the same arguments as the arguments that were given to the people of Mirabel in 1969. They were told that it was just a question of progress and modernity. And in addition, the government is planning to short-circuit the existing legal expropriation system. In that context, how can we be, how how can we be surprised that the people of Mirabel are not feeling any trust in the government, especially given that here, this motion is here. It's giving the federal government to apologize to the people of Mirabel for the horrors that were committed in the 60s and 70s. Isn't it clear that the very first thing this government should do in order to build a climate of trust would be to vote yes on this motion? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the climate of trust will happen on the ground. What we're going to do is to go speak in person to owners. It's a 60-meter wide corridor that will bring communities together. Yes, I accidentally said 60 meters long, but I meant wide. I just want to reiterate to the people of Mirabel is that this in no way resembles what was done previously. It has nothing in common with what they went through. The Government of Canada has recognized on many occasions, both under Conservative and Liberal governments, the government has recognized the harms that were committed, and they have done their best to compensate individuals, and we will not commit the same mistakes again. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, my colleague spent a long time talking about the high-speed rail project, which doesn't have that much to do with the motion. But since he brought it up, how many agricultural families will be affected by that project? How many of their lands will be crossed by the project? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Well, Mr. Speaker, as few as possible is the answer. I said very clearly in my project that various energy corridors and highways, other public lands will be used in priority. And when it's impossible to avoid agricultural land, we'll do our best not to split the land. We'll do our best to ensure that the farmers can fully benefit from their fields. And we will only do that when we cannot use public rights of way. And we will work with one farmer at a time, very carefully, but we are determined to move forward with this important project that is so important to the Canadian public. The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've come a long way since 2015. When we were elected in 2015, unfortunately, the former government was not even considering the Quebec City-Montreal corridor. Now, today, in 2026, what does my colleague have to say to Quebec City colleagues on the importance of this high-speed rail project for the Quebec City region? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Well, for me, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, it is absolutely crucial that this project be able to benefit people living in the former capital, Quebec City, as well as in Trois-Rivières. We need to help these regions continue to grow economically. That way, institutions like the Université Laval and other educational institutions in Quebec City can continue to grow. It's true that some may previously have thought that we didn't need to go further than just Montreal and go to Quebec City, but that's not our intention. As the Mayor of Quebec City said, and as my colleague has said frequently, Quebec wants in. And that's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the Minister that when Marc Garneau apologized, he did so as an individual, not on behalf of the government. What the Bloc Québécois is doing today is giving the government an opportunity to make up for mistakes past. When the people of Mirabel read the Bloc Québécois motion, they ask themselves how any MP, especially one representing a Quebec riding, could vote against this. This is not about the current train. We are calling for an official apology from the government. We also want to ensure that in the case of the train, we don't see a repeat of what occurred in the past with lack of consultation and the government just going ahead. The minister has a good heart, and I want to know if the minister is to vote against this. I would like to know why. The Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois needs to make a decision. Systematically, we propose ways for us to proceed faster in transportation development, in infrastructure development, in energy development in Canada. We will continue to suggest ways to move forward efficiently. And this new project is supported by almost all Quebecers. In fact, all Quebecers seem to want this, but he doesn't believe in that because planning is taking too long. But we want to cut planning from 8 years to 4 years. So the Bloc Québécois has a huge decision to make when it comes to the high-speed rail, and they need to decide whether they're going to support it.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Listening to the debate, I heard two different speeches and two prerogatives over the last hour, and it seems to me that the Bloc's motion is basically simply asking for an apology for expropriation that happened in 1969 in a formal manner, coming from this House, coming from his government. But the government has not acknowledged the motion. All they're talking about is the high-speed rail, and I get both sides. They both make sense. But to bring us back to the motion, and I can sympathize with the Bloc because as a First Nations member, I experienced, along with my people, the exact trauma that they explained as well. So could I ask the Minister, is there any intention of the government to actually acknowledge the motion that's on the floor today?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I can't fix, nor can anyone in this House fix, the mistakes that were made in the past in any project. What we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is the best we can. And what is the best we can today? The best we can is the process outlined in Bill C-15, the process that Canadians voted for, a process that gets big projects built quickly, but that respects our history, respects the lessons that we've learned, and respects the processes that we've put in place, including assessing these projects for their impact on communities and on our environment.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing in 30 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I would especially like to thank him for his leadership in ensuring that municipalities participate and are included. I agree with what he said, that we do not wish to make the same mistakes as in the past. My constituents in Trois-Rivières are eagerly anticipating the high-speed train. In places where there will be stops or stations, there will be major advantages for those communities. Can my colleague tell us more about that? The Honourable Minister in 35 seconds. I thank my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières. She, like her predecessor, fully supports this project. And we do need cross-party support for projects like these. This project will be beneficial for all of Quebec's regions. My colleague from the Lower St. Lawrence region has spoken, the member for Lotbinière, the member for Trois-Rivières. Just imagine the impacts of this project. Farmers will be able to take the high-speed train to go to meetings in Quebec, meetings in Montreal, to attend conventions, Congress meetings. So they will be able to take the train to so many places. It'll be great for business. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent, Aquia-Wenrac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy and also somewhat emotional as I rise today to speak in the context of this debate on a motion about a tragedy in Canadian history. The tragedy impacted and still impacts thousands of families and their children, their grandchildren of farmers whose land was expropriated. This is why, Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Lévis-Lotbinière, who will be able to speak to what farmers experienced being from that sector himself. In the 60s, in the middle of the 60s, there was a population boom, a technology boom. It was decided that we needed an airport in Montreal, so they looked at different areas, Saint-Jean, Saint-Lastique, Scholastique, Drummondville, and the federal government decided on Saint-Scholastique. Now, of course, they had to choose a spot, but it's the way they went about it and the way people found out about it that was totally unacceptable. This happened in March 1969, the 27th of March 1969, during a press conference, which was broadcast by radio. The transport minister announced that they would expropriate 97,000 acres. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a farming background, so I can't really visualize easily how much land that is. But that is, in fact, as big as Calgary, or it's 2/3 as big as Montreal, and it's 20 times more land than JFK Airport, which was one of the biggest airports in the world at that time. 3,126 families were directly affected by that announcement, and they hadn't been given any prior notice. Work began in June 1970. And yes, Mr. Speaker, the federal government hastily offered some compensation, but only 17% of farmers had an official meeting with someone who told them the value of their land. But in all the other cases, it was done very, very hastily and informally. There were people who left their homes in the morning and came back in the afternoon to see that their homes had been burned. Some homes, people were being moved out of their homes. Denise Bombardier, a journalist, reported on this in the 70s, and this is what one individual said, one affected individual. They said, we don't know how much will be paid or how, so we can't plan. We were informed or warned in 1969, and now we're just waiting. I hope that things will go well. But unfortunately, things did not go well. A committee formed in 1973, but Pierre Elliott Trudeau's government did not listen to any of the very valid grievances of those whose land was expropriated. And if only the airport had been a success. Isn't that right, Mr. Speaker? They predicted a rapid train. They predicted that the highway would be expanded. These things did not occur. The airport was inaugurated in 1975. They wanted international flights from Mirabel and to keep other flights at Dorval. Well, that was not successful. On September 15th, 15th of September 97, all flights were transferred to Dorval. In 2014, the last flight occurred, and in 2016, it was demolished. What a waste. All that for such poor results. And only 5% of the expropriated land was actually used. That's a tragedy. In 1995, Prime Minister Brian Mulroney offered to return 80,000 acres to those affected. He did so. It went well, and that was very positive. But what we're talking about today has already been debated in this place. It was debated on November 25th, 2004. The official opposition tabled a motion to give back the remaining land to those whose land had been expropriated. And that debate was thanks to Stephen Harper, leader of the official opposition. He did not have any Quebec MPs at the time, but that's not what matters. What matters is what those 3,126 families experienced when their land was expropriated. Mr. Harper called it a totally savage expropriation, an absolutely botched mess. He said that people experienced terrible situations. He said that it wasn't a matter of politics, but rather a matter of willpower and politics. He said that all governments can make mistakes from time to time, but Mr. Harper said that in this case, the problem is that the government made multiple mistakes without any consideration for families who had been settled there for generations. That's what Mr. Harper said in 2004. A dozen or so Quebec MPs, including the member for Lévis-Lotbinière, were happy to see that some more land was returned. In 2004, then Minister of Transportation, late Minister Lapierre, from the media in the news, they said that the minister accused Mr. Harper of giving people false hope, knowing that his motion could never come to be. With all due respect to Mr. Lapierre, he was wrong. So it did happen. And in 2019, a Liberal minister gave back 750 acres. That was the Honourable Marc Garneau, who is an incredible person. No one can deny that. And he said what he felt. He said, we made a huge mistake. We learned some very hard lessons, and I am sorry that you experienced that you were victims of that. That is the Marc Garneau that we love and respect. But he was speaking as an individual. He was not speaking on behalf of the government. Mr. Speaker, as my Bloc colleague said earlier, if this is the time to take quick action to honor the memory of those involved. 3 times over the past few years in the House, this government was given the opportunity, was called on to apologize to the people of Mirabel. Myself, the Bloc member, another colleague, 3 times we've called on the government to do so, and 3 times the government has refused. We need a vote of the House. The government would not be the main person the government party would not be apologizing. This whole House would be apologizing. You are all members of Parliament elected by your constituents. Now, we all have our various duties and responsibilities, but first and foremost, we are members of Parliament. We have called for this 3 times, and 3 times the government has denied our request. Why? Is it because Canada's 23rd Prime Minister had trouble acknowledging that the 15th Prime Minister of Canada had made such a drastic mistake? That is, what I'm saying is, did Justin Trudeau not want to blame his own father? Is that why the Liberal government did not do what had to be done in offering a formal apology? I urge all colleagues to truly reflect within themselves about what occurred. We should be as dignified as Marc Garneau, who acknowledged that the government had made a massive mistake and that apologies were warranted. That's what this motion is calling for. My colleague said that sometimes we need to set partisanship aside, we need to be transparent, we need to be real. Well, here is a great opportunity to do so.
That in this time, all the members of this House, government, opposition, second group of opposition, independent member, all of us have to recognize that what has happened for the people of Mirabel was totally unacceptable. And if we have to try again to do something else with great project, we shall learn what we have learned from, we shall adapt our attitude based on what we have lived, the people of Mirabel. Monsieur le Président, j'invite sincèrement.
Mr. Speaker, I urge all colleagues to acknowledge the major mistakes committed in Mirabel, and we must all ensure that this never reoccurs. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very happy to hear my colleague's remarks. His speech was very true and sincere. He has called on us to work across party lines. I don't see how any member, especially a Quebec member, could vote against this motion. Here's my question. How could anyone vote against this motion? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. God knows that we have some issues with the Bloc Québécois, and that's mutual. But there are times when, regardless of political stripe, we work together because it's an issue that affects people. These people have suffered heavily. We need to acknowledge that. Everyone can agree, and there needs to be an apology for what has occurred. I would like to, once again, encourage all colleagues, be they ministers, independent, all members, I encourage all members to formally acknowledge what was done to the people of Mirabel. The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend my colleague. He often speaks very well. Here's what I would like him to clarify. He said that we need to stand in solidarity with what people experienced over 50 years ago. How does he feel about the high-speed train project? And in particular, how does he feel about how it will impact his riding? The Honourable Member. Well, this motion is not about high-speed rail, but I hold the colleague in high esteem, and I believe that that's mutual. Unfortunately, they've gotten off on the wrong foot. They've really started things the wrong way with this project. They sent some quickie consultation notices. It's like they have not learned their lesson. This was the worst expropriation in Canadian history, but they seem to be repeating the exact same mistakes that they made 60 years ago. So he wants to know how I feel. Well, I feel that it should start well, on the right foot. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Thank you. I thank my colleague for his remarks about the expropriation of land in Mirabel in 1969, and I thank him for telling us about the real impact that had on people. That was a dark chapter for many families who lost their homes, their lands, and their livelihood. Now, in hindsight, looking back, what lessons should we learn, according to the member, and how can those lessons help the government better collaborate with communities in the future? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac. Mr. Speaker, before I answer the substance of the question, I would like to commend my colleague on this extraordinary show of bilingualism and of asking a question in French. We all win when we are all bilingual, because in two official languages, because there are, of course, two of them. Now, to the substance of the question, what we need to know, what we need to understand, and what we need to do in the future in the case of major projects is that we must consult those who are affected. In the motion, it says we need to avoid expropriation without social license, appropriate compensation, and consultation. Those are the terms of the motion, Mr. Speaker. So once again, I extend a hand to my colleagues who are ministers. They know that they have to vote in favor of this, and I encourage them to do so. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères, in 25 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here is my question to my colleague. His speech was very clear. He presented many convincing points, as did the member for Mirabel in his speech, yet the members across the way still don't seem convinced, although, in my view, it's shockingly clear that the government must apologize. They should apologize regardless of any issues of pride or of political stripe. The member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akia-Wenrac, very quickly, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. This government has undone decisions taken by Justin Trudeau. I encourage the current Prime Minister to not backtrack. Now, he backtracked on the carbon tax. That's positive, but he should really apologize to the people of Mirabel. That would be incredibly positive. Prime Minister, please be a true leader of our nation. Resuming debate.
We do not inherit the earth from our parents, we borrow it from our children. Mr. Speaker, it seems so easy for major project developers to look at a map and to draw a line. But when that line becomes a route, a valuable farmland has to be reclaimed for the project, we often forget where it comes from and who owns it. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, your car is stolen, you're not in a good mood, and you're even very angry. But at the end of the day, with insurance, you can buy the same car. But if your land is stolen, and your land is destroyed or cut in two, it's impossible to repair it. Mr. Speaker, several countries were colonized by the promise of land. Our ancestors left France and England. They left several countries to come here and to live the promise of Canada, to cultivate large, very fertile areas and to clear them. And throughout history, the exploitation and possession of land has been what was most valued. And this is normal, because to feed ourselves, we must harvest the fruits of the earth, which give us grain, fodder, vegetables, and then meat, providing us with consumer goods essential to our survival. But these lands, Mr. Speaker, were not created by Providence. It was through the hard work of generations of farmers that we have what we see today. Just take a drive along Route 132 or 138. Look at the beautiful farms that exist today. The fruit of 9, 10, or 11 generations of farmers who worked tirelessly to clear every inch of that land on the sweat of their brow for their survival. But this land was not only ensured their survival, but it ensured the survival of an entire people, the Quebec nation. And there is no asset in the world that can be more precious than this. And it's not something to be taken lightly, Mr. Speaker. We learned early at school that in all the wars throughout history, sooner or later, land was at stake. So why proceed arbitrarily? We understand that there are major projects to be completed by 2026, that large areas of land must be used. There's no choice. But for this to work, we need to seek advice from farmers. They may be able to find solutions themselves, very intelligent suggestions, and they will tell you what the solutions are, and they can give you routes that will potentially cause the least damage to their crops. Farmers should not only be consulted about their land, but also involved in the decision-making process. But all things considered, Mr. Speaker, we must be very, very careful. Of course, we can lay pipelines under the ground. We can negotiate easement agreements. We can also lay power lines on the land. And this is yet another easement that farmers accept for the good of society. We cross their land if they agree to it. But it's more difficult when we have to take away part of the surface area, hectares, and which demands the land in 2 or even in 3, according to the provisions of the Colonial Land Registry that we have today. And the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that do you have any idea of how many families will be affected by the project presented by this Liberal government? The land is subdivided perpendicular to the St. Lawrence River on each side. It's 3 acres wide by 30 acres long. This means approximately 170 meters wide by 1,700 meters long. And this gives approximately 6 parcels per kilometer multiplied between Quebec City and the Ontario border. According to my calculations, this gives 1,950 different lots. At 3 lots per farm, this would potentially affect 650 farms. And this would therefore potentially affect 1,000 farming families. This is a lot of farms compared to the number of farms remaining in Quebec. And this would very likely undermine the profitability of these farms, whose land value continues to grow. And I would like to pay tribute to my father and mother, Armand and Rita. They were amongst the last pioneers who created land which they cleared. I saw my father clear land at home when I was young, and I helped him cultivate that land. And that involved a lot of physical work. I spent my youth working on the land, picking up rocks and building fences. I built them, and I also took them down. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, what it's like to pick up rocks all summer long in 36-degree heat to add a few acres of crops. But after all that effort, we were able to enjoy the fruits of the land, which provides fodder. Taking acres away from a farm and destroying access to the fields is something that is very, very difficult to accept, especially when it's done without consultation, and which is the worst insult to property rights. Expropriation may be experienced as being worse than a theft. It's like a betrayal by the government of its citizens, of what they hold most dear. The Mirabel expropriations were the greatest affront to the French-speaking Quebec nation by the Crown, almost on par with the deportation of Acadians. I have memories from my youth, Mr. Speaker, of the Mirabel expropriations. Thousands of families, grandparents, children, and grandchildren were evicted from their homes by police under orders from the federal Liberal government. Men and women who lost their land, their homes, and their livelihoods. Today, there are up to 100,000 Quebecers who are descendants of those expropriated. All of this for a project with excessive ambitions, and look what came of it. The Mirabel expropriations are truly a dark chapter in our history. Large projects are necessary, yes, but they require caution to ensure that they are consistent with the reality of our country and of its workers. We must always be wary of ideological projects. People need to be fed, housed, and have transportation. And after that, there isn't much money left. And you know what's absurd, Mr. Speaker? You know that only 2% of our land in Quebec is arable, and that this 2%, located on each side of the St. Lawrence River, is already threatened by urban sprawl. So I ask, do we really want to build a high-speed train that will take away and divide our land and promote urban sprawl? The high-speed train is a good idea. And our public transportation systems, such as trains, buses, and planes, are they really saturated in Canada? If you ask the question, you can answer it. If our country really wants to invest in major projects between $200 billion and $500 billion, I have two good ideas. First, in the manufacturing sector, to be more competitive with other countries in the global market and bring back well-paying jobs in the age of AI. And second, to exploit our minerals and mines. The former Prime Minister with whom I had the honor of working, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, told us how rare minerals are the way forward for Canada. Canada should put all its eggs in this type of natural resource basket. In conclusion, my attachment to the land comes from my farming background, from my great-grandfather Octave, who settled in my community, from my grandfather Napoleon, who cleared land all his life with my father Armand, who was passionate about this land. Now I am the guardian of this same land, which I am passing on to my son Jeremy so that he can cultivate it in turn. And all the while watching his own son Octave take his first steps on the land of his ancestors, we do not inherit the earth from our parents, we borrow it from our children. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member moved me. He made a very emotional speech, particularly in terms of the ancestry or the background of the reality of farmers. When we came out of the pandemic, remember, we were talking about food safety and how important it was to be able to be self-sufficient. And now we're facing legislation, C-15, which gives absolute powers. And he said it in his speech. People have lost their lands, their homes, and I even add, we even affected their physical integrity and psychological well-being. And on the other side of the House, they don't want to apologize. They don't want to apologize. How does he explain this? The honourable member for La Ville-Aubinière. Mr. Speaker, I am very emotional with this type of question. For a farming family, there is nothing more precious than the land. And this land is the fruit of several generations of labor. Mirabel lands were the richest in Quebec. Beautiful plains and plateaus. A land that anyone would want in Quebec. And it was the worst, the federal government's worst mistake toward the Quebec nation, all French-speaking francophones, to expropriate them. The honourable member for Pont-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that my brother is a farmer. Our government house leader talked about errors of the past and underscored the importance of consultations. The Conservatives did not include the TGV in their program during the last election. They voted against the initial funding to realize this project, and they'll do everything in their power to end the promise of a high-speed train. We need to build major projects that support Canadian workers and unite our country east to west, north to south. Will Conservatives join us instead of trying to block major projects? Thank you. The honourable member for La Ville-Aubinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The biggest, most profitable projects for Canada for the next 30 years is to massively invest in our manufacturing sector that is really under attack right now. If you want to give Canadians jobs, invest in manufacturing and also invest in mines. Rare minerals will bring in a lot of money. They'll be globally in demand. We can be a global leader in rare minerals, which can be the future of Canadians. We need to invest before spending money. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for raising the issue of the Mirabel expropriations in 1969 and to remind us of the effects on local families. Many people feel that they were not being heard at the time. In the member's opinion, what should the government do today to better listen to communities and to treat them fairly when there are major projects planned? The honourable member for La Ville-Aubinière. I'd like to remind everyone of history. In my youth, on TV, I saw families who were thrown from their homes as a young boy of 4 or 5 years. You can't imagine how hard it was to see homes being destroyed by bulldozers. All of these rural communities in Quebec really felt very betrayed, and they were afraid of being expropriated because these big promoters just drew a line on a map. Imagine losing 9 to 12 generations of work for projects that weren't really perhaps worth it. The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it's with great emotion that I speak today, even though I am gradually recovering from pneumonia. I absolutely wanted to speak, given the fact that the government is really taking my breath away with its statements. I hope I'll get to the end of my speech. But I hope, like my writing name suggests, I'll be able to keep my calm. So the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Patriote, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, right now, publicly, what we see in local newspapers are mayors, various players that are saying, what is this? What is happening? What are these consultations that took place? And we weren't even aware that there were any. And then some people do go to them, and it's more of a PR event. They aren't really consultations. On this file, the government pretends to be recognizing the errors of the past, but with the provisions in C-15, it has just given the same powers to Alto to do what it wishes. Everything is in the way it's operating, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to start my speech with a tune from Paul Pichet, which was part of my adolescence, which is very apropos today. And people from Mirabel will surely remember it, perhaps with some pain. You had to get up early in the morning. People lost their homes, their lands, and their country. And I would add that they lost also their health. Some people lost their families, and some never recovered from this betrayal. And today, they would like to implement this project. They're saying, no, we made a mistake, but let's move on. With speeches like we heard from the member of Thérèse de Blainville, it has all the sensitivity of a technocrat. It's not what we want, Mr. Speaker. When you want to do a major project, first and foremost, you have to do so by respecting humans, by respecting people and not insulting them, not by acting like a promoter, like the Minister of Transportation, acting like a peddler. What we have to do, we have to deserve people's trust, and to do so in this file, you need to go through Mirabel and look at this monumental error that is historical, this historical tragedy. But first, you have to recognize for these people, you have to recognize their pain and recognize how you're able to affect the lives of these people. It requires an apology. It's not because they didn't have the opportunity to give one. During the 50th National Assembly of Quebec, and I'd like to remind people, I see some of the members of Quebec who say every day they don't need the Bloc to speak on behalf of Quebecers because they're here in the House. I didn't hear them talk about the Mirabel expropriations yet. I hear them talk about this big high-speed train project, but I don't hear them talking about the Mirabel expropriations. I don't hear them right now. We started this debate an hour ago, but I don't hear about how we need an apology. I don't hear them talking. Well, Marc Garneau did say this personally, but that was this man who spoke for himself, someone I respect greatly. But here, this motion concerns our entire democratic institution, this assembly of representatives of some parties, some in the government, because they're peddling this project. They want to avoid an apology under the pretext that they know better than us what the people of Mirabel need.
Mr. Speaker, in April 2019, the National Assembly of Quebec voted on a motion. It was unanimously passed. It was unanimous. And when it's unanimous, it seems to me that Quebec members should be willing to vote in favor here. But no. The motion said that the 50th anniversary of the expropriation should be recognized and that the Canadian government should officially offer its apology to the citizens of Quebec who had their property expropriated by the government of Canada when the Mirabel Airport was being built. The Bloc Québécois is the only party to pass on the unanimous decisions of the National Assembly of Quebec. And so the Bloc Québécois tabled that motion, this motion in the House, that the expropriation be recognized, and that this House demand that the government officially present an apology to the citizens of Quebec that were expropriated by the federal government in 1969 when the Mirabel Airport was being built. That was in April 2019. Some members who are in the House today voted against that. And today, we have this omnibus bill and we see that here, with this omnibus bill, they're trying to get around key provisions of the Expropriation Act. For example, the ability to contest the compensation powers. And the minister is saying that people aren't saying the truth or aren't being precise in what they're saying. And they're saying, why is it that the member for Mirabel isn't criticizing Quebec legislation, given that it's the same wording as ours? But that's not true. It's different on the issue of compensation. And these are the people who are asking the people of Mirabel to trust them. This government is asking them to trust them. That makes no sense, given the way they're behaving. The airport of Mirabel was supposed to be a wonder of the world, a major 20th century infrastructure project. They said it was so great. They said it had to be done as quickly as possible. And of course, the result was a monumental disaster. And today, they don't even want to apologize to people who suffered from that for decades. And we know that with this Alto project, everything's being done wrong. As Daniel Bélanger said, tout est dans la manière. It's all about how you do it. And yet we see that already they're doing it wrong. In our opinion, they already have failed to get a passing grade. In places like Lanaudière, Mascouche, and Terrebonne, we are hearing from people who are saying that they're not being consulted, that they're not being treated properly. I mean, the route. It's 10 kilometers wide, not 60 meters, 10 kilometers. And then they're saying that the route will be somewhere within those 10 kilometers. They're flying by the seat of their pants. And I think our colleague for the Quebec City region, a man of honor as far as I know, will vote for our motion. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Similkameen.
Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the comments of my colleague, the heartfelt comments. It's terrible what happened in Mirabel and what's happening now. The subject of private property is coming up a lot lately, and throughout the country, actually. And the right to ownership of land, and the security that you can continue to own your land and your families in the future can own your land. So why is it, does my colleague think that possibly there's distrust right now in the current government on whether people throughout the country, not just in Quebec and Mirabel, might not be able to continue owning their land.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Mirabel was saying, the worst thing about this is that after the expropriation, some of their children bought that land back, and then today, without consultation, they're being told that once again this process is starting over, and that once again they might lose everything. This is morally unacceptable, and it's like Groundhog Day. These farmers are farmers. They put food on our tables, and when you're a farmer, you really care. You really care about the land you live on. When you live in a big city, yes, you care about where you live, but when you are a farmer, you really care about your lands, and having to move away splits your heart in two. The honourable member for Quebec Centre. Well, I'd like to say that I truly believe that my colleague is a man of honor and sensibility, and he spoke with great passion. But he doesn't seem to have accurately described the breadth of the consultations that are currently starting for Alto. 26,000 people have already had an opportunity to offer their opinion, and there will be more consultations in Quebec City in February. These consultations are taking place at many different times and in many different places. How can my colleagues say that there is no consultation? The honourable member for Montcalm. I did not say there were no consultations, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying that these are pseudo-consultation sessions. They're really more like information sessions. They're sessions where essentially this project is being promoted without actually letting people prepare briefs. And today, we are looking at something that we've never seen before here. We're seeing that the finance sector seems to have taken over the federal government, and it only has economic interests. And in cases like that, even good ideas can end up having poor consequences. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, that the government recognized the collective trauma that the Mirabel expropriations had on thousands of Quebecers who had to leave behind their homes, communities, and jobs. That the National Assembly urged the federal government to take this into account. So how is it that the 44 Quebec members on the other side can vote against that Quebec motion? The honourable member for Montcalm, 45 seconds. As a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker, my experience tells me that the fact that Quebec Liberal members who are sitting in the government benches, that if they vote against this motion, that will tell me that they are simply having to toe the party line. That's why I tell people that I meet on the ground in Quebec that if they actually want to be recognized and represented in the House of Commons, they should instead count on the Bloc Québécois, because these Quebec Liberal members are not doing anything for them. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher-Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That this assembly asked the government to apologize to the Mirabel victims of expropriation, that it recognized the collective trauma that the expropriations had on thousands of Quebecers who had to leave behind their residence, community, and jobs, and that it urged the government to no longer engage in such expropriation without public consultations and appropriate compensation. Mr. Speaker, those are the terms of the debate that we're having today. And it's very important to know exactly what we're debating. A number of those who have spoken have not seemed to fully understand what we were debating, or they've instead decided to start discussing a different topic. I understand that there is a connection between the high-speed rail project that this government is planning and this topic, because it does pass through Mirabel, and there will be expropriations. It's very relevant for us to touch on these topics, yes. But on the other side of the house, there seems to be denial. After all, we're asking here for an apology for the people of Mirabel for the horrors they went through in the 60s. And yet, they are not actually addressing the issue that we've brought forward. It's sad, Mr. Speaker. As we've mentioned several times, this is a way to wipe the slate clean and to tell the people of Mirabel, well, look, this federal government wants to start another project while you're still bearing the scars of their former expropriations. And so, at the very least, they could apologize for what happened. And that's what we're trying to discuss here. And yet, once again, these Liberal members seem almost entirely unaware of the expropriations that took place in Mirabel in the 60s. They don't even seem to want to mention the topic. I find that quite sad, and I hope that by the time we finish this debate, I hope that we will at least, after all the speeches today, I hope that Liberal members will at least be able to show some awareness of what happened and support this motion. Because other than the Prime Minister, who led to these expropriations, and perhaps his son, I don't think anyone in Quebec would say this was a good idea. I can't believe this government would consider voting against this motion. The only way they could vote against this motion, in my opinion, would be due to overweening arrogance and pride. Because they, in their minds, well, it was a Liberal government that did this, and clearly Liberal governments never do anything wrong. So we'll just keep sticking our head in the sand. That would be sad, because we have a historic opportunity right now to repair some of these wounds. And I think it would be the right thing to do. And I think we should each consult our own conscience. Mr. Speaker, let me just expand a little bit on what people in Quebec went through, because I think everyone in Quebec really feels what the people of Mirabel went through at the time. So with that in mind, let me touch on what happened at that time. In 1969, in March, the Pierre Elliott Trudeau government announced that they would be seizing 97,000 acres of agricultural land with people living on it, of course. This was in 14 Quebec municipalities. 97,000 acres of arable land. That's bigger than the entire city of Montreal. So they were very ambitious. They had this extremely ambitious vision of their future airport. We realized later, everyone realized, that it made no sense. It was far too large. Nonetheless, they were wildly stubborn, perhaps once again because of pride, because they simply refused to recognize that this was an overly Babylonian ambition that they had. And despite that, they went ahead and 3,000 families on these 97,000 acres were being expropriated. They lost their homes. Those 3,000 families represent more than 10,000 individuals. It's horrifying, and I think everyone in Quebec agrees with me. Today, I think we have an excellent opportunity to try to set things straight. The government could say, we're sorry. We caused a great deal of suffering. We want to rectify what we did. we know that there were all sorts of problems. Lands and homes burned, people were turned out of their homes by the police. And yet, in the end, in 1975, the airport opened. And what's really ironic, Mr. Speaker, 10 years later, in 1985, they realized that they had expropriated too much land. And in fact, 85% of the expropriations ultimately were not needed, and they never have been needed for the airport. So of course, for people in Mirabel who hear the word expropriation, well, they're traumatized. And when they hear this government boasting about modernity and progress, they don't feel good about that at all, because they know that the government expropriated 85% more than they needed to. It doesn't create a sense of trust, especially because this Liberal government is saying there's no need to apologize. And don't worry, they say, it will be different this time. Personally, I don't have any impulse to trust them, and I don't even live in Mirabel. I do not trust this government because they have a paternalistic attitude and can't even recognize its own mistakes. It can't even say sorry. So continuing with the history lesson, it turned out, as I say, in the 80s, that 85% too much had been expropriated. In September 1997, international flights were eliminated. So 20 years after the airport opened, they weren't even offering international flights anymore. People started calling it a white elephant. And this is something that will forever tarnish the history of Quebec, the history of Mirabel, and the history of the Liberal Party. But I'm not done. In October 2004, commercial flights were eliminated from Mirabel Airport. So if you wanted to go to Vancouver or something like that, no, you couldn't take a flight from Mirabel Airport. We're still, also in 2004, they renamed Dorval Airport. They changed the name to Pierre-Elliott Trudeau Airport, even though he was the one who was responsible for the expropriations for the Mirabel Airport, and yet they renamed the other airport after him. What a great example of liberal arrogance. It is very sad to see that after that, on the 50th anniversary, the National Assembly of Quebec made a clear request to the federal government. It asked for an apology. So it's not just the Bloc Québécois that asked for that, but since we are responsible for passing on Quebec's requests here, we also did, and the federal government said no. It's hard to believe, but it's true, and it just shows how this government, and particularly the Liberal government, treats Quebec with a condescending, paternalistic attitude. And then, why is it that they're so shocked that people in Quebec want to leave Canada? They think of themselves as this paternalistic figure who can't possibly make a mistake, and they're shocked that people are upset. And yet, today, they have an opportunity to apologize and stop making the same mistakes once again. And so I would like to offer them opportunity to do something about what they're suggesting here in C-15, where they're trying to take a shortcut on the expropriation standards. This is very alarming. What's even the point of having legislation if the minute you don't like the laws, you just ignore them? That makes no sense. This government needs to seriously consider what it's doing, and I think this is a great time to do that. Thank you. I will now answer questions.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Québec Centre.
The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague and his colleagues and everyone who is talking about the mistakes of the past and who are making excellent points. We have learned from our mistakes. Now there are solid processes with consultations. The colleague said that there are no consultations. But what we should do is encourage our constituents to participate in consultations for this major project. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's interesting about these consultations is that they seem to be taking the form of information sessions. There are information kiosks where information is shared. It seems to be one way, one-sided. Information is given, but it's not really a consultation. The people of Mirabel were not consulted. Meanwhile, most of the route, a big part of the route from Ottawa to Montreal goes through Mirabel. They were expropriated and suffered at the hands of the federal government in '69. They were not consulted. And now they're not being properly consulted either. Now the government has admitted its mistake and they say that they will consult the people of Mirabel, but there are just so many mistakes. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton, Pequèche-Quannock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. The government took people's lands. In my riding, constituents are worried because of the Cowichan decision. Maybe it's not just the government which wants to have the right to expropriate land. How does my colleague feel about current events and these issues are just occurring again and again? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my esteemed colleague for her question. The government always says that it's here for us, to do good things for us. The government says that we should listen to them and trust them. But when we look to the past and we see what Ottawa has done, it's apparent that Ottawa always acts in the best interests of Ottawa. Sometimes people are hundreds or thousands of kilometers away from these places being affected, and they're making decisions here in Ottawa in their offices. They don't go out on the ground to see what people really want and need. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are encouraging everyone to set partisanship aside. The next two speakers will be Quebec Liberal MPs. Does my colleague feel that they will really speak to the motion, or does my colleague feel that they will skirt the real issues? There are 44 Quebec Liberal MPs. If they don't support this, will it not be apparent that they have absolutely no sway in their own party? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, if Quebec Liberal MPs, well, we won't be voting on this today, but when the vote does take place, if Quebec Liberals vote against it, it will be very apparent that Quebec Liberals are not useful in Ottawa, because if Quebec MPs are with the Liberal Party, they won't have any sway, any influence over Quebec issues, over any matters within government. So we'll see just how useful it is to vote for the Liberals. Questions and comments, briefly. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, if you read the motion, it becomes very obvious that no Quebecer could vote against this other than 44 Quebecers. Can my colleague tell us which 44 Quebecers might possibly vote against this? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères, in 25 seconds or less. Well, in 25 seconds, I won't have time to name all 44 ridings, but I hope that those 44 MPs break with party lines, if necessary, in order to stand up for Quebec. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, today I rise with great respect. We are addressing an event which impacted thousands of Quebecers. The Mirabel expropriations tore communities apart, People had to leave their homes, their jobs, their neighbors. People even sometimes had to leave behind parts of their identities. It was a collective trauma. Healing took a long time and is still ongoing. The minister did apologize, but today we need to be able to talk about this event with dignity, in a dignified manner. Now, I'd like to talk about how this event affected me personally. I was born on a farm in Saint-Ours, in a farming community. In 1958, my grandparents, the Potvin bourgeois family, were designated an agricultural or farming family by Quebec. The Préfontaine bourgeois families and other members of my family received that same recognition in 2018. Mine is a story of family, of legacy. I understand what a farm is and the value of a farm. Farms are not just about what they produce. They are stories. They are family history through generations. Our farmers are facing huge challenges: climate change, technological and digital innovation, finding the next generation of workers, family farm takeovers. These are challenges that farmers must deal with, but we need to have this debate responsibly. On the one hand, we can recognize historical injustice and use it to engage in fear-mongering today, or we can learn lessons from the past. We can learn lessons from the past rather than staying stuck in the past. We cannot change what happened in Mirabel in 1969. Together, we have a duty to learn from our lessons and to ensure that this event never reoccurs. That's why there is a Canadian framework for expropriation and major projects. At the time, lands were taken without any prior notice, without giving people any means to appeal that. That is no longer the case. We have a system based on clear, modern principles. There are public consultations, which are mandatory, fair compensation, the ability to appeal. These principles are enshrined in law. The federal law is aligned with Ontario and Quebec's versions. We have legal protection to ensure that there cannot be another event like the event in Mirabel. We need to acknowledge that these protections are part of our modern legal framework and must be thoroughly applied. Consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation are not political slogans. They are mandatory obligations under the law to protect people, farmers, and affected communities. First, meaningful public consultation is a legal obligation. There have to be notices, there have to be structured consultations held early on in the project, and there has to be real opportunity for people to participate meaningfully. This is exactly the process we're following in the high-speed train project. Social license is not a roadblock to get around. It is necessary in the case of any project. We don't want projects to lead to loss of trust in our government. The current legal framework ensures that we maintain people's trust in the government. Also, impact on agricultural land is a major component of project assessment because our agricultural land is very important to our country. So there is an assessment of that. Also, our agricultural land is so important today in the context of protecting our sovereignty. We also have compensation mechanisms. There are independent assessments. There are rights to compensation based on fair market value. Because behind every farm are people. We have these legal mechanisms to guarantee fairness, transparency, and dignity. Now, I'd like to be very clear. Liberal members of the North Shore of Montreal, we are in touch with the mayor, with her team. I had a great conversation about Alto and the consultation process with the mayor just last week. We commit to pursue dialogue. We commit to continuing to work together with partners to ensure that this project works for the people of Montreal and for the Greater Montreal area. We are here for people. We are hearing them. We will work in partnership. Our action plan is already ongoing. We had significant consultations with the Laurentians and several municipalities. The Minister of Transport came to our area to have conversations with local elected officials and partners and the people. We are consulting, we are collaborating, we're working as a team. This is exactly what our constituents expect of us. As members of parliament, we need to consult and take action quickly to meet their needs and address their concerns. We also need to take swift action to capitalize on all economic opportunities. And I look forward to working with the member for Mirabel to make sure that we accomplish that. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, yes, Mirabel is part of our collective memory. It was a historical injustice, but the goal is not to exploit a trauma for political purposes. The real goal is to protect people today and to build a strong future. We have made our choice to build with clear rules. We're building for people. We're building for future generations. We are already there on the ground taking action. I invite the member for Mirabel and all Quebec members for that region to come and work with us. So here is a clear question. When will the Bloc Québécois stop seeking to exploit and capitalize on Mirabel's trauma and choose instead to work with us for Quebec, for the development of our region, the Lower Laurentians, and to do so in a way that respects farmers, constituents, and communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's my question to my colleague across the way, because she's not really addressing the issue now. She acknowledged that it was a mistake in 1969, but she's not really formally apologizing. She's not clear about her government's stance. Elected officials must act as role models. I have two children, age 3 and age 2, and I'm teaching them right now to apologize if they do something wrong. So can my member tell me, what should I tell my daughter about adults who do the wrong thing and then refuse to apologize? Are we setting a good example for children? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Of course, the best way to apologize is to take action on the ground alongside people. That's how we can build trust. That's how we can work with people. We acknowledge the mistakes of the past and the pain that was caused. Of course, we cannot have that reoccur, but it is now 2026. We are ready to hear people, to be present on the ground, to meet their needs for a future project which will benefit the whole region and the whole country. The Honourable Member for Brome, Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Here's my question. We acknowledge the wrongdoing in the past that's been said. Now, what can we do to ensure that constituents feel respected and heard? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague for his question. We are on the ground. We are really there. That's what we can do. We're meeting with the mayors of the area. All Liberal members are really active in meeting with people, meeting with stakeholders, businesses, farmers. We are listening to what they think we should not do, what they think we should do. We are really, truly listening. We are active. We are continuing to be active. There's open dialogue. We support innovative transportation in the region. The high-speed rail project will go forward in that region, and we want that to benefit businesses and people in the riding. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we only have one question that we want answered today, which is as follows. What is there in this motion, in the text of this motion, that would make the colleague vote against it? What in this motion would the colleague vote against? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, at this point, what I have to say is that I acknowledge the harm caused in the past. We will vote on this next week. We will make a decision together, but I feel that we should not capitalize on harms past. The Bloc Québécois needs to be a strong voice at the table. They need to help promote how important this project will be for the region, because we want this project to be done perfectly. There will be so much windfall, so many benefits, but we want to do all that in a way that respects people.
Peace for Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm appreciative of the topic that we're discussing today because I think it highlights liberal arrogance in the fact that they can just choose to build a project in northern, or it's not even that northern, Quebec. And today it's kind of a white elephant. There's not a lot going on, and it was overriding all of the local interests of the time. And so I'm just wondering if the honourable member will acknowledge that the project of Mirabel has been a total disaster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Your question, dear colleagues, and clearly what I mentioned in my speech is what happened is not acceptable. But this has evolved through regulation that has changed. So we have a process now that ensures that the voice of the citizens, the voice of the municipalities are heard, and no decision is made up till now, and we need to listen and consult. And more importantly, we are already on the ground talking to all the stakeholders to make sure that we will have a process and a project that will build our region and build Canada.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that you are giving me to speak about this very important issue. What we have under study are two issues. First, what happened in the past, and second, how we want to act in the future. I would like to address four aspects of these issues. First, public consultations. We should compare the past and the present. The Bloc Québécois, over the past few days, few weeks, has been trying to have us believe that there won't be any public consultation or any environmental studies of the high-speed rail project. Well, I encourage Bloc members to check out Alto's website. Public consultations are underway, Mr. Speaker. It's possible to participate in person. It's possible to participate by video conference or online. They say that the present will be a repeat of the future, that there won't be any public consultations, but that is patently false. As for environmental assessment, well, I'm the Member of Parliament who has been active on the environment file the most in their life. I worked with the Federal Impact Assessment Agency at the Canada Energy and Environment Office. Throughout my life, I have taken part in countless assessment-related activities in Quebec and federally. As Environment Minister, I defended the Impact Assessment Act all the way to the Supreme Court. So if there's any one member who really, truly cares about environmental aspects of the issue, it's me. There will be an environmental impact assessment. In fact, it's already underway to assess the environmental impact of the high-speed rail project. I'm among those who feels that this is an incredible project, economically speaking, job-wise. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this will be positive for the environment. It will help us in our fight against climate change. It will help us significantly bring down GHG emissions because, as you may know, 25% of Canada's GHG emissions come from the transportation sector. This high-speed rail corridor will be active by 2040. There will be 24 million people. This using it, it will be one of the busiest corridors, transport corridors in the world. The Minister of Transport said that, in fact, when it comes to land transportation by car, or, as we often see, there is a lot of air transportation. So this is a great solution, a very important one.
It will help us to reduce air traffic, land traffic, and also reduce GHG emissions. The Minister of Transportation said earlier, well, the former one said in 2019, I'm not sure where the block was back then, but the former Transport Minister, Mr. Garneau, did apologize to those who were expropriated from Mirabel. There was compensation provided, and the Bloc's tactic is an old one politically. We're not inventing anything new. They're trying to distract people. They say this is what happened more than 50 years ago. The government was atrocious, and everyone recognizes this. Even the Minister of Transportation said it here earlier in the House. My colleague did as well. We all know this, but this is not the way to do things, and that's not what we're doing right now. What I would like to hear the Bloc say is whether they agree with this project, because it's really complicated to follow their thinking. They're not really for or against it. On the contrary, that's the Bloc's position. This is one of the most profitable projects in terms of the fight against climate change. It's one of the most effective for transportation in the history of our country, Mr. Speaker. It will benefit thousands of people, hundreds of companies in Quebec and elsewhere in the country in Bloc ridings, I also would like to say. I find this incredible that the Bloc is creating confusion about this project, even though they could be constructive in this. I don't understand the Bloc's position, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker. I am perplexed and very disappointed to see this fear-mongering that the Bloc is waging. They could be working with municipalities and countries and farmers, companies and farmers. They talk a lot about farmers. And when I was at Equiterre, I co-founded it, and sustainable farming was one of our pillars. We had a program for many years where we had family farm programs. There were more 100 farms and 50,000 people involved. And we protected lands, and we brought cases forward to the Commission of Farm Land Protection. So this is an issue very close to my heart. And of course, we want to minimize the impact that this project will have. Even if it's a good project, it will have an impact, of course, partly on farmland. But discussions are already underway. Yes, we want to accelerate the timetable. There's nothing hidden about that. There's no doubt. Why do we want to accelerate this timetable? I am amongst those who thinks that we can have good public consultations. We've already started them. We can do good environmental impact assessments without it taking a decade. And I was the Minister of the Environment, so I know very well what I'm talking about. The current process that is being proposed can work if everyone works together, which doesn't seem to be the case of the Bloc to date. So for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I am very much in favor of the high-speed rail project, and we did recognize the mistakes of the past in terms of the Mirabel expropriations. We're talking about just a small part of the land that is going to be used for the high-speed rail project. It's not 1% or 0.5%. It's even much less than that. Yet the Bloc is waging this fear campaign and with farmers, and I find this deplorable. So I would invite the Bloc to do like us. Of course, we have to learn from our past, and that's what we're doing, but we have to look toward the future. And on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are resolutely focused on the future with one of these projects that will be one of the most important and profitable in the history of our country. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are for the high-speed rail project, just so the Minister can be aware of this. The question is being asked today. Well, I'd like the Minister to explain. Oh, the former Minister, rather. I'd like him to explain, the member across the way to explain, when you read the motion, how we're creating confusion. We're asking for an official apology from the government, which has never been done. We're asking the government to recognize the collective trauma that was caused to the population when there was the expropriations in 1969. And we ask them to not repeat such actions and to ensure that there is proper consultation, social license, and compensation, which the government seems ready to do. So I'd like him to explain how we're creating confusion with such wording. What's wrong here? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc would like us to believe that everything they say about this high-speed rail project is included in today's motion. This is far from the case. There have been a lot of public comments on social media complaining about several representatives of the Bloc who are talking about the high-speed rail project like the end of the world, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to say that today it's only on this particular part, but the Bloc's action in recent weeks about this project is showing the opposite of a healthy and constructive debate to advance this project. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech about the importance of this project. Given the suggestion he's making, how can we work together to encourage people to participate in the consultation process rather than saying there's no consultations, it's not even worth giving your opinion? Rather than discouraging people from giving their opinions, how does he think we can encourage people collectively, encourage all Quebecers to participate in this major project? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As I was saying during my speech a bit earlier, consultations have already started on January 15th, and they're going to continue until the beginning of March. There are different ways to participate in the consultations, and members on this side of the House who represent the government have committed, and we've already started to discuss this with stakeholders on the municipal level and in the agricultural sector and everyday Canadians about the importance of this project. The Minister of Transportation said it earlier today. The objective of these consultations is trying to find the best path possible so we can have a high-speed train, and also to address concerns from the people in terms of lands, farmers, municipalities. For example, where we're going to put the stations. Can we minimize the impact? This is the objective of these consultations that we've already started, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would invite my colleague to stick to the truth. I'd like him to say which of our members said the high-speed train was the end of the world, and did we see the end of the world in 1969 in Mirabel? That's what they saw. And what we're talking about today is precautionary. We're not sounding the alarm. We're not saying this is a bad project. We're just, if you look at what we're proposing, they're talking about these semi-consultations, but we have, as elected officials, a duty to protect our population. That's what we're doing. We want to protect our people. So I would ask the member to recognize this, to accept that the government should apologize. Some of them recognize the motion without saying they're going to apologize. In the future, we can work and move forward, but they should apologize. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, once again, we see very well how the Bloc is proceeding here. They're talking about semi-consultations. The member, how many consultations did he participate in for impact impact assessments. Did he call them semi-consultations then? You can participate in person, via video conference, online. It's a really good way to conduct consultations. But once again, the Bloc is trying to scare people and saying, look what happened in 1969. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll start my speech by reassuring my colleague across the way, by saying I've already participated in consultations, and I'd like to send out our message to Canadians who are listening. You can participate in consultations and to have an important impact on projects as a simple citizen. And that's what I did in my region when there was a public meeting that was going about one of our water sources for drinking water. So when they say they don't know what they're talking about, well, they have to be careful when we're talking about our colleagues here. We are all equal elected officials, and we need to be careful when we make such comments. Now, what we're asking today is for the government to apologize, and this has never happened. I'm hearing all sorts of things that don't make sense, saying we want to live in the past, that we weren't trying to scare people. No, that's not what we're doing. We looked at the beginning of this project, particularly in the region of Mirabel, and that the route was changed recently and notices for consultations. And what I heard about them is that it looked like more like an information session, and they talked about how nice their project was, and they want to make sure that people's concerns are being taken into account and that the law is being enforced. And I'd like to thank the member for Thérèse de Blainville. She did go into detail, and that's exactly what we want. We want laws to be respected, but we are concerned. Why? Why are we talking about Mirabel? Because an apology was never made. Also in Berthier-Masquinongé, the train's going to go there as well, and I'm concerned for my people. They're saying it's such a good project for everyone. Why are you concerned? Well, people in my riding, well, it's a rural riding. We don't have a city nearby, and the train's going to go through our area. I'm not saying there won't be gains, but as Bloc has always said, that this is a high-speed project that is structural, that will be positive, but we have to do the work properly. That's what we're saying. We need to work properly by respecting people. And what we're seeing, and I think they're saying they don't know what an environmental impact process is, but we do have corridors that are very wide. We're talking about kilometers. Do we need 60 meters of width to have a high-speed train? People are telling me the Bloc is using this as a political tool. No. We have been directly contacted. And I'll say it for my colleague across the way. On February 19th, I'll be in Trois-Rivières and Berthierville, and I know that there'll be people, particularly farmers, who will be there and who will protest, who are opposed to this project because they're afraid. It was presented quickly, and they want to accelerate it, and they're going to roll out this big project. And then they voted in C5 last spring. That gives the government the power to say that it will be a major structural project for the future, so they're going to skirt legislation. And that's what's creating fear. And they're also studying C15. And I forgot to set my time. I'll count on you, Mr. Speaker, to give me a sign from time to time. But C15, we're studying it right now at the Finance Committee. And C15 will give the government exaggerated powers. We have spoken out against this. On page 300 of a several hundred-page document, we need to be honest and work in good faith. Well, come on. How can we really work in good faith? And when we look at this, they say we're going to alter powers through this legislation. And Article 98, according to the interpretation that we have right now, it doesn't reassure us. The government could skirt the Canadian Transport Office And there is a government member that confessed that it would avoid the cabinet from having been contradicted by the office. So we read this legislation. We do read these bills. And I will be sharing my time with the member of Jonquière. I don't have my watch out. When you hear things, you want to react, and sometimes you get emotional. But imagine how emotional it was for the people. We've talked a lot about the people of Mirabel, children who saw their fathers cry at the kitchen table. It's really something. People had to get up, and people lost their homes, their land, and even their countryside. Paul Pichet said that. There's a human aspect to this issue, and we're not using this as a political tactic or anything. When we see these projects come up and we see this government being under the influence of private companies, they want to move quickly, and they don't really seem to be taking seriously the work of Parliament. They seem to even look down on it, and they don't seem to like the work of Parliament, I'll say. So our work is to ensure that legislation is respected. And when the member for Thérèse de Blainville said earlier, and I was sincere when I said I liked what she had to say, yes, this is under the law. She said, we want to make sure that the law will be enforced. And with C-15, we see many threats. It's still being studied, Mr. Speaker, but we are concerned that the official opposition approve this, and we want to take precautions and amend the legislation. That's what's going on. Impact studies and selective studies. We want to limit the right to contest. Why? Why would we have 60 meters width? We had to give back 95% of the land around Mirabel. We don't want to avoid this situation again. And my Liberal colleagues, well, I always act in good faith. I'm not perfect, but I try to always act in good faith. And I look at our motion, and the government could apologize for the expropriations. They had to give back 95% of the land. People had to rent for many years. I don't want people in my riding to go through this. The dairy farmers spoke to me recently, and they said, Eve, I looked at the line. We're panicked. It's going to go through in front of my balcony. I'm not trying to scare anyone. It's just a citizen who spoke to me, who told me this. I often tell my colleagues and employees, you're too sensitive for this job, as a joke. Maybe I am too sensitive for this job, but I don't understand how a government doesn't have enough class to say that what happened in 1969 and to recognize it as a mistake and give an apology. It's a collective trauma, and all of these words, Mr. Speaker, all of the content of our motion, I have heard them being spoken by government members of Parliament since this morning. I can find a quote for each of them and put a name to it, and I'd like to thank them. But what I don't understand is that they can't convince their caucus colleagues next week and say that this block motion isn't dangerous. They just want the government to do things properly and to commit to this. And where's the problem here? The problem is that they want to say, yeah, don't worry, but then at the end of the day, well, they say trust us, but look at 1969. Now it's 2026. They still haven't apologized. So when they were saying, I live in the past, the government still hasn't apologized. We have to recognize the mistakes of the past so we can move forward positively in the future. But I think the people of Mirabel deserve this. I think the people of Berthier-Masquinongé, who will be affected by this project, deserve things to be done properly and to ensure that their rights will be respected and that there's a true right to contest. And I encourage my colleague to speak to his other colleagues to convince them of this.
Comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. I'd like to thank my colleague. On this side of the House, it is very clear that with our cabinet, we are being very active with this whole project to offer solutions. And I would just say that it's completely legitimate to listen to the public, to hear about all the steps, what is being done, what the mechanisms will be. These questions are normal, and we want to hear from them. But when people come to see us, it's not right to say to them, yes, you're right to be afraid. On the contrary, we should reassure them that this is a carefully thought out process. So why did my colleague's party vote against the funding for the project? I'd just like to remind the Parliamentary Secretary to only use you to refer to the Speaker. Oh, well, it does happen to me as well. I also make that mistake sometimes. And indeed, this is a good example of how it's quite easy to recognize when you made a mistake and just say sorry. It's a good example. Well, it's time to help the people of Mirabel heal their wounds and to move forward. We've spoken about the various mechanisms to protect people and to give them a chance. Again, we need to be able to tell people that we've received a commitment from the government to have their rights respected and that the government should work with us on C-15 to not repeal these rights. It's not that we're telling people that they're right to be afraid. We're saying that actually we're afraid. We're worried when we see these omnibus bills. We're worried that the government is trying to skip over important rights and stages. We want to be constructive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for his really important testimony. He mentioned that there's talk about distrusting government, and I'm hearing that a lot too. And there are issues, and what happened in Mirabel is terrible. There are issues with private property across the country right now that are not being addressed, even in my province of British Columbia. My question is, why do you think that the people of Canada or residents have a distrust for this current government?
Just a reminder to the member, when using the you, it's through the speaker. I will not explain what I am thinking. Mais je vais inviter le député de Berthier.
I invite the member for Berthier-Masquinongé to tell us what he thinks. Thank you. I appreciate your speakership. I'd like to thank our colleague for the question. Indeed, that is what this is about. What we're doing today is talking about history. We're talking about the why of all this. What we want to do is to be able to heal these wounds so that later we'll be able to trust the government. So what I'm asking the government to do is to commit to respecting people, because if the government refuses to respect the people of Quebec, the Bloc Québécois will stand in your way, and I don't think that's what the government wants if it really wants to cooperate. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion calls on the government to show respect for the people of Mirabel. And when I hear the member for Saint-Laurier, Saint-Marie to a mere Bloc Québécois tactic, I've known him for a long time. And I would say that this cynicism that he's showing is causing him to age very poorly in politics, and it's not something that does him any credit. This is not something we can simply leave in the past. To vote yes to this motion means we can help the people of Mirabel turn towards the future instead of the past. The Honourable Member. I think my colleague from Montcalm has summed this up really well. Members across the way can say anything they want and try to demonize what we're doing, but we are actually working to support the future. But in order to have a good future, you need to actually understand the past and to repair the wrongs of the past. And that's why we need the government to apologize. And then people will be able to trust the government more. That's all we want. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I've been listening to the debate since this morning, and I see that the government is trying to claim that we're living in the past and we're just trying to scare people. So let me instead correct that and clarify what our intentions are. I want to clarify what's going on. Let me, first of all, return to the wording of the motion. It's very clear. It says that the House call on the government to apologize to those whose land was expropriated in Mirabel, to acknowledge the collective trauma these expropriations caused for those who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods, and to urge the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation, and to learn from its mistakes. So, looking at our motion, it reminded me of what the Prime Minister did in his Davos speech. He's a man of culture. In his Davos speech, he referred to an author I greatly admire, Václav Havel. The idea that truth is extremely important. I'd like to invite the Liberals to recognize that indeed the phrase living in truth, as Václav Havel said, is extremely important. And now, on a philosophical note, Vladimir Jankelevich, in my opinion, he was the philosopher who offered a probing analysis of apologies and forgiveness. And he draws a distinction there. He says that forgiveness, or apologies rather, means that you recognize the gravity of your offense. And with this motion, we're asking the government to recognize the seriousness of the offense that was committed against the residents of Mirabel. And so asking for this pardon versus simply making an excuse, according once again to Jankelevich, well, if you're simply trying to use an excuse, it means you're simply trying to minimize what you did. And we've seen that from some of our friends in the government. But that's not good enough today, even though we might forgive them sometimes for that. So we don't want to simply minimize our responsibility for what is done. We can't just try to minimize what we did and try to brush it under the rug. What we're saying here is that the government acted in a way that was inappropriate, and it needs to take responsibility for what it did. That's the nature of taking responsibility for your mistakes. So we're asking the government to recognize the wrongs that it committed and to aim to not repeat these mistakes in the future. Because the exercise that the Bloc Québécois is trying to carry out today is to try to get the government to reflect on its responsibility for certain mistakes. It's something that the government doesn't do very often. We want the government to recognize that it's not appropriate to once again cause new problems in Mirabel just because we're going through a difficult moment and this might be good for our economy. And we know that there's a real danger that this will happen again, because with C5 and C15, the government is trying to shrug off the responsibility that it owes people on the pretext that it's because of the tariff crisis. Once again, in C5 and C15, this rhetoric is being used. Oh, this is a major project. We're going to build a new Canada. And the government is using this rhetoric to justify democratic backsliding, and there's no guarantee of results. In June, the Bloc Québécois strongly opposed Bill C5, which would enable the government to allow major project promoters to not have to respect some legislation. And with C15, the government is going even further. We, for example, see on page 300, well hidden in this lengthy bill, that there's an amendment of the red tape reduction bill that was adopted under under Stephen Harper. The government here, with this amendment, would give ministers the power over 3 years to enable any business to not have to consider any federal law except the criminal code. And what it says in here is that any minister can make order for conditions that they believe are reasonable and for a period of at most 3 years. The minister can exempt any entity from the application of any provision of federal legislation other than the criminal code. And so we see what that means. The government is telling us that these exemptions will facilitate projects, but actually, I am not so sure about that. It will actually enable any business to be above the law. And that brings me back to the case of what happened in Mirabel and what we can learn from that. Trying to rush ahead, like we see here with C5 and C15, while ignoring everything we know about government responsibility, we can see what that means. We can see it's going to lead to a disaster. We've often heard the saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I'll give an example of this very inconsistent behavior. The government presented a plan for oil and gas infrastructure. And that infrastructure was supposed to help us get out of the tariff crisis. And I will perhaps not even mention the issues that came up regarding British Columbia, which didn't even know about the agreement between the federal government and Alberta, even though the infrastructure was going to pass through British Columbia. But I won't even mention that. But the government is continuing to claim that this will help us with the tariff crisis. But what actually happens here, who is this actually going to benefit? Creating more oil and gas infrastructure. Well, the biggest players in the sector belong mostly to American interests. So, what this means is that actually American businesses are going to benefit from this. That's what the government is doing. Who has benefited the most in Canada from all of these investments? It's actually the oil and gas sector. 60% of this money ends up going to American pockets. And that's what they're trying to force on our throats today as well, not respecting environmental standards. Again, we're going to see infrastructure projects here that are very similar to what we saw with Mirabel. Infrastructure projects that will actually benefit the Americans on the pretext of doing something about the tariff crisis. Mr. Speaker, whenever the government tries to rush things through like this, it ends up causing problems. We saw that with the Mirabel crisis, and today we want the government to take responsibility for what it's done, to apologize to the people of Mirabel, and that it commit to not creating this problem once more. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can the government of Canada ensure that the mistakes of 1969 no longer happen again? Never happen again. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, the government can start by apologizing. And if it doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, I would invite my colleagues to listen to my speech. The government, if it doesn't want to reproduce the same mistakes, shouldn't be passing this legislation. Because with C5 and 15, it is really laying the groundwork to reproduce those same mistakes once again. I would encourage my colleague to speak to her party colleagues.
Bridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important issue and topic for the people of Mirabel. We're talking about families that have farmed their land for generations and generations and generations and passed it on down. It's important for Mirabel, it's important for Quebec, and it's important for Canada. I can't think of a reason why the government wouldn't want to simply give them an apology so the good people of Mirabel can have final closure of this. It was a Canadian Conservative Prime Minister, both of them, Stephen Harper and Brian Mulroney, that returned that land back to the people of Mirabel. Why won't this government give some closure and apologize to the people of Mirabel and the people of Quebec?
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Mon collègue a tout à fait raison.
My colleague is entirely right. At the beginning of my speech, I was talking about the PM's speech where he mentioned Václav Havel and his quote, living in truth. Well, if the government wants to live in truth, it needs to recognize what it did. It needs to apologize to the people of Mirabel. Clearly, instead, it is acting in order to protect its image and act in its personal interests. Instead, my Liberal colleagues should consider what the moral path is. What would a good legislator do? It's very clear that the right thing to do is to apologize. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to apologize to my colleague for Jonquière for everything that has happened between us in the past. I hope he will be magnanimous enough to forgive me, even though he brought it up during his speech. Now, regarding the Liberal members from Quebec, if they vote against this motion, what does my colleague think that means about the level of influence they have within the government caucus? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. That's a great question. And what would it mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that if they vote against, it would mean that those people don't recognize the injury that was committed towards the people of Mirabel in 1969, and not only they don't recognize what happened, but they're not prepared to apologize. So it means that when it came to examining their conscience, it seems like they came up empty, and they're willing to go ahead with this just because there are claims that it's going to promote economic development according to this government. It would be very unfortunate. So I'm looking forward to see which way my Liberal colleagues end up voting. Will they apologize to the people of Mirabel? Or will they prefer to toe the party line no matter what? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, in the High-Speed Rail Act, many provisions are actually aligned with Quebec legislation on expropriation. Does the Bloc Québécois support that provincial legislation? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. These are two unrelated topics. I would invite my colleague to recognize the facts. My colleague should simply recognize the facts, reread the motion, and speak to the motion. Does he believe that irreparable harm was committed against the people of Mirabel? If he believes that, he should convince his colleagues to vote for the motion, which will be a form of reparations. And if he believes that no irreparable harm was done to the people of Mirabel, I would invite him to look back once more at the historical record and to see what happened in 1969. Those are his two options. Either he toes the party line in order to burnish his reputation among his colleagues, or he could vote for a motion and respect the people of Mirabel.
Député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great respect for families and communities affected by the Mirabel expropriations. As many here know, that my riding is Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, and I've been living in the lower St. Lawrence area for a while, for a few years now. But my riding is just south of Mirabel. I've always worked in the lower Laurentians. I've raised my family there. I have relationships with so many people in the area. This file is not abstract to me. It's meaningful. This file is about so many people and their memories, their lives. What happened in 1969 had a huge impact on thousands of people who lost their communities, their lands. Often they did not even understand what was going on, and they had no way of defending themselves. My father had stables at the time. We lived in Laval. That was back at the time when the expropriations happened. My dad brought me to Mirabel to buy farm equipment in Saint-Scholastique. The situation was shockingly sad. I still remember it. All the land was empty. The stables were empty. That's just one memory I have from when I was a young girl. For countless people, the memory is deep. The pain is still felt. It's also an intergenerational trauma. It's important to talk about it with humility. I ran in 4 elections. I ran 4 times, and when I go door knocking, I did some door knocking in Mirabel because it's not just Mirabel. It used to be Saint-Scholastique, Saint-Janvier. 5 towns were put together. I've been door to door in Saint-Eustache, and I still meet with people whose lands were expropriated. So it's not about seeking an apology. It's about acknowledging the mistakes of the past and committing to do better. Since that event, our laws have changed, our way of doing things, how we work, how we communicate with communities, all of that has changed. Today, we are no longer able to impose a bill or a project without consultation. We have a duty to be transparent and to consult. And honestly, that's a good thing. The high-speed rail project is an important one for our country. Mr. Speaker, did you know that the first segment of the route will be built between Montreal and Ottawa? There will be 25 trains a day. Now, to take the train from Toronto to Montreal, it'll be 3 hours. And Montreal to Ottawa, that'll take just 1 hour, and Montreal to Quebec City will take an hour and a half. We need a width of 60 kilometers, and the full route will be about 1,000 kilometers. This will, at the end of the day, bring down GHG emissions by 100,000 tons. That is significant. We want to reduce our GHG emissions. Also, 92% of Ontarians and Quebecers support this project. That goes for Ontarians and Quebecers. Ontario and Quebec obviously support the project, and the mayors of Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal, and Laval support the project. The first round of consultations is currently underway. Today, in Saint-Eustache, one of the 4 towns in my riding, there will be consultations just today, this afternoon, and this evening. So for anyone from Saint-Eustache who's tuning in, show up at the consultations, hear what's being suggested, ask your questions. Now is the time to do so. This bill will create jobs. 55,000 jobs. Did you know that? Also, this project will use our materials, our aluminum, for instance. Quebec, Trois-Rivières, Montreal, Ottawa, and Toronto will be along the route. It will bring our cities closer together. The project will increase our mobility. It will also help our economy. There will also be very positive effects for the environment. This project is a huge project for this generation. It will be such a privilege to take the train from Quebec City to Toronto. I hope I'll be able to do that in my lifetime. But in order to succeed, we must proceed respectfully. That's what is in the legislation. The legislation makes consultations mandatory. Also, it prefers voluntary action. In the law, there is fair compensation and recognition of communities' rights. People are at the very heart of the process in this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I understand people's worries and concerns. I understand that there can be distrust. When we experience an injustice, we become more vigilant, more attentive. That's only natural. What the people of Mirabel experienced is unacceptable, but today we have the tools to do things differently. We've learned from the past. We have strengthened our legislation since then. We have also changed our culture. We're no longer in the 60s or 70s. Today's Canada listens more, consults more, and has more respect. In my riding, people tell me two things. They tell me that they want their history to be respected, and they tell me that they want their children to have a good future. People want jobs, good jobs. They want modern infrastructure. They want efficient services and responsible development. They want us to make progress without forgetting our past. Mr. Speaker, this debate should not pit us against each other. Rather, it should unite us. It should unite us around a common goal: to build a major project without repeating the mistakes of the past, based on the idea that we can be ambitious but also have empathy. We can build big while listening to people. We can invest in the future without harming our communities. I strongly believe in this. This legislation gives us the ability to build projects successfully, to protect Canadians, and to have respect. In conclusion, to all families in Mirabel and also to families in Mille-Îles, your history matters, your voice matters, your experience guides us. We're working to build a modern, fair country where we all stand in solidarity with each other. We can do all of that, Mr. Speaker, and we should do it together, all together. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way explained how excited she is about the Alto high-speed rail project. But I'm not clear on her stance on today's motion. What we're calling out here is that the fact that the people of Mirabel were not consulted in the first round of consultations. C-15 would make things very quick. It would accelerate processes beyond our normal way of doing things. What we are debating today is a formal apology to the people of Mirabel. She acknowledged that what was done was wrong. So how would apologizing to the people of Mirabel for what happened go against the high-speed train project? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. As I said in my speech, the laws have changed since 1969. We are no longer in the same situation in the same Canada. There have to be consultations, there have to be prior notices issued, and in the 60-meter corridor, and those who live near it, there will be announcements, there will be agreements, there will be consultations. This is a major project which will connect Canadians because the majority of Canadians live near the border in the corridor between Quebec City and Windsor. This will help us lower our GHG emissions from the transportation sector. This will also increase tourism. So economically, there will be a lot of benefits. People will be able to travel to these cities and have a great time.
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member references the laws being changed, the consultations and so forth. That's not the motion before us today. If the member opposite in the Liberal Party really believes that an injustice was done in the past, the motion before us today is to simply say, I'm sorry, I apologize. Not just the government, but all of us parliamentarians here. To bring an apology forth that will bring closure to the people of Mirabel, the people of the region, the people of Quebec, and indeed all of Canada, is not directly related to consultations and discussions and the merits of building the high-speed rail. It's an apology that is required to bring closure.
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, have you ever been to Mirabel? Have you ever talked to people in Mirabel? Do you know what intergenerational trauma is? Well, I've talked to many of them. This motion acknowledges the injustice. Also, those whose lands were expropriated, the lands were given back. And then around the airport, some land is rented. A reminder to the member to speak through the chair. Have I been to Mirabel? Yes. In fact, when I arrived in Canada, I arrived at the airport. The Honourable Member, I thank the colleague for speaking so wisely, sensibly, logically. We all here today agree that the people of Mirabel went through a trauma. The trauma was acknowledged by Minister Garneau just a few years ago. Now it is 2026. As the member said, we know how to do things better. What would the member suggest to all members of this place and to bloc members as to how we can encourage people to participate in the high-speed rail project? The Honourable Member for Mille-Îles, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. What we need to do is participate, get involved. We need to attend consultations. We need to seek out accurate information. We should not share things that we haven't even verified ourselves. That's the wrong thing to do. I encourage everyone to take a look at the Alto website. There have been consultations. There will be consultations in about 100 communities, so I really suggest that everyone participate in consultations. We have time for a very quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, your colleague explained that she experienced a bit of trauma. Her father brought her to the area to visit those lands, and she seems to have a lot of compassion. Compassion and respect were just as important in 1969. Does the colleague apologize on behalf of her government for what occurred in 1969? Does she commit to not doing the same thing again? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles in under 20 seconds, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. That riding is north of Mirabel, so he's also very aware of the situation. He is a lawyer. If I tell him that the laws have changed, that expropriation laws have changed, he should be able to understand that things are different now. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be here today to speak to legislation, generational legislation that will benefit my children and grandchildren. I'd like to talk to you about the City of Quebec and its strategic location in North America. In Quebec City, we're already changing how we get around, how we travel, and this project is an important cornerstone, a milestone in urban transportation. Quebec City cannot think only within its borders. A provincial capital these days must be well connected to the rest of the province and to the rest of Canada, and this is where the high-speed rail project becomes essential. Quebec City is the gateway, the door to Eastern Canada, and will also be the last stop along the route. Quebec City will be a very important spot along the new route. It will be important for students who want to travel from and to our region. This will be a launching point for entrepreneurs, for investors. This will be somewhere where grandparents can come to reunite with their grandchildren. Quebec City will be a spot for families to gather. Quebec City is a very important spot for business, academia, and just living in Quebec and in Canada. Quebec City has long supported this idea, this project, in order to have better rail service. In 2020, I was president of the Chamber of Commerce. We did a survey, and it was very clear. over 94% of people wanted a major project. That survey gave us a clear, strong message. People want long-lasting, efficient, sustainable projects. They want Quebec City to be one of the major players in urban transportation. High-speed rail means frequency, reliability, and speed. For too long, interregional transportation has been moving backwards faster than forwards. Currently, rail transportation between our major cities does not meet the needs of an active, forward-looking people that Canadians are. The Quebec-Toronto-Montreal corridor is incredibly strategic, so the current situation is unacceptable. Meanwhile, the needs are substantial. Workers need mobility. Students must be able to study and then go back to their regions. Business should have fast transportation. Too often, people's transportation options are limited to air or car travel. We need reliable, high-performing transit and transportation. There's been an issue with Via Rail's punctuality. It's been an issue increasingly over the years for Canadians, and that includes the people of Beauport-Limoilou. We all know someone who has been late to a meeting because the Via Rail train was late. Just in the first trimester of 2024, the reported punctuality was not high enough, and some segments between Toronto and Montreal had a punctuality rating of less than 20% punctuality. So this underscores how urgent it is to address the structural issues of late trains. We need to modernize the network. We need to invest in passenger rail service. If we want to offer Canadians a reliable, efficient transportation system worthy of the 21st century, then we must learn the lessons of the past years and the mistakes and then take action with those lessons in mind. There's also a fundamental basic truth that we can't ignore, and that is the environment. The transportation sector is one of the main emitters of GHG emissions. And if we want to take action, we need to lower our carbon footprint. We need to make responsible choices for future generations. We need an electric, high-performing, reliable train system that will help us meet our goals environmentally, but also help us with economic growth. Mr. Speaker, what took place in Mirabel in the 1960s and allowed Canada to radically overhaul its expropriation system. Now, expropriation is governed by clear requirements. There are clear, very serious requirements. There have to be public consultations right from the get-go. There has to be fair and transparent compensation. There's mandatory prior notice and, of course, the ability to challenge or appeal decisions. In that spirit, we today support the matter because we have strong principles in Canadian legislation. So in the case of expropriation, consultations are mandatory. It's also essential to consult and respect impacted communities. The rail project will be no different. There will be consultations through the Impact Assessment Act. There will also be prior consultations with landowners in a clear, transparent, and thorough process following Quebec's and Ontario's laws. What are the next steps for Canadians? Well, in the past, there was no mandatory prior notice period. Now there are mandatory prior notices which must be issued before any expropriation. In the past, the federal government went ahead without consulting Quebec. Now we make decisions in consultation with provinces respecting provincial laws. Previously, Indigenous peoples were not consulted. They did not have to be consulted, but now we have the ONDRI, and it is mandatory to consult Indigenous peoples. The high-speed rail could not be built without these protections. We will not build this project at the expense of landowners or anyone. This project will be for Canadians, not against them. This will lead to up to 60,000 jobs, 35 million in windfall, and this will be majorly helpful for the construction industry, the lumber, and the steel industries. Now, let's talk numbers. I'm from Quebec, and I lived through the Quebec tramway debate.
In 2021, the Quebec City's Auditor General sounded the alarm. Every year of delay in the Quebec City tramway resulted in roughly 100 million in additional costs, 100 million per year, simply because decisions were delayed and because deadlines are slipping, and then an uncertainty sets in. And these delays have consequences. They contributed to an explosion in overall costs for this project, and originally between 2018 and 2019, the project was estimated to cost between $3 billion and $4 billion, and these aren't abstract costs. We're talking about billions of dollars and choices that have a direct impact of the government to invest elsewhere in housing and other services for citizens. Recognizing the past and learning the lessons from the past, building the future with respect and responsibility, that's what this bill does, and that's why we must support it. This bill asks a simple question: what role do we want to play in the Quebec and Canada of tomorrow? We want to be focused on the future and encourage talent, opportunities, and ideas. The high-speed train allows Quebec to be a starting and end spot. This is an investment in our prosperity, a strong move to build a lasting, more connected future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about this vision for the 21st century. The airport in Mirabel was a vision for the 20th century. And I would ask him, because after Mirabel, there was the Expropriation Act, but I would ask him to go back and look at C-15, which suspends what he is referring to ensure that the process is conducted in respecting people. So I would ask him to go back and reread C-15, and then we're always in favor of a vision for the future, but the motion, will he vote for or against it to ensure that the people of Mirabel, we need to give the member the chance to answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. C-15, I did read it. The idea is not to get rid of legislation or regulations. It's to accelerate projects. Look at the big maritime corridors. And now we're talking about a corridor that will take 4 years instead of 8. Look at just the Quebec tramway. It was supposed to cost $750, and now it costs 18 times more that the taxpayers will have to pay. Just between 2018 and 2026. Now we're talking about 4 times the cost. So what we want to do is to reduce costs, and we're bringing it down from 8 years to 4 years while still respecting provincial legislation. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear my colleague speak about the Quebec tram. In the last election, they were elected saying that they were in favor of the tramway. We said we wouldn't put a cent into it. And now they're looking at $13 billion in an investment, and there's nothing set out in the budget for it. And this will have an impact on public transit. Can the colleague give us more information about the Quebec tramway? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague in a neighboring riding. I'm disappointing that we've learned that it'll cost $13 billion. We know it made headlines in Quebec. It's a really, well, now we're up to $13 billion. And if we wait longer, it'll cost even more. But here today, we're debating a motion that talks about the high-speed train. And we know it's important. We have to look to the future with a reliable and quick project that is effective. People in Quebec City want to be connected outside of Quebec and with Montreal and also with Toronto. We're talking about business people who will be able to do business in Toronto and Quebec easier and bring back investment to Quebec. It'll be good for my riding and for my colleagues' riding. That's what's important today. We have to ensure that we don't have unnecessary expenses and have reasonable costs. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to know, in his opinion, how much time does it take to go from Quebec City to Ottawa by car versus by high-speed train? And I'd like to remind us how constituents can participate in this project. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I make this trip every week by car in the summer. It takes 4.5 hours. It can take 6.5 hours in the winter. In the train, we know when we leave, but we never know when we're going to arrive right now. But for people, the high-speed train would be a major change for me and my family. Right now, I have to leave really early because of the roads and then come back even later. So I know I have young children. So when I was writing my speech, well, I see the importance as a grandparent as well. So in terms of people, there are public consultations on Alto's website. Consult this. Give your opinion. Show up to public consultations. Your opinion is important. We want to hear what you have to say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, first, I'd like to reassure everyone. I know several bloc members did this, and I will as well. We are happy with the high-speed train. Is that clear? We asked for it. We have for some years. We were waiting for it. We've defended it, and now it's here. We're happy to have it. Thank you. Nevertheless, let's go back quickly over history. In 1969, the federal government of Pierre Elliott Trudeau decided to expropriate 97 acres of land to build the Mirabel Airport. Well, 97,000 acres, I wasn't even sure what that represented. It's 4 million and some square feet. I also had a hard time imagining that, so I did a calculation. It's 74 football fields. And it's quite a large surface. But Pierre Elliott Trudeau announced in 1969, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, and residents of Mirabel, we need your land. It's in the public interest. So people, my colleague for Rivière-des-Mille said earlier, people cried. Children cried to see their fathers cry. It was a tragedy, Mr. Speaker. These people ran farms, and they received a notice in the mail. Sorry, you have to leave. Mr. Trudeau decided to take your land. That happened in 1969. I'll save you the details of this saga and what happened after. People challenged this. They challenged these expropriations. The federal government said, no, we're right. There was debates. And then people were compensated for an amount, which was obviously not enough to buy another land or a home. Far from it. But that was in 1969. In 1985, the federal government said, oops, I think we made a mistake. We took too much land. So they decided to give back some of the land. That's what was announced at the time. Mr. Speaker, there was no land given back at that time. There was resales, and we told people, we'll give you back your land, but you have to pay such and such amount. People didn't have the money to pay for this, and the compensation they received earlier wasn't enough. So some mortgaged the land, others couldn't pay for it. But It wasn't just small amounts. They said they made a mistake. They expropriated a little bit more than they had to, and we'll put it on the market. No. 85% of the football fields that I talked about weren't needed, and the federal government admitted it 15 years later. They kicked everyone off this land, and then 15 years later they said they made a mistake. And so this is also a tragedy. It was a tragedy to see then that the Mirabel airport that forced everyone to leave their land for the public good, and you're participating in the history of Quebec and Canada. They took their land, but you're going to be pioneers and heroes. And so we're going to build the best, most amazing airport in the world. Well, what happened? In 2004, they said, well, we also made a mistake on that. The airport, well, we didn't really need it. We're closing it. We're closing it. So what do they do with these flights? We put them in Dorval. And then they said, we're also going to add insult to injury and name the airport the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport. You couldn't have done better to laugh in their faces. I don't know who decided to do this. It was very mean. It was a slap in the face for the people of Mirabel. And that was from the federal government. I don't need to explain this. In 35 years, they expropriated these people. Then they sold back 85% of the land, and then they closed the airport. In 35 years, they spent billions of dollars from our pockets to build this airport and then to compensate people who were expropriated without reason. And then they demolished the airport that we had to pay billions for. This was a very expensive foray. It also cost a lot for families and social ties. And then, surprisingly, people in Mirabel remained traumatized. They're saying, well, they're overly sensitive. Go back and listen to the testimony we heard. Earlier, my Liberal colleagues were saying, well, they recognize this. They realized it didn't make sense, and we don't want to repeat this. I'm happy to hear that. The member from Mille was even talking about trauma. Well, these people also realized that this didn't make sense. It was savage. That's reassuring, but if you look at the Bloc's motion, it's simple. We're not talking about the high-speed train. We're saying, ask the government to apologize. That's the least they could do when they acted like this. Apologize. And then recognize the trauma that your horrible mistakes made. I think if you do something like this, you need to recognize it was a mistake. After giving back 85% of the lands and closing the airport, I think it's really easy to admit this mistake. And third, commit to not doing this again, to not repeat these expropriations without public consultation, social license, and compensation. What's bad with this motion? If I was a Liberal member, I would be quick to say, my government, the government that I inherited, the Liberal government at the time, made a mistake. It didn't make sense, and we apologize. If I was a member, I would say, I apologize on behalf of my government, on behalf of the Canadian government of 1969. I think that's the first thing that should be done. Then I would recognize that it did cause trauma, like several members did do, including the member of Mirabel a few moments ago. So I recognize this trauma. And third, I think we should never see this happen again. So I would ask the government to be careful to never make this mistake again. I almost heard this. I'm sorry. It's not complicated. We teach our children in primary school, if you make a mistake at school with your friends, you apologize. People in Mirabel and across Quebec and even across Canada probably would expect a more responsibility from their government, federal government. And I can't understand how come they can't do so. And I would ask my colleagues to do this, to apologize and recognize the trauma and commit to never do this again and to compensate people. I'll talk about the compensation, but the current high-speed train project, which we have welcomed, unfortunately, it is subject to all sorts of property protections for owners. C-15 gets rid of all this. They can do what they want, when they want, to who they want. And then they say, we're not exaggerating, to be ensure we have enough space. We want a width of 10 kilometers, over 1,000 kilometers between Quebec and Toronto. 1,000 kilometers by 10 kilometers. These people haven't been expropriated yet, but these people live on farms or in homes where they can no longer do work, mortgage their farms or homes, sell them. They can't. The map has been published. Alto published it on their website. People don't have to be afraid. They can just look up Alto and look at the map, and they'll see if they're in the corridor or not. Bras-Brillant, Rosemont, Sainte-Thérèse, Mirabel, I can't name them all. I only have a few seconds left. They are part of this corridor. People can no longer sell their homes there. Impossible. They can no longer mortgage their homes. They can't do construction work either. So these people have to be compensated. They have to be consulted. And we can no longer what we did in 1969. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Québec Centre.
The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member probably was attentive to what was said this morning and this afternoon. Like he said, several times people expressed their concerns. They remembered all the trauma that people in Mirabel went through. Perhaps he didn't listen to everything that was said, particularly that members in this House should be encouraging their own citizens to participate in the public consultations that are currently happening in Quebec and his riding probably as well. What is his opinion on encouraging people in his riding to participate in these public consultations? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, he's asking me what I should do to encourage my people to no longer be subject to the damage that the federal government did to them. Well, I would ask the government to apologize, to repair, and to commit to never do this again. Mr. Speaker, small correction. It's not the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. It's the member for Repentigny, who I'll be sharing my time with. Thank you. Questions and comments?
For Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, we're having two debates here. Government is trying to sell the high-speed rail here, and nobody that I've heard get up today opposes the idea of a high-speed rail. But I think what our colleagues from the Bloc are suggesting here, that we don't repeat history. And so I'll take a different approach here in terms of what happened to First Nations. A lot of education had to happen first before we start to understand what we're trying to reconcile. So I kind of think what the Bloc is getting at is that we should educate Canadians on the dangers of expropriation from the past so we don't repeat them in the future. Would my colleague from the Bloc agree with that statement?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that he is a member of an Indigenous nation, and that's why he's so aware of this issue of not repeating the mistakes of the past. I don't want to use a swear word, but we shouldn't expropriate people savagely from lands that have been theirs for generations. So yes, there will be consultations, they've said. Of course, people will go to them. But for the time being, there are no consultations set out for Mirabel. They keep saying this. Look at the corridor and you're targeted. We're not sure what you're going to receive. We don't know when or how. Perhaps you'll be you won't be expropriated, but maybe you will be. That's unacceptable. This is major damage that's easy to avoid if we plan a bit better. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Once again, everyone seems to understand why we need to support this motion, except for the Liberals. And I think everyone in this House is wondering how one can possibly vote against this motion. I think my colleague showed that quite clearly. And now, I would like to ask my colleague about another issue. When this government forced through Bill C-5, does that not contradict the fact that they're saying they want to carry out consultations while respecting environmental regulations? But meanwhile, their national interest project, legislation C-5, doesn't that contradict that very thing? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my Honourable colleague for the question. It's very relevant. Yes, clearly there's a contradiction here. The government is telling us that it's no big deal, that they're going to carry out consultations. But that very same government forced through legislation that will enable them to completely ignore all of the regulations and protection measures we have. And they're telling us not to worry because they say they're going to do consultations. They must think we're fools. We know that the past is the best indication of what's going to happen in the future, and what happened in Mirabel is very concerning. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, what's happening today is very important because it reminds us of the deep wounds, the families that were literally uprooted by the building of Mirabel Airport in 1969. And that still hasn't healed today. We see that there's a great deal of arrogance here and a lack of consideration. And that is why it's so important to have this opposition day today. The very fact that this government is considering a second expropriation of some of these lots, that of course brings back terrible memories for people in Mirabel. And in fact, I think everyone in Quebec who saw what happened at that time is going to be upset about this. After all, even if the train itself is going to go quickly, that's no reason to go so quickly when you're trying to bring in this project. This government is doing the exact opposite of what we need for social acceptability. Today, we're talking about a significant transit project here. And we've talked several times about the fact that this government has backslid on the environment. And we've heard about the fact that there has been a decrease or cuts of $5 billion on the transit fund. And so here, with the high-speed rail project, the government would have an opportunity to show that they haven't completely given up on this, and that they would consider a project that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help people's quality of life. But if they don't actually bring people on board in advance of making a decision, of course there are going to be problems, especially when you consider that Mirabel went through an enormous collective trauma, and the fact that the government is just going to once again try to bulldoze it through and bringing in these phony consultations that are not worthy of the name. They're more like happy hours just to promote the project, when instead they should show a great deal of delicacy to make sure that people in Mirabel don't feel deeply upset about this. So today we're asking for the government to offer an apology, as it should. But the government is showing no sign of wanting to do this. It's very concerning. The mayor of Mirabel told us that she actually doesn't know what's happening on the ground. and that the government is once again trying to push this through, no matter how much it upsets people. And this is not just about individuals, it's also about agricultural businesses. For example, in Lanaudière, we see that the agricultural union is very concerned because the federal government came in with a 10-kilometer wide route. They are planning to split the lands over this 10-kilometer wide route. And we see that, for example, in Terrebonne, there have been more of these unconvincing consultations. This is not going to enable real social acceptability for this project, a project that is currently being mismanaged. The problem isn't the project itself, the problem is how it's being done. By treating consultations like this with a real refusal to actually listen to people, to listen to farmers, as well as industry and businesses. And again, we're talking about a 10-kilometer wide corridor, so people are really worried about a possible expropriation. Why talk about a 10-kilometer wide corridor when we know perfectly well that a rail corridor is much less wide than that? We know that people are very connected to their land. And so not listening to what people are saying is not only a lack of consideration, but it's also a recipe for disaster. Once again, it's a refusal to find solutions that would enable Canada to arrive in the 21st century. Madame Terrien, the mayor of Mirabel, actually only learned in the media that the project was supposed to pass through her territory. Again, she's a mayor. She had to learn that in the media. She had to actually remind the government of the importance of adequately consulting the people of Mirabel. What is happening today in Mirabel shows that it is key that the government apologize, because what's happening on the ground shows that the government is not actually aware of the reality for people in Mirabel and in Quebec. And even in the January 28th announcement, the message was clear. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past.
Mais si les erreurs du passé...
Well, if that's what we're trying to avoid, of course, we need to remember the expropriations. And there is an Expropriations Act to try to avoid these problems. And yet, in this budget, there are provisions to suspend elements of the Expropriations Act. For example, the requirement of holding true public consultation. More should be done, listening to what other towns have said, like Terrebonne and Mascouche. These towns are asking for true public consultation. And worse still, and people might even have their expropriation announced by email. It shows a real lack of consideration. It's shameful and very concerning. The Liberals' approach is to try to push things through without dialogue, which increases people's mistrust, even when it comes to things that otherwise would be positive. For example, here to fight climate change and to help transport Canadians, especially Quebecers. What we're seeing here is that currently the government is actually shooting itself in the foot. It's not moving forward, it's actually going backward. So yes, we hope the government will hold real consultations. It needs to consult mayors and local businesses because this is their home, but currently this is not actually taking place. not a proper consultation in Mirabel. We're still waiting for a process that would actually lead to accountability. You can't have a consultation process without clear minutes and records and accountability, without really hearing what people's concerns are. Considering this is a project that will cost tens of billions of dollars, this is very concerning.
On revient à l'expérience de 69.
Going back to what happened in 1969, we can see that once again, the federal government has deeply traumatized everyone without even having the measures that now, the powers that it brought in currently, these excessive measures. We really have to wonder, how far will this go? Especially considering that C-15 does indeed give key powers on expropriation and would enable Alto to have significant powers, especially when it comes to building the high-speed rail. If it goes too quickly, things might go wrong. But this seems to be the government's MO on major projects. We do not want the Impact Assessment Act to be applied selectively. We need appropriate environmental assessment. We need them to be exhaustive. We need them to be properly done, which is exactly the opposite of what we see. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague mentioned that there will be many advantages to the Alto project. 100,000 fewer cars. The transit time would be decreased by 50% with greater convenience and comfort. With 50,000 good jobs. 26,000 people have already participated in the consultation process, and it's just starting out. How does my colleague intend to encourage other people in his riding to participate? Mr. Speaker, coming back to the very reason that we have this opposition day motion, we've been speaking about Mirabel and the fact that we need apologies. So with all due respect, I'm a bit disappointed to not hear my colleague speak about Mirabel in his question. But yes, we know that people want more consultations. They want more real sessions, true consultation, not merely opportunities to talk about how great the project is, but actual consultations, as Quebec usually does.
Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the motion is an apology to the residents of Mirabel for expropriation. And I'm using this opportunity as an educational point. I didn't know about this happening back in 1969. And I do get why the Bloc has put this motion on the table, so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Government seems to be reluctant to support this motion. But can I ask my colleague from the Bloc there, in terms of expropriation, what is his understanding of where this takes place? Does it take place within the environmental assessment, or does it take place outside the environmental assessment that provides some type of pathway for a high-speed rail?
Honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. If things were being done properly, there would be a real environmental assessment. People would really be able to trust the entity, and people could really express their opinion, but currently that's not what we have. Right now what we need is a final project, and then people will be able to express themselves. But right now people are concerned about the 10-kilometer wide area, and they're worried about going through this trauma once again. We're very concerned about that, and we need the government to recognize that and apologize. And we need the government to improve its consultation process. so it doesn't tear apart communities, because people are very scared, and they're right to be scared. The honourable member from Molcam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of this debate, we've been seeing Quebec Liberal members not wanting to state whether they're going to vote for our motion or not. They're towing the party line. But what will happen if some of them are courageous enough to vote for the motion, but the entire cabinet, all of the Quebec members vote no? Does that not show that there's no real way to make sure that Quebec really has a voice in this government? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, what I've been seeing, unfortunately, ever since this new parliament came in, is that all of the government causes, even the Quebec members, are always vote with the government, and don't defend Quebec. So his question is entirely hypothetical, because I don't think any Quebec member, whether within cabinet or not, will rise to support this motion and to say that we should apologize. I would be delighted to see it, but I'll believe it when I see it, because hitherto no one has been willing to ignore the party line. We have time for a very brief question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton Bikajwang. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not know why the Liberals don't want to apologize, because historically they're always eager to apologize after each and every scandal. What does the member think? Why don't the Liberals want to apologize? The honourable member for Repentigny. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would really want to ask our Liberal colleagues the why of this. Why not apologize? It's really unclear to me. They're not giving any decent reason for why they won't apologize. They need to respect the people of Mirabel. They need to apologize. Resuming debate. Before calling on the member for Les Pays d'en Haut, I'm hearing a lot of noise in the House. The member will be interrupted for statements and question period. He will have a couple of minutes and can then continue. So, with that said, the honourable member, please. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in this House for the first time in 2026 on behalf of my constituents in Les Pays d'en Haut. Mr. Speaker, before we turn towards the future, we must also remember the past. The Government of Canada recognizes the expropriations that took place to build the Mirabel Airport at the end of the 60s. The government recognizes that this deeply wounded the people of Mirabel. Families and communities were affected, and for many Quebecers, those sensitive memories had never entirely disappeared. And I think, apart from the member for Mirabel, I'm probably the person in this House who spent the most time there. I was an engineer in Mirabel. I built roads, water infrastructure, parks, bike paths. And during that time, I was honored to meet with people there, to work with their municipal employees. And I met the new mayor, who cares deeply about the people in Mirabel. I'm thinking of communities like Saint-Janvier, Saint-Benoît, Saint-Hermas, Saint-Stolastique, Saint-Augustin, Sainte-Monique, and Saint-Canute. All of these neighborhoods are part of Mirabel, and they make it a beautiful town, an amazing part of our region, and we are very proud to collaborate with this town on a number of files. Mr. Speaker, we fully intend to build national interest projects in this country without repeating the mistakes of the past. The Bloc Québécois is trying to tell people that building high-speed rail will harm communities. I will continue on this topic after question period. The honourable member. I'm sorry, I've lost track of the time, but the member will have around 7 or 8 minutes after question period.
First déclaration de député, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, it's official. The Prime Minister is suffering from amnesia. When it comes to the climate crisis, he has the memory of a goldfish. Remember when, in a past life, the Prime Minister was the UN Special Envoy on Climate Action and Finance? Remember when he led the Net Zero Banking Alliance? Well, he doesn't seem to remember any of that. Not only is the Prime Minister backtracking on the oil and gas sector emissions cap, not only is he ready to approve a new pipeline, but we just found out that the Canada Pension Plan has invested $7.1 billion in new fossil fuel assets. This is the exact opposite of what the Prime Minister said he would do. This is a classic case of flip-flopping and betraying people's trust. How can we convince banks and investment firms to turn their backs on oil and gas to comply with the Paris Agreement when the Liberal government is doing the exact opposite? I know that some Liberal MPs want green taxation. Now is the time to stand up and speak out against this government's deadly policies. The government is headed for disaster at full speed.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the loss of a community champion in the Bay of Quinte region, a person of deep faith and conviction, and also a dear friend, Reverend Dr. Aruna Alexander. Immigrating to Canada as a young woman and studying divinity at the University of Toronto, Aruna was ordained by the United Church of Canada and dedicated her life to breaking down barriers and fighting racism across society, and later became the passionate leader of the Bay of Quinte chapter of the United Nations Association of Canada. Aruna was a force of nature and someone who did not suffer lightly the denigration of the noble intentions of equity, diversity, and inclusion. She lived it every day. I want to send my condolences to her husband David, family, and her congregations. Mr. Speaker, I will miss her wisdom and humor greatly, and I hope everyone in this House can help me send condolences to her loved ones. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with tremendous pride to celebrate two remarkable athletes from my riding who are carrying our proud Canadian flag on the world stage. This year, our Olympic and Paralympic hockey teams will feature two hometown heroes whose talent and determination embody the very best of Elgin County and of Canada. From Rodney, the great Bo Horvat will don the maple leaf with our Olympic team for the first time, and from Wallacestown, James Dunn returns as a star on our para-ice hockey team. Their dedication, resilience, and unwavering commitment to their sport inspire us all back home. Bo, James, your achievements reflect the strength of our communities and the spirit of every young athlete who dreams big. All of Elgin County, and I think I can say all Canadians, will be cheering you on every step of the way. We're so proud of you both. Keep your sticks on the ice and bring home the gold.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Woburn.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise in the House today to mark Black History Month, to honor Black excellence, resistance, resilience, and brilliance across our great country. 2026 marks the 30 years since Black History Month was formally recognized in this House. However, we know that Black history goes beyond centuries here in what we call Canada. From early settlers to abolitionists, community leaders, artists, athletes, entrepreneurs, public servants, and politicians, Black Canadians have touched all parts of Canada's history and continue to shape this great country. Black History Month is not only a time to reflect on our past, but to celebrate our achievements and recommit to building a future rooted in equity, inclusion, and opportunity for all. This month and every month, we recognize Black History Month here in this great country, Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to pay tribute to two paramedics in the Richmond-Arthabasca riding whose courage and composure should be recognized. On January 8th, when a major fire broke out in a building on King Street in Richmond, Serge Boulanger and David Leclerc, paramedics with the Coopérative des Travailleurs d'Ambulance de l'Estrie, showed great bravery. They quickly arrived at the scene of the fire and realized that there were still vulnerable people inside. Without hesitating, they entered the smoke-filled building to rescue an elderly tenant who was completely unaware of the danger. Their quick, smart, and safe response saved a life and helped patients and victims. They went above and beyond their duties. They demonstrated great responsibility, courage, and humanity. On behalf of the House of Commons, I want to thank them and highlight their outstanding commitment. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Les Jeux Olympiques d'hiver 2026.
Mr. Speaker, the 2026 Milan Cortina Winter Olympic Games will officially begin tomorrow. Over 3,000 passionate athletes from around the world will compete in the sports they have honed to perfection to get to the Olympics. Over 200 athletes will proudly represent Canada with passion and courage. For the first time, there will be more female Canadian athletes than male Canadian athletes at the Games. Sherbrooke will be proudly represented by Kim Boutin, Félix Roussel, and Jordan Pierre-Gilles in short track speed skating, Antoine Gélina Beaulieu in long track speed skating, and Marion Thénault in freestyle skiing. Martin Fréchette, a nutritionist, will keep our athletes in top shape. To our beloved Olympians, may this great sporting event be an opportunity for you to push your limits and live your dreams to the fullest. Give it your all, have fun, challenge yourselves, and most importantly, remember that here at home, the whole country is rooting for you. Go Canada, go! Go Sherbrooke, go!
The Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, Newfoundland and Labrador has a long history of building boats and protecting North America during the wars. Unfortunately, it seems like this Liberal government is overlooking our province as they build their icebreaker maintenance facility. In my region alone, we currently have 4 industry ports sitting idle. We have Marystown Shipyard, Cowhead Facility, the Bull Arm Fabrication Site, and the retired Navy base of Argentia. Newfoundlanders have used these sites to build vessels, ferries, and even large oil rigs. With all these previous projects, our tradespeople have become the best boat builders in the world. But the last Liberal decade, these sites have been empty. And now, Newfoundland and Labradorians have 74% of its tradespeople unemployed. 74%. Mr. Speaker, we have the ports, we have the people. Let's get a government that gets our people to work.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this year the Sopilka Ukrainian Dance School, located in my riding of Winnipeg South Centre, is celebrating 55 years of preserving and sharing Ukrainian culture. Sopilka began as a small Ukrainian language class and grew into one of Manitoba's most respected dance schools. The school was founded in the early 1970s by Vicky Adams, a constituent of mine and a lifelong champion for Ukrainian culture, education, and community life. Her extraordinary contributions were recently recognized with a King's Coronation Medal, reflecting decades of volunteerism and leadership, including her deep involvement with the Ukrainian Holy Family Church. For generations of young people, Sopilka has been a place where discipline, history, and cultural pride are passed down. Through performances across Manitoba and beyond, Sopilka has helped ensure that Ukrainian traditions remain vibrant, visible, and proud. Congratulations to Vicky Adams, Artistic Director Christina Freikas, the dancers, instructors, families, and alumni on 55 remarkable years, to many more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Canada's economy is on life support, and the country is in recession watch. Bloomberg reports per capita GDP is still falling, and the economy is growing at only 1% annually. GDP growth in November was 0%, and real GDP is expected to decline 0.1% in the fourth quarter. And the news for business is bleak. Businesses are postponing their expansion plans. These numbers matter. When our economy isn't growing, Canadians are getting poorer. The Liberals want to blame outside forces instead of taking action here at home. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but hasn't gotten rid of a single anti-development law or bureaucracy. He only needs to listen to our ideas and introduce a plan that gets his government's barriers and tax burdens out of the way so Canadians can build.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, many of us were dismayed to hear that Quebec would not be represented on the Canadian men's hockey team at the Milan Cortina Olympics. Quebec has always produced outstanding players, and the QMJHL has won more Memorial Cups in recent years than the Ontario or Western Leagues. Yet, Quebec players are absent from the team, and French may be absent as well. This decision by Hockey Canada shows a total lack of consideration for Quebec. But, surprise, Quebecers will be able to cheer on one of their own at the Olympics. Phil Pietronero is from Saint-Eustache. He played part of his junior hockey career with the Val-d'Or Foreurs, where he contributed to the team's victory in the President's Cup in 2014. Today, he is an Olympian as a member of the national team of Italy. From Saint-Eustache to Milan Corto via Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Phil Pietronero will allow Quebecers to cheer on one of their own by proudly shouting, Viva Italia!
Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, International Development Week is a moment to reflect on how global challenges are connected and how smart investments can create lasting change. One of the major drivers of food insecurity is climate change, especially in the world's most vulnerable communities. That's why Canada is investing in women and economic empowerment as part of its international development efforts. I joined the Mennonite Central Committee Canada, Canadian Lutheran World Relief, and the Canadian Food Grains Bank for a breakfast on the Hill. Speakers shared that Canada's ODA investments are delivering results, and that when women have access to resources, education, and leadership opportunities, families eat better, communities grow stronger, and local economies become more resilient. This International Development Week, I would like to thank all organizations, team members, volunteers, and donors for your contributions in making Waterloo, Canada, and the world a better place. Your efforts demonstrate what it means to be Canadian, and by working together, we can deliver prosperity through partnerships. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
The Prime Minister promised to build homes at a speed not seen since the Second World War. That was the rhetoric, but it was just an illusion, because the CEO of Build Canada Homes came to Parliament this week and told us that, in fact, just 9 homes are built and move-in ready. Just 9. That's the reality, and it's a stark and disappointing reality for young Canadians who face it every day. Their ambition to own a home has turned into disappointment, and that disappointment is turning into defeat. New home sales are down 45% in the GTA, and the Canadian Home Builders Association warns that we are in for a lost decade of home ownership. Well, on this side of the House, our Conservative message is one of hope, always has been, and we have offered the government several positive solutions. Incentivize towns and cities to reduce development charges, tie funding to results, not just promises, reward those who build. So for the sake of the next generation, will the Liberals please stop obstructing these ideas and get out of the way?
The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Around Friday, Mr. 6, the 2026 Olympic Winter Games will officially open in Milan, Cortina d'Ampezzo in Italy. I want to extend my best wishes to all Canadian athletes competing, with a special cheers to those representing our national capital region. Zachary Connolly, Mike Evelyn O'Higgins, Antoine Cyr, Paul Poirier, Kaylee Osborne, Isabelle Weinman, Catherine Stewart-Jones, Rachel Oman, Emma Miskew, Cédric Brunet, Jared Schmitz, Anna Schmitz, Valérie Grenier. Je ne peux m'empêcher d'exprimer.
I cannot help but express how proud I am to highlight the participation of our local hero, Ivanie Blondin, from my riding of Orleans. Mr. Speaker, she will defend her title in speed skating.
To every Canadian athlete, Canada is behind you all the way. Go Canada, go!
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Finance Minister met with major grocers promising to stabilize food prices. Since then, Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation.
Yeah.
Now he's rolling out another temporary rebate, about $5 a week, for a $300 grocery bill. Sure, you'll take it, but it barely makes a dent. Meanwhile, according to Food Banks Canada, almost 20% of food bank clients are not employed full-time. Food inflation is now hitting working Canadians hard. Food inflation is now twice as high as when this Prime Minister took office. Local food banks in my riding are feeling it too. The Wheatland County Food Bank reported record demand in 2025, the highest numbers they've ever seen. The Liberals can blame global factors all they want, but the reality is their fuel standards add 7 cents a litre today, 17 tomorrow, and that hits farmers, truckers, and the cost of food for every family. You would think Liberals would stop obstructing common sense solutions and actually cut the cost of food.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we mark International Development Week, a time to recognize the people in partnership that help build a safer, healthier, and more prosperous world. At a time when the world is facing growing conflict, humanitarian crises, climate change, and economic uncertainty, international development work is more important than ever. I want to thank Canadians working across the international development sector in NGOs, multilateral institutions, community organizations, and public service who dedicate their skills and compassion to improve the lives of those around the globe. Their work support women and girls, strengthen health and education systems, respond to emergencies, and helps communities build resilience in the face of instability and poverty. Often working in difficult and uncertain conditions, they reflect the best of Canada's values: cooperation, respect, and shared humanity. International development is all about partnership, dignity, and long-term impact, and remains essential to building a more stable and connected world for all of us. So on behalf of this House, I want to thank them for their commitment and their service. Thank you for your work.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Over the weekend, I had a heartbreaking conversation with Crewellen Halmagin, a friend of mine who had just learned of the loss of his heroic son, Gunner Sebastian Halmagin. Since Confederation, countless Canadians have answered their nation's call to serve, sacrifice, and all too often to never come home. Prime Minister Borden, speaking in 1916, remarked, and I quote, "On the solemn truth that the nation is not constituted of the living alone, there are those as well who have passed away and those yet to be born. So this responsibility comes to us as heirs of the past and trustees of the future." Sebastian told his father, who shared with me, that he wanted every young person to know that sacrifice and commitment to the Canadian Armed Forces was noble and worthy. I want to thank him for his service and his ultimate sacrifice. Offer my prayers and love to his wonderful family, and on behalf of all parliamentarians, say that we will never forget what he gave us.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, as a part of Black History Month, we are celebrating the history of Black people, their resilience, and their important contributions to Canadian society. In Bourassa, this is an everyday reality because we have a significant Haitian population in our riding. This solidarity and their contributions enrich my riding and my colleagues' ridings too. For generations now, Black women and men in Canada have contributed to all walks of life, to all spheres. They strengthen our social fabric and they make us a more welcoming and inclusive country. Black History Month is a time to remember, but it's also a time to be proud and a time of recognition. This reminds us that diversity is a source of strength for Canada. Mr. Speaker, beyond our differences, beyond where we come from, we are one people united by the values of respect, dignity, and solidarity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need hope. Hope for affordable groceries. Since this Prime Minister took office, he has promised to be judged by grocery store prices. Costs are rising twice as fast amongst the other G7 countries, and I asked the Prime Minister why. It's because of our weak dollar, he said, but he needs to protect it. Can the Prime Minister explain why he gave us a weak dollar and expensive groceries? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote the Leader of the Opposition from 26. He invited his colleagues to turn this rhetoric into reality. We see obstruction right now. Canadians asked us to present a plan to grow the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canada's sovereignty and to ensure that Canadian families, our seniors, the young people, have a promising future, Mr. Speaker. Can the Leader of the Opposition, will he support the government to pass our budget? Rather than quoting people, he, in 2023, said that he would stabilize grocery prices before Thanksgiving. Now, it's been more than 2 years, and grocery prices are rising twice as much. We have the worst food inflation amongst the other G7 countries, and this finance minister who caused these issues, he's still in power. Why does the Prime Minister continue with these taxes and inflationary deficits, and why is he depriving Canadians of affordable food? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, allow me to help the Leader of the Opposition. He wrote in 2026 that it's time to leave rhetoric aside and to look at the reality of the situation. I know that the Leader of the Opposition was very concerned about his own future at the time, but if he saw the measure we announced to ensure food stability, there'll be a benefit that will help families. There'll be $500 million to have more food, and more importantly, he has the opportunity to support the government to help Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Under this Liberal government and under that particular minister, auto production has fallen by half. Wow. The Prime Minister was elected promising that he would protect the auto industry and get a deal with the U.S. by July 21st. He broke both of those promises, and since there have been job losses at Cami Ingersoll, GM Oshawa, Stellantis Brampton, and PACCAR au Québec. Mr. Speaker, today he finally flip-flopped on his cherished EV mandate, but is bringing in a new subsidy for people to buy American-made automobiles. Why is he forcing Canadian workers to pay taxes to subsidize American vehicles?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I know it's Thursday, but I have good news for the Leader of the Opposition. I have very good news for him, and I have good news for Canadian. It's called the Canada Auto Strategy, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Prime Minister of Canada today was standing up for Canadian workers, for Canadian industry, for the future of the industry in this country. They can yell as much as they want on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, but the workers know what we have done for them. They know what we're doing today and what we're going to do in the future. Mr. Speaker, we'll build Canada strong.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that minister was in charge of industrial policy. He's the Minister of Industry, while automobile production fell in Canada by half. And now under this Prime Minister, we've lost 5,000 more auto jobs. Here's the deal that he's announced today. The American president will continue to tariff Canadian-made automobiles going into the U.S., while Canadian taxpayers will be forced to subsidize American vehicles coming back into Canada. Instead of subsidizing American vehicles and killing Canadian jobs, why not take our plan to take the GST off Canadian-made automobiles?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will tell him that under my watch, for the first time in Canadian history, we brought a European manufacturer to invest in our country, Mr. Speaker. It's called Volkswagen. It's called St. Thomas. It's called the car of the future, Mr. Speaker. Volkswagen has invested a record amount in Canada, Mr. Speaker. They can yell as much as they want, but the people in St. Thomas know who did it. They know what we're doing today, and they know we're going to support our worker, our industry, and the auto sector in this country, Mr. Speaker. Let them continue to criticize.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's literally yelling for us to stop yelling. This is an example of the Liberal illusion. The Prime Minister has put in charge of finance the industry minister who's responsible for auto production in Canada falling by half. Wow. And the present collapse of auto production and jobs in our country. Now, the Prime Minister broke his promise to negotiate a deal with the U.S., and now he wants to subsidize U.S.-made vehicles. Why not take taxes off Canadian-made vehicles so that we can bring home jobs to our country?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I don't need to speak loud because Canadians know what we did. If he wants to look at what we did under my watch, Mr. Speaker, let him talk about Windsor, Mr. Speaker, and about Nexstar. What we did, Mr. Speaker, is to see where the puck is going. That is truly Canadian. Making sure that we build the auto sector of today, but the auto sector of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. We understood, and not even just Canadian, Bloomberg said that Canada would have the most complete supply chain when it comes to EV, Mr. Speaker. We are proud of our record. We are proud to invest in Canadian workers, and we'll build the industry of the future together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Bloomberg just said that the economy in Canada is shrinking under that minister and this prime minister, but from failed economic Liberal policy to failed immigration Liberal policy, Liberals have unleashed an extortion crisis by allowing Bishnoi gangsters into our country without screening. Now, they are allowing them to stay here by even after they're convicted if they make a phony refugee claim. Conservatives moved a motion at committee to kick extortionists out of our country after they've been convicted. Liberals voted it down. Wow. Will they join with us, stop obstructing, pass an amendment to the law so that we can kick extortionists and fake refugee claimants out of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to extortion, the Conservatives have been uniquely unhelpful in advancing the laws that police are telling us they need to combat extortion. I received a message this morning from Patrick Brown, the Mayor of Brampton, saying that the Peel Regional Police have asked him to pass along the message that the Strong Borders Act is necessary to provide lawful access to help law enforcement break up extortion rings. Mr. Speaker, for months they have obstructed measures that were going to make bail and sentencing tougher on extortionists. It's one thing to stand up and make noise in the House of Commons. It's another to get the laws adopted. Let's do the job Canadians demand.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinangé. Mr. Speaker, some retirees have not received their old age pensions for 9 months. Civil servants warned the government last summer that this was due to Curam. But the Liberals didn't listen to the public servants. They gagged them. And the government's instructions to these civil servants was to absolutely not tell people that the delays or payment errors are because of Curam. Instead of attacking whistleblowers, why doesn't the government help retirees? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department is doing everything it can to rapidly solve the issues. This includes enhancing training so that personnel is able to deal with requests faster. There are positive signs are showing that this training is paying off. Our Bureau contacted the member across the way to see if they have any urgent cases, and I would ask them to contact me so we can respond. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinangé. Mr. Speaker, there are seniors who are not receiving their old age pensions, and instead of helping them, the Liberals are trying to protect themselves. It's extremely worrisome because the same Curam system is experiencing problems with the payment of old age and also EI and the federal pension plan. By minimizing the problems instead of solving them, the Liberals are creating the perfect conditions for a storm that would make Phoenix look like a simple storm. When are they going to fix the problems instead of intimidating public servants? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our government is protecting seniors. We are offering dental care, enhanced OAS, and lodging for seniors. We're modernizing the digital and benefit system. And I would ask the member across the way to give me the names of these people, and we will help them. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, one wonders if the minister reads French language media, because if she did, she would stop downplaying the problems of retirees who are not receiving their old age pensions. And if so, they would know that civil servants have resorted to acting as whistleblowers because they're so fed up with being silenced instead of being helped. Enough is enough. There are errors in pensions because of the Curam software. All civil servants are saying so, and the Liberals seem to be putting more energy into covering up the problem rather than solving it. When are they going to take action? the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I do read French language medium, but I also work in English and in French, like many people in this House.
Mr. Speaker, we have focused all our resources on making sure that we get through the waiting list. Mr. Speaker, it is shrinking every day. I thank the civil service, by the way, for taking the effort to learn this system and learn it well. And as I mentioned, we've been in contact with these members of Parliament. If they have urgent cases, please send them to me. We haven't received any names yet.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
3 years ago, the Finance Minister promised to stabilize food prices, and he did, at record highs. Canada now has the worst food inflation in the G7, twice as high as when the Prime Minister took office and twice as high as the US. And now the Minister offers another temporary rebate that won't lower the price of a single item, while admitting his so-called historic summit that he got CEOs to come to Ottawa for was a failure. They voted against our common sense motion yesterday to lower food costs. Why won't they just take off the taxes off of food?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The real question, Mr. Speaker, is why won't the Conservatives vote for the plan, the Prime Minister's plan, the Prime Minister's economic plan, the one that gets projects built quickly, that puts $1 trillion of investment into our economy, that uses Canadian lumber, Canadian steel, Canadian ingenuity, and the great union work of Canadian brothers and sisters to build our country strong? When, I just want a date from the Honourable Member, when will they pass the Budget Implementation Act, the Prime Minister's plan to build Canada?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, my colleague knows that I'm talking about a grocery plan, but it doesn't actually lower the price of groceries. It's a $10 coupon on a $300 grocery bill, and it's insulting. And the rebate won't lower a single price. That's, of course, after they put forward a budget, which this wasn't even in. Meanwhile, they keep hiking the fuel taxes, the packaging taxes, driving food costs higher, and blaming everyone else and their decade of failure for it. Why won't they lower the prices? If they won't do that, why don't they take the taxes off of food?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, you know what's insulting to the constituents of Thornhill? When that member votes against the very things that they themselves are saying are useful. In fact, not just her constituents, but certainly the food banks in her riding would say that the announcement the Prime Minister made on the GST, on the essentials benefit, and on strengthening our food security, and on supporting food banks, and on supporting producers is exactly what we need to do for food security in this country. She needs to get on board and stop voting against the very constituents she represents.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The Prime Minister is doing everything possible to ignore the reality that Canadians are facing in their daily lives. Food inflation in Canada is twice as high as it is in the United States, and the temporary measures that the Liberals are offering will not result in a single grocery price reduction. They had an opportunity to collaborate yesterday and pass our motion, which would have lowered prices at the grocery store, but they voted against it. Why is it that the Prime Minister's personal agenda always comes before the needs of everyday Canadians?
Good question.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister with world-class business and economic experience. We've cut taxes for millions of Canadians. And just last week, we announced a groceries and essentials benefit that will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families. The Conservative leader has never had a job in the economy. He continues to obstruct. He continues to talk rhetoric. It's time for that leader to get on board, help us build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, this Prime Minister is traveling around the world and making big speeches, but what is he really achieving for Canadians? Food inflation is twice as high as when the Prime Minister took office, and Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. The Prime Minister promised to be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Yesterday, Conservatives tried to help by presenting a real solution to lower grocery prices for Canadians. Yet the Liberals voted against this common sense motion. So will the Prime Minister now eat his words because Canadians can't?
Wow.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister is doing is creating investment in Canada, investment that has made it such that Canada created more jobs than the United States. Not more per capita, more jobs than the United States. This Prime Minister, I hope he keeps traveling and bringing home those jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, Canada leads the G7 in food inflation. Prices are rising twice as fast as in the United States, and yesterday the Liberals voted against the Conservative plan to lower food costs. The industrial carbon tax is driving up costs for farm machinery, for fertilizers, and for food processors. When you tax the farmer, you tax every Canadian. When will the Liberals work with us to cut this unnecessary industrial carbon tax and the 17 cents a litre fuel standard tax that are driving up grocery prices?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague from British Columbia is asking a question about something that's incredibly important to all Canadians. And you know what? This government has taken steps to address this. We are introducing the Groceries and Essentials benefit, which is going to put money in the pockets of families so that they can acquire the things that they need. A family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year and $1,400 for the next 4 years. We're taking action to support the families in BC.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg au Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we know that since the Liberals have come to power, grocery prices are up, the cost of living is up, and for a single-parent family, it's harder for them to pay for rent. Can the Prime Minister confirm that all the members of the Cabinet agree with the idea of personally helping vulnerable people to have access to affordable housing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's important to take account of the needs of our constituents, and the strategy we're adopting is one that's based on giving back purchasing power to Canadians. And that's essentially what we're focusing on. For us, it's important. But in this strategy, there are food strategies. There are also job creation strategies. And we also need the cooperation from the opposition, not obstruction. Thank you. Just to specify, I won't be voting personally. Well, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg au Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague across the way did not hear the news, but in the Journal de Montréal this morning, we learned that a single-parent mother is being kicked out of her housing, and this member realized that she's showing a lack of empathy and morals. Honourable Government House Leader, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this has any relationship with anything to do with our government administration. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals should never have cancelled the incentives for the purchase of EVs. So it's good news that they're being reinstated for vehicles manufactured here or in countries with which we have free trade agreements like Europe. But the problem is that the federal government is blocking affordable EVs from Europe. Ottawa has decided that these cars, which are good for everyone else on the planet, are not good enough for Canada. Will the government offer people a choice by allowing European electric cars?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, we welcome these EVs because our rebate applies as part of the free trade agreement, including that with Europe. So our auto strategy includes a lot of incentives to attract people to increase our future in electric vehicles in Canada. That's exactly what our policy is doing. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, reinstating incentives for the purchase of EVs is a small step forward, but it still doesn't erase the Liberals' setbacks and bringing EVs in. It won't lead to lasting mobility. They cut $5 billion from the public transit fund while subsidizing oil companies to the tune of tens of billions. They're also agreeing with Alberta to build a new dirty oil pipeline, even as they claim to be promoting electric transportation. Why is it that when it comes to the Liberals, they take one step forward but 1,000 steps backward?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. But once again, it's the opposite. Our announcement today includes a national network for EVs with an investment of $1.5 billion. So this is a national project which includes Quebec to welcome this green future and EVs in our country.
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
New home sales in the GTA have fallen to their lowest level in 45 years, putting 100,000 jobs at risk. Home ownership among 30 to 34-year-olds has dropped from 62% to 52%. Young Canadians are losing hope. 93% of Gen Z and millennials are worried about housing, and nearly half of them are planning to leave their home communities. The Prime Minister promised to help Canadians buy their first home. So after nearly a decade, why are sales collapsing, builders laying off workers, and ownership is getting further and further out of reach?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's a good day to be asking that question. We've introduced the Build Canada Homes Act this morning. Precisely, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that young Canadians have access to affordable housing going forward. We've dedicated $13 billion in the budget. We need the support of members in this House to pass that budget, to invest in young Canadians. We need the support. We don't need obstruction on the Build Canada Homes Act to make sure we have a lean, mean agency to deliver that funding to young Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, I guess we shouldn't be surprised that the minister is talking about his Build Canada Rentals project, but home ownership is what's collapsing. In 2020, 69% of starts were for ownership. Today, it's 49%. New home sales are down 45% in the GTA, and builders are laying off workers. So it's a very simple question to the minister. Does he really, truly believe that creating a fourth federal housing bureaucracy without reducing taxes or fees or all the approval delays will really make it easier for Canadians to buy their first home?
Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned that the member opposite doesn't care about renters. In my city, half of the population rents housing. And certainly we do not discriminate against those who choose to buy or rent. Many Canadians don't have a choice. That's why we have to make affordable housing options possible for all Canadians, make sure they have a safe home. We don't need any delays in this House to the budget or to the Build Canada Homes Act. We need to deliver affordable housing for Canadians. I hope the member will support us on our bill.
Honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new report from the Missing Middle Initiative warns of a lost decade for home ownership. For every 100 new adults, there will be only 12 housing starts intended for ownership. Nearly half of young Canadians say they've considered leaving their city or province because of housing costs. Now the market is seizing up. New home sales in the GTA have hit a 45-year low, putting 100,000 jobs at risk. Builders are laying off workers and fear they may not survive. When will the Liberals adopt our plan to get their bureaucracy out of the way so young Canadians can buy?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is critical that we build housing in the GTA that is affordable. We want to get the industry back building affordable housing for Canadians, certainly in the GTA, but across the country. We're seeing good housing starts in many cities across the country, but we're just getting started with affordability. And we need to deliver with members around this House on the Build Canada Homes Act. No obstruction. Let's get to building.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians are being locked out from home ownership. Home ownership is collapsing. For 30 to 34-year-olds, it fell from 60% to 52%. Supply is broken. For every 100 new adults, only 12 ownership homes are built. Sales are crashing. down 45% in the GTA, down 56% in Vancouver. Builders are laying off workers. 100,000 jobs are at risk. 93% of young Canadians are worried. When will the Liberals adopt our plans and get out of the way so young Canadians can buy their first home?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we have good news for this House. Just today, we tabled the Build Canada Homes Act, and we are hopeful that the Conservatives will not obstruct this bill, as they've been doing with our budget that provides more affordability measures to Canadians so that they can have that dream of buying their first home, so that they can live in affordable housing. That is the dream of all Bramptonians. That is what I hear from my constituents, and this act will help us meet those goals, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal housing crisis is hitting communities of every size. The City of Red Deer has been asking for a meeting with the Housing Minister for months to address their housing concerns. And despite writing to him 4 times, it seems like Red Deer is too small for the Minister to care to respond. I sure hope Red Deer isn't being ignored because it doesn't deliver Liberal votes like Toronto and Vancouver. Will the Minister finally agree to sit down with the City of Red Deer and listen to their issues and admit that mid-sized cities are facing a housing crisis too?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Conservatives in Ottawa are out of step with Conservatives in Alberta. Alberta's Minister of Social Services has praised the pace of housing delivery, saying we're getting shovels in the ground and roofs over the head of Albertans. Thousands more low-income Albertans will have a safe, durable house, affordable house that they can count on. Federal Conservatives say they want to work with us, but they can't even work with their own Conservative colleagues on delivering housing for Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, the auto sector is facing the biggest challenge in a generation. Unjustified and unjustifiable tariffs from the United States on our auto sector is leaving our auto workers under a cloud of uncertainty. Our government stands behind our auto sector, behind our communities, and the workers that are facing these new realities head on. Can the Minister of Jobs and Families please tell this House how the newly announced auto strategy will transform Canada's auto industry, protecting our workers today and building the vehicles of tomorrow?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Member of Parliament from Mississauga East Cooksville for his unwavering support for auto workers and the sector. Canada's auto workers and workers are the backbone of our economy, and when our auto sector workers come under attack, our government stands with them and protects them. So today, the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Industry announced Canada's new auto strategy, taking action on what we can control. We're investing $3 billion from the Strategic Response Fund to support the industry, $570 million to support reskilling and upskilling workers. Mr. Speaker, this is how you build Canada strong. We stand together when times are tough, and
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
This Liberal minister says that they stand with auto workers. What it looks like is they stand with Donald Trump, because while Donald Trump imposes 10% tariffs on every single vehicle that comes into Canada,
the member may start over. The member may start over. I didn't see anything unparliamentary in that. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
the Liberal minister just said that they stand with auto workers, but it sure looks like they stand with Donald Trump. Let me explain. While Donald Trump imposes 10% tariffs on every single vehicle that comes into Canada, these Liberals have passed an EV mandate that is actually actually going to give Canadian taxpayer dollars in the form of subsidies to American-made EVs. You actually can't make this up. Less than 5% of Canadian vehicles will qualify for this EV subsidy. Why are they contributing to Donald Trump's Buy American instead of preserving jobs in Canada?
The Honourable Minister, Secretary of State, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If that member and the party opposite thinks that we are on the wrong side of Canadian sovereignty, they've got another thing coming. Our approach is all about Canadian sovereignty. It's all about investing in the companies that invest in us. It's all about embracing the future of electrification. It's all about embracing our workers, who are the best workers in the world. And for the members opposite to talk down Canadian sovereignty or to talk down this sector at this moment of real challenge, when we've got an opportunity to solve it, is really beneath them.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
It's time for a little bit of education for these Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Less than 5% of vehicles manufactured in Canada will qualify for this EV rebate. The rest will come from the United States and other foreign manufacturers. But imagine you're the auto worker in Brampton who is supposed to manufacture the Jeep Compass EV. That job went to the United States. That Jeep EV Compass being manufactured in the United States is actually going to be subsidized by your taxpayer dollars. If you are that auto worker in Brampton, you are looking at this Liberal government and how this is going to benefit Donald Trump and saying, what the hell is going on in Ottawa?
We just have to watch our language a little bit, though. We just have to watch our language. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll tell you what the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association has to say about today's announcement. We welcome the government's automotive strategy announced today. Funding to support renewed purchase incentives and a robust charging infrastructure strategy will help continue to drive EV adoption, and CVMA members are well positioned to support the shift to electrification through diverse product offerings. That sounds like Canadian sovereignty to me, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Clark.
Mr. Speaker, in 2014, under the then Conservative government, the New York Times declared that Canada's middle class was the richest in the world. Now our middle class faces skyrocketing costs and taxes and a stagnant GDP per capita and a declining standard of living. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing G7 economy by building major projects. However, the major national project, they built none. And they continue to build none. The time to act is now. When will they collaborate with Conservatives and finally bring prosperity back to our great land?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I have good news for my friend. Today, Trans Mountain just said they will be increasing the amount of oil they transport by 10% on the first of 3 optimization projects. That's how we build Canada.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Clark.
It always worries me when this government opens up, we have good news, because it rarely is. What we're asking for, what Canadians want, are new pipelines, new projects, and the amount that they've approved, absolutely zero. This government needs to reverse course that has led 2 million Canadians to food banks, admit that their policies have failed, embrace Conservative principles fully, and collaborate with Conservatives to bring prosperity back to our country.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, they keep asking for pipelines. We just gave them one. We're building thousands of jobs in Darlington. We're building, they're not.
The Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, Bloomberg reports that Canada's economy is on life support. Canada's GDP growth was 0 in November. Productivity continues to fall, and the Bank of Canada expects that just 1% growth next year, with business investment being postponed. How bad is it? Home builders in Niagara have laid off 60% of their framers due to stalled residential construction. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, yet growth is stalled. Will the Prime Minister please adopt Conservative ideas that remove barriers so Canadians can actually build and grow again?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I know what constitutes good news for Canadians does not always constitute good news for Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. But let me give them another piece of good news. The first major national project this spring breaks ground, Le Port de Contrecoeur, an expansion of 60%, an exposed container port capacity, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build more stuff. We're going to put more stuff on boats. We're going to send more things to more places around the world, expand our trade, put people to work, and build Canada.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Earl Medante.
Mr. Speaker, Canada made international headlines this week with economists stating that our economy is on life support and the country is already on recession watch. Right. Our per capita GDP is falling, residential construction is flat, businesses are postponing expansion, and this Liberal government's anti-development laws and taxes remain in place. Will the Prime Minister work with Conservatives and introduce a plan to remove the barriers that are preventing Canadians from building, investing, and working?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaking of building, we're building big. The Port of Montreal expansion project is 7,000 construction jobs and over 1,000 permanent jobs. Amazing. Darlington Nuclear is 18,000 good-paying jobs and clean power for generations. LNG Canada and BC mean thousands of jobs in Canadian energy reaching new global market, Mr. Speaker. That's cranes in the ground, paychecks in pockets, and Canada building big.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister sells himself as a master of economics, yet Bloomberg reports that our economy is on life support. The Bank of Canada expects economic growth to shrink in the last quarter and only grow by 1.1% this year. Canadian workers want to build and produce, but the government is holding them back with their anti-development laws and high taxes. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, yet he hasn't delivered, and Canadians are paying the price. When will he listen to our ideas and introduce a plan that gets his government's barriers and tax burdens out of the way so Canadians can build?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Northern and Rural Development.
For 10 long years, the Conservative from Saskatchewan said Canada was broken.
Yes,
they have stifled the opportunity that Saskatchewan had in potash and uranium, oil and gas, Mr. Speaker, and the list goes on. Well, Saskatchewan's on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it is.
We're going to work hand in hand with Saskatchewan, join the rest of the country, and build a great future. This is about economic and social justice for Saskatchewan. We are going to deliver that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, according to Bloomberg, Canada's economy is on life support, and we are now on recession watch. Growth has stagnated, and real GDP is expected to decline. Forestry and logging are down 2.8% for the third month. While the Prime Minister cannot deliver on his trade promises, sawmills in Yellowhead are paying the price. Since the Liberals love our ideas, why don't they remove the industrial carbon tax, fuel standards, and anti-development laws so Canadian businesses can succeed?
The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the contrast couldn't be more clear. We like to build, they like to block. We're building our auto sector with the new auto strategy. They're blocking. We're building affordable housing. They are blocking. We are investing in defense. They are blocking. We're making life more affordable for families with the GST tax credit. They are blocking. We like to build. They like to block. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin Nickelbelt.
Write him up, Jim.
Mr. Speaker, the latest data from Rosenberg Research is deeply concerning. Manufacturing output is down, forestry has declined for 3 consecutive months, and paper mills in Northern Ontario are closing. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. Instead, his government has failed to remove a single anti-development policy. When will this government adopt our plan to restore economic growth by reducing red tape, lowering taxes, and allowing Canadians to invest, work, and build.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as the former Premier of Alberta said, you can't deal with the reality of the tariff threat by pretending it's not there. But the Conservatives would rather obstruct. We have $2.5 billion allocated in Budget 2025 to attack this problem. Please support the budget.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, we recently hit 100 days since Build Canada Homes was launched, and we're already seeing real momentum on the ground. Projects are moving faster, partnerships are coming together, and communities are seeing concrete progress on affordable housing. Would the Minister for Housing and Infrastructure please update this House on all we've accomplished and what more there is to come?
Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A big thanks to the member for the question and her great work. We have got right to work with Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker. Since the launch, we've been signing major partnerships with provinces and cities. We have 6 major development sites on federal lands. We are delivering over 7,500 homes with over tens of thousands more in the pipeline right now, Mr. Speaker, with the Build Canada Homes Act, which is introduced this morning, which we expect the support of this House on. We're establishing a lean, efficient agency that is 100% focused on delivering affordable housing for Canadians. We ask for your support.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Westka. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we are seeing another Liberal IT fiasco. The system to administer old age security has gone from costing $1.75 billion to $6.5 billion. And even worse, 93% of civil servants are giving it a failing grade. Employees are being ordered to not criticize the software when they talk to the public. Mr. Speaker, how could this fiasco happen? What is the minister going to do about this software? Did the minister sign off on this irresponsible spending?
60-year-old system is not an easy task, and I want to start by thanking the employees at ESDC who are working so hard to make sure that seniors get their benefits on time and in accuracy. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what's happened. 98% of the cases are through, and I will say that we are working diligently on remaining outstanding cases where people have not yet received their benefits who have signed up to do so. If that member opposite has an urgent case, or any member of Parliament has an urgent case, we can accelerate those cases in situations where people are in dire need. Please contact my office.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Westka. Mr. Speaker, departmental employees are telling us it's not working. Our seniors built our country and paid taxes their whole lives, and now some of them are waiting up to 8 months to get their money. I'll give you a concrete case. Mr. Martial Lavoie, in my writing, he's still waiting for his check. He actually delayed his retirement because at the time there was a labor shortage. So he kept working, and now that he's finally trying to retire, he can't get his money. Mr. Speaker, what would the minister say to Mr. Lavoie? He's listening right now.
De l'emploi et des familles.
We are happy to help any senior that finds themselves in dire needs. And as I said, we are making progress. This is a very small percentage of the over 7 million Canadians who have been successfully transferred to the CURM system. This system, Mr. Speaker, brings us into the modern age, what Canadians want. In fact, seniors can now apply online and have a fully automated process to get their benefits started. In these cases where things have been done in the old way with paper forms, often there is missing information. There may be other challenges. We have put additional resources to ensuring we get through those cases, and we can help members just like Mr. Lavoie.
L'honorable député de Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, not only is this government stealing land from farmers, it is also closing agri-foods research centres, such as the Sainte-Foy Centre in the riding of the member for Louis-Hébert, which is one of the 7 agri-foods research centres that the Liberals are arbitrarily closing. Canadian science and innovation is built in these centres, which help us be more productive. How can the Prime Minister justify his decision to prioritize consultants and foreign projects rather than our homegrown expertise that feeds Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It warms my heart that the Conservatives are now concerned about science and research.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm happy to reassure them that the federal government will continue the largest agriculture researcher in this country. In fact, just last month, Mr. Speaker, we invested $9.7 million with the government of Saskatchewan in science and research. We're not going anywhere. We still have 17 centres across the country. We're going to work with our stakeholders. We're going to work with academia, and we're going to make research better than it ever has been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nunavut.
In Rankin Inlet, the NDP caucus heard from one Inuk who shared that he has waited for 11 years for a house. There are 17 people in his two-bedroom unit. His story is all too common in Nunavut. The government is acting on what I've told them. Nunavut will receive 50 more homes added to the 700 originally promised in the budget. This is a good start. Will the minister keep working with Nunavut to address the worst housing crisis in Canada?
You're here. The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I'm very excited to share that the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated reached an agreement to deliver up to 750 homes in the territory there. Build Canada Homes will lead this work using innovative factory-built components to get homes ready faster. We're prioritizing Canadian materials, we're supporting Inuit-owned businesses, and creating lots of job opportunities and training opportunities. This partnership will make a real difference on the ground. I thank her for her leadership and helping bring more homes to Nunavut that are much-needed affordable homes, and I encourage all...
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Good news, Mr. Speaker. Canada's energy regulator has rejected Brookfield's plans to send Canadian hydroelectricity to the United States with almost no benefit to the people who live here, and has instead recommended a full licensing process and review. But the final decision still rests with the Minister of Natural Resources. So will that minister commit to accepting the energy regulator's recommendations and ensuring that Canada's national interests always come first?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Let me reassure the member across the aisle that our government is working closely with the government of British Columbia to build an affordable, reliable and clean electricity grid that meets the significant surge in demand we are expecting in the years to come. As the member opposite said, this matter is currently before the Commission of the Canadian Energy Regulator, which makes its decisions independent of the federal government in the best interests of Canada's ability to meet its domestic energy needs.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The state of emergency in Cross Lake Pimicikamak is now over 40 days long. The Army came, made recommendations, and left. And where is the federal government? Still brainstorming solutions. Meanwhile, evacuees remain stranded in cities without adequate supports. When will Ottawa move past talking points, at a minimum implement the Army's recommendations, and uphold their constitutional responsibilities to support people returning to a safe home?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister for Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
I can assure my friend across the aisle that emergency management, our department was in contact with that nation from the commencement of the power outage. We've worked, as has Indigenous Services Canada, to make sure that firstly we sent the Canadian Armed Forces, and secondly that there were sufficient people on the ground to help evacuate and provide benefits to the region. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As International Development Week comes to a close, I know I and many of my colleagues in this place have met with dozens of frontline workers from development organizations who are reeling from the broken promise. During the election, the Liberals promised, the Prime Minister said, quote unquote, we will not cut foreign assistance, we will not cut development assistance, and the budget showed a cut of $2.7 billion. We used to be known in the world. Lester B. Pearson, as former Prime Minister, set the global target for development assistance, and yet here we are falling through the cracks, not delivering. Will the minister commit to reviving the Pearson target?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, we remain committed to our long-standing international assistance priorities. We will continue to fight poverty, to support gender equality, to strengthen health, food, and education systems, and build climate resilience. We will continue to deliver urgent humanitarian aid abroad. And Mr. Speaker, the measure of our work is in the partnerships we build to deliver development outcomes at scale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period.
Thursday question.
The motion. I believe as is usually the case on Thursdays, as is always the case on Thursdays, the Opposition House Leader, Honourable Opposition House Leader, has a question for the Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is the case, and I believe CPAC refers to this moment as the crown jewel of their weekly programming. And because it is Thursday, I was wondering if the Government House Leader can update the House as to the business for the rest of this week and into the next week, and wonder specifically if the government has had the time to analyze and absorb our leader's letter calling for concrete, common sense proposals to not only deal with the cost of living crisis, but also strengthen Canada's position against things like unfair tariffs. The ideas like getting rid of the capital gains tax on investments that are reinvested into Canada. I wonder if we can see legislation on that, rather than a complicated rebate scheme that will see Canadian tax dollars go to subsidize the purchase of foreign-built EVs. If we can expect any legislation that would include getting the Conservative idea of getting rid of the GST on all Canadian-produced vehicles. Those are the types of concrete measures that will not only lower the cost of living for Canadians, but also help build our economy. So will the government take us up as we extend our hands across the way for common sense solutions? Will he take us up on that offer, or will they once again double down on failed policies of the past?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, there's a lot to digest in that, but I am, if what I hear, and I think all Canadians will appreciate this metaphor at this time of year, if I hear the faint sound of the ice cracking in the wall of Conservative obstruction that this Parliament has encountered, the obstruction of our criminal law legislation, the obstruction of the Prime Minister's economic plan to bring $1 trillion of investment and to build Canada strong. If what I hear is the faint sounds of that dam cracking, that means that spring might be on its way, and the opposition may put down their tools of obstruction and join us in building our country strong. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue with debate on the opposition motion brought forward by the Bloc Québécois. Tomorrow we will have the debate on the standing orders and procedure pursuant to Standing Order 51, a very hotly awaited moment in the parliamentary calendar, Mr. Speaker. On Monday of next week, we will call Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation at second reading. I would also like to inform all honourable members that next Tuesday and Thursday shall be allotted days.
On Wednesday, we will begin second reading of Bill C-20, an act respecting the establishment of Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker, which was tabled earlier this morning by my honourable colleague, the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, and the Minister responsible for the economic development in Canada for the Pacific. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe that you will find that the House will give unanimous consent to the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, At the conclusion of oral questions on Friday, February 6, 2026, the House observe a moment of silence for the late Honourable Kirsty Duncan. That afterwards, a member of each of the recognized parties, a member of the New Democratic Party, and the member of the Green Party each be permitted to make a statement for no more than 5 minutes to pay tribute, and the time taken for these proceedings shall be added to the time provided for government orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All those who oppose the honourable minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Orders of the day. The Honourable... sorry.
Orders of the day. Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion concerning an apology to those whose property was expropriated in Mirabel, standing in the name of the member for Mirabel. The honourable member for Les Pays d'en Haut has 8 minutes remaining for his speech.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so to pick up where I left off, our colleague from the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, want Canadians to believe that building the high-speed train is going to hurt their communities, that this construction would be done without consultation, without the measures that we put in place over the last 60 years. They're trying to justify their opposition to the project, and their goal is to kill the project before the necessary legislation is even passed. They've already joined the Conservatives in the past to try to cut the initial funding that was required, and they're trying to do it again now today by blocking, and, the Bloc Québécois, it makes sense, they're trying to block Bill C-15. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear. Expropriation is a measure of last resort. Negotiation with property owners is always the privileged approach, and that principle will not change.
Mr. Speaker, before turning to Bill C-15, I want to acknowledge what we have heard in recent weeks. Since public consultations began, residents of the Mirabel region have raised concerns about land acquisition, expropriation, and the need for direct, respectful engagement. We have heard those concerns clearly, and I can confirm today that Alto will be holding an in-person public session in the Mirabel area later this month to ensure transparency, dialogue, and accountability. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to explain why Bill C-15 is necessary for this linear project and how it is maintaining appropriate protections for landowners. Bill C-15 is necessary because the high-speed rail initiative is unprecedented in Canada. It involves a corridor of nearly 1,000 kilometers, crossing hundreds of communities and requiring the acquisition of hundreds of pieces of land. Because of the time, cost, and complexity involved, land acquisition represents one of the most significant risks to the project, particularly if we're to begin construction in 2029 as announced. The current Federal Expropriation Act is a statute of general application. It was not designed for a project of this scale or this complexity. Without a framework adapted to this reality, delays multiply and costs escalate, precisely what communities and taxpayers want to avoid.
Mr. Speaker, the measures to acquire land in Bill C-15 are not intended to increase uncertainty. They provide tools so that there is better coordination and earlier work while maintaining the fundamental protections that landowners have. Some of these measures have raised concerns, and I want to respond to those concerns directly. First of all, expropriation would not be done via email, unlike what has been said. The intention is to allow communication by email only when the owner of the land themselves has indicated that that is their preferred means of communication and that that person has provided their email address. This is an additional means of communication which is added to those that are already in the law, and it's not designed to replace those means of communication. Second, a ban on work does not mean that owners would lose access to their land. landowners can continue to undertake their farming or commercial activities. Landowners will be able to proceed with regular work on their land, reparation of that land, or any measures to prevent their land from deteriorating. Third, Bill C-15 does not prevent landowners from selling their buildings and does not allow the federal government to set the value of the land. The right of first refusal is a management tool which allows Alto to be informed when a landowner is ready to sell their property. Landowners are free to put their property on the market. This tool only allows Alto to acquire the property with priority at a price that has been accepted by the landowner. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Quebec has even given this power to municipalities in recent years. This is the right of preemption, and it allows cities to protect strategic land and does not change the market value for the owner. In Morin Heights, the Municipal Council has acquired and protected one of the nicest pieces of land in the city. It's called Castel-Marie, and it's one of the nicest parks in the municipality. And this is a tool that I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, works very, very well for both the purchaser and the seller.
So be honest with Canadians about what it takes to deliver projects of this magnitude. High-speed rail is one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects in our history, a true nation-building initiative. Projects of this scale cannot be delivered without using adaptive tools. This project cannot advance responsibly without these land acquisition measures. Inaction would not preserve the status quo. It will mean delays and higher costs. Importantly, these measures are not unheard of. They're aligned with similar provincial regimes, including Quebec's Act respecting expropriation and Ontario's Building Transit Faster Act. The economic stakes are significant. High-speed rail will create tens of thousands of jobs, strengthen productivity, improve regional connectivity, and deliver lasting economic benefits for Quebec, Ontario, and Canada as a whole. Every year of delay carries real costs for workers, businesses, taxpayers, and community. Monsieur le Président, je supporte la...
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. I support the construction of the high-speed rail, and I would ask my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois to stop blocking the project and to get on board. The honourable member, the honourable member, the member. Hello to my colleague. That I'll start by saying, you know, it was you're supposed to say acquis and not acquérir, and not and soutien and not support. But yeah, you're right. There have been many things that have been built over the last 60 years, which unfortunately did not prevent the events in Mirabel from happening in the 1980s, unfortunately, as I say. But this bill was in the fall. I mean, the suspension of laws, the option of individuals going to speak to a minister and then one-on-one and then showing up with no... And then you can just bypass the regular process. I mean, my colleague stood up to vote in favor of that. So how is it that he's unaware of the fact that that was voted on? And that undoes all of these wonderful regulations from the last 60 years. I thank the honourable member Philippe Hidon. Thank you very much, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. I appreciate any corrections to my French. I do try to improve it, but, you know, I can make mistakes. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that what happened in Mirabel is inappropriate. Today's my birthday. I'm 56 years old. That's today. So I've been alive longer than this debate about Mirabel, but it's still unacceptable. Over the last 60 years, we've evolved. Things have changed. The laws have changed, and the government will respect these regulations. Questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could, given the fact that he's a member for a neighboring riding, neighboring riding to Mirabel, that is, given he knows this region well, could he share with us what he's hearing on the ground in terms of the support for the Alto project in the Lower Laurentians? The member for Lépine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. In les pays d'en haut, everyone that I discuss high-speed rail with is in favor of this bill. We've been discussing it for far too long. The current government has decided to move ahead with this. I think it really is a step in the right direction. To get cars off of the road, it creates more jobs. It's a big step in the right direction for transit and transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the debate today, two conversations. One is for apology for past expropriation, and then one is for the fast tracking of a high-speed rail. And to be honest, I didn't know about these issues before today, but doing some research, I'm more interested in the process and mechanics. And so, to my colleague across the way, can he answer whether or not the same mechanics in terms of expropriation and land acquisition, will that apply to a pipeline being fast-tracked and built to the west coast of British Columbia?
L'honorable député de Les Pays d'en Haut.
The honourable member for Les Pays d'en Haut.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about high-speed rail. I'll leave pipelines to the experts in that domain. So I'd just like to say that everything that has evolved in the last 60 years has brought us to where we are today. Too many people have talked about making a high-speed rail line. We are going ahead with a high-speed rail line, and we're going to do it in record speed. So I hope our colleagues from across the way will pass Bill C-15 and get on the train with us.
Commentaire l'honorable député de Berthier-Masques.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. 35 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First off, the colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe de Bagotte is asking me, and in fact, I'm sharing in the well wishes to my colleague for his birthday. I'll be a bit faster, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to say we're raising the red flag. If things go too fast, this happened too quickly in 1969. Then they had to hand back 95% of these lands. You're planning 100 kilometers wide for 60 meters that are actually the required 60 meters. We're concerned that history might repeat itself. That's why we had to explain this to colleagues. And given that he understands Quebec, he should certainly convince his colleague to present their apologies. The honourable member, thank you. And I thank my honourable colleague for his questions. We understand that the width of the corridor is to avoid land speculation. The idea was not to set a minimum width. You have to consult with the public. We will be consulting with the public to make sure that we do this in a way that is acceptable to everyone. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Housing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I'm a new member, and I am very proud to be the member for Trois-Rivières. For the first time in decades, we have a member from my riding, and so I'm looking forward to doing wonderful things. When I told my friends and family that I wanted to get into politics, they said, well, I'd be eaten alive, that I was too naive and that I could only see good things in people. And, you know, to some degree, that's true. I see the glass half full. I have rose-colored glasses. I always think there's a solution that's out there. Why? Because there's something that supports and underpins all of the work that we do here. And I think we should all be able to agree on this thing, which is to do the best for our citizens. All the members in this House have the privilege of appearing here and bringing solutions to the problems that our constituents are facing regarding who represents these constituents. For 25 years now, I spent actually 25 years in the federal public service, and I've been nonpartisan in that sense. I've always fought for good ideas, no matter where they come from. But I have to say, my goodwill is starting to get to a point where I'm wondering why the opposition across the way just opposes absolutely everything in the House, in committees. You know, we say, yes, let's discuss this, and then they say, no, what you're proposing now is not good. Well, wait a second, we're proposing what you're asking for. Oh, no, that's not good. And anyhow, there's something else we're concerned about it. Every day we hear about it in terms of affordability. We hear about it when we talk about strengthening the justice system. And again, today, here we have this motion from my colleague from Mirabel. I think what's irresponsible and deplorable as parliamentarians is to completely ignore the facts and to table a motion that indicates or seems to claim that the current situation is the same as in 1969, regulatorily speaking. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that what happened 57 years ago should never have happened. We recognize that the people of Mirabel were hard hit and that the scars remain. The former Minister of Transport at the time had said in the return of the most recent, the last hectares, that a grave mistake had been made and that it should never have happened. My colleague today, the Minister of Transport, reiterated these very things this morning. I find it deplorable to try to fearmonger among people from Mirabel with comments that my colleague knows are faulty, because I know my colleague is a diligent person, is well informed. He's certainly read the Budget Implementation Act. He certainly must have read the High-Speed Rail Network Act, and he must know that the Expropriation Act of 1985 was radically amended to include consultations in the process. Certainly, he must know that the High-Speed Rail Act modernizes it and improves it with additional measures. But for his benefit and for the benefit of all the people of Mirabel and for all the people in the corridor, this very key corridor between Peterborough and Quebec City, let me reiterate a few of the principles. The Act will, once again, guarantee, once it is passed, if there is no longer any obstruction, the impact assessment, consultations with Indigenous peoples, more clarity on regulatory processes. In sum, the bill will not go forward by disregarding landowners or other rights holders. Allow me to discuss the high-speed rail issue itself. I know my colleagues from the Bloc since this morning have been saying that that's not actually the subject of the motion, but that's kind of misreading the room, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Bloc and the Conservatives already voted together against the funding required for this bill, the first high-speed rail project for Canada is a generational project that will mean for Canadians that they will have the kind of transportation system that they're worthy of this G7 country. The economic benefits are $37 million per year, 51,000 jobs, an increase in productivity and mobility between regions. The high-speed rail will link economic poles, stimulate tourism, reduce travel time by half, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, stimulate the development of affordable housing along this corridor, and provide jobs for those who are along the way, including in these rural communities that actually really need these jobs and these economic inputs. It's important for the regions. It's important for the people of Trois-Rivières, and I know it's important also for my neighboring riding, that is Berthier-Maskinongé. With the new Buy Canada policy that our new government implemented, Alto will be using hundreds of thousands of tons of steel, wood from Canada, Canadian products, to build these infrastructures, the electricity grid. In fact, Alto and its partner Cadences have become steel industry negotiations to see how best to deliver what needs to be delivered. There aren't that many infrastructure projects in our history that have generated this level of industrial demand. It's somewhat irresponsible for both of these opposition parties to try to block this through you, Mr. Speaker. It's in line with other major projects our government is planning to build. Le Contrecoeur, all our northern investments, our investments in housing. Whereas Canada continues to face U.S. threats against the steel, hardwood, and aluminum sectors, it's time now to stop this political gamesmanship and to put the interest of Quebecers and Canadians ahead. 75% of Quebecers are in favor of this project. Alto just began the first steps in its consultation process, including in Mirabel. They'll be in our riding of Trois-Rivières and my colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé's riding as well in the next few weeks. These consultations will happen in 100 or so communities throughout this corridor with municipalities, discussions with potential landowners who might be struck. There were discussions with the Union des Producteurs Agricoles, with stakeholders. There have been several consultation processes and online submissions. Thousands of them have been received. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. What happened in 1969 was a historic injustice. We recognize that what was done should never have been done. But the process has radically changed over the last 57 years. There's been a radical change, and that change happened when we changed the Expropriation Act in 1985, and it will radically change again once we can pass this bill, Bill C-15. We have worked closely with Ontario and Quebec to look at their own legislation in expropriation and transportation so that we're best aligned with the provinces and so that we can advance as quickly as possible to solve this issue and to create this incredible program. It is possible to build a high-speed rail project without repeating the mistakes of the past. This is an important project for the citizens of Quebec and of Ontario. It's an important major project for Canada. There's only positive things will come of this. There's a commitment from all stakeholders to consult and for this project to bring about a high number of positive economic benefits. If my colleague does want the best for his constituents, I would urge him to be constructive and to support the measures we're putting forward to make life more affordable, to build more housing, to preserve the social safety net, to build a strong Canada, rather than to continue to obstruct in these parliamentary committees and here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, when I decided to run for political office, it was really to make a difference. And I really thought we could work together hand in hand with all the various parties here at such a critical time in the history of Canada, at a time that is such a turning point for us, for our businesses, for our workers, given the uncertainty that Quebec and Canadian families are experiencing. So please, let's stop these political games. Let's work together and let's move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, in fact, my neighbouring riding friend. But I want to correct something. She's accusing us of obstruction and political games. That's not what we are doing. What we are asking for is what she named, actually, in her very speech, that is to recognize the errors of the past and to not repeat those same mistakes. With respect to the high-speed rail, we are in favor of this project. We just want it to be done correctly. When you think of Mirabel, where 85% of the expropriations have to then be rescinded, when you look at the situation where we have a 100-kilometer corridor that's being planned, when you only need 60, the truth of the matter is people are still concerned. And when you look at C-15, well, I'm hearing, I like this legislation too. It's about Section 98. You're going to have to look at that aspect, one of these protective measures in place. Part of her speech, she needs to revise. I'd like to know what she has to say about the Transportation Board of Canada. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I do indeed appreciate working with him. The corridor that we're discussing, the Alto Cadence corridor, is a 10-kilometer wide corridor, not 100 kilometers wide. And again, to get back to what I said earlier in my speech, people are saying, no, that's not what we want to talk. That's not what we're talking about. We're not trying to block anything. But that's what I'm talking about these political games. They don't want to, but in effect, they are. They use emotional tools to, get their way, and that's what I'm referring to, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for the speech from a colleague across the way, and my question is actually along the same lines as my colleague from the bloc. In her speech, she referenced lessons learned from the past, and then now consultation is part of an expropriation process. And yet, when I read and when I hear about, and it comes right into my office, the farmland potentially being expropriated in Clearview Township for D&D's project, consultations occurred, but it occurred right in the height of harvest season for the farmers that are so affected. So how is that effective consultation? All parties support strengthening Canada's defence. But taking 4,000 acres of prime farmland, consulting with farmers in the middle of harvest season, how is that appropriate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the colleague for his question. As I said in my speech, consultations have already begun. So even if we expect construction to start in 4 years, consultations are already underway, and they already took place in Montreal. The portal's already open. They will happen elsewhere. Even though we don't have all of the information at our disposal, we've already started these consultations to find out what these various communities expect along the route, what's important to them. Consultations have also begun. But I would urge you to speak with your farmers, because I myself spoke to the farmers in my riding. I spoke to the UPA, the Agricultural Producers Union, and they're already having discussions. I would urge you to seek some information. The questions should go through the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her speech. Really wonderful. As a member for Trois-Rivières, I'd like to know what my colleague is hearing out in the field when she meets people and she discusses the Alto project with them, given that there will be a train station at Trois-Rivières. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague for his question.
People in Trois-Rivières are very enthusiastic about this project. It's something they've been waiting for a long time. The project will connect Trois-Rivières with Quebec City and Montreal and make travel times shorter. It will also allow for green transportation. People will be able to get around without a car. There's a university in Trois-Rivières as well as 3 CEGEPs. It will lead to an incredible economic boom in our region. So when I talk to people, they're uniformly positive. They want the project to get going, and they're very enthusiastic about it. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, which is a first in the House. I will also note that the PIP interns are about to switch offices, so I'd like to thank my intern who worked in my office and wish them the best in their winter placements. Mr. Speaker, expropriation is a complex process and a very delicate one. It is not something that can be rushed. That's something that my region, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, became all too familiar with in recent years. Here I'm thinking of the OSISCO project, which took place in Malartic toward the end of the 2010s. In 2006, OSISCO introduced its ambitious open-pit mining project at a presentation in a local church. It was the beginning of a process that would eventually displace 205 households and was far from a walk in the park. I actually took a part in the transition committee during that process. Displacements started in 2009, but they ran into a number of challenges. The one-on-one negotiation strategy caused a great deal of stress for a number of locals. Displacements even began before the project received formal approval from the Bureau d'Audience Publique sur l'Environnement. For a number of locals, this episode was traumatizing. Mr. Speaker, I would just ask everyone to talk a little bit more quietly in the House. I know these cries are very targeted, but they're quite loud as well. Yes, I would ask for people to quiet down in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many locals, this episode was a traumatizing one. Significant work was done under the Cohabitation Guide to ease social tensions. However, in many ways, the community was torn apart by the very major project meant to revitalize it. Fighting back took courage because in small towns where everyone knows everyone else, Speaking up can put a target on your back. We saw this story repeat itself more recently. As Roy Naranda was waiting to hear the results of the ministerial approval in March 2023, locals, including the mayor, learned that the neighborhood near the Horn Smelter would be made into a buffer zone. Over 200 families were affected by this piece of news. Even today, the population is living with uncertainty. Yes, people were compensated, but the compensation was not always in line with the needs of affected persons. This sort of thing requires negotiations, but overall it requires time, empathy, and compassion. For this reason, the Université du Québec en Abitibi-Témiscamingue acted proactively by creating the Natural Resource Exploitation Social Acceptability Lab in 2022. This lab brings together researchers, organizations, and members of society in order to work collaboratively to come up with social acceptability mechanisms in line with the concerns and interests of all parties. In our region, this was a step towards better dialogue and mechanisms that meet the needs of today's realities. Expropriations, where people are approached with an already done deal, no longer works. People want to have their voices heard. And I hope that the UQAP example will inspire the government. You know, Mr. Speaker, for a long time I was Indigenous relations critic. The government's consultation process prior to C5 was deplorable. They just sent out a letter saying that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis had been consulted. They only gave people 5 days to speak out, but consultation does not always mean expressing agreement. It's not just saying, oh, we've heard your voices. Consultation means taking active part in discussions, trying to understand the other side's point of view, trying to come up with solutions together, solutions that address the concerns of all parties. Basically, it means true collaboration. That is what the people of Mirabel are asking for, a seat at the table. They want to be heard. They want to speak out about their concerns and receive answers. They do not want to learn by watching the news or speaking to someone in a cafe that high-speed rail will be built right next to them or even through their land. In this sort of project, moving quickly doesn't work. The government certainly wants to circumvent laws. They want to circumvent people. They want to circumvent municipalities. They want to go fast, fast, fast. But you know where that leads. It leads to IT contracts that fall apart. It leads to projects that end up miserable failures. All because the government prioritizes doing things quickly instead of doing things correctly. Now, I'm the agriculture and agri-food critic. As such, I will quote from the president of the Lanaudière Farmers Union, Martin Papin. He said, everything's moving too fast and no one is taking the time to respond to our questions. This is the error that we always see in major projects, both in my riding and here and now. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé has just corrected me. Apologies. The farmers' concerns are important. Guillaume Allery, a farmer and the president of the L'Assomption-les-Moulins Farmers Union, said that in order to destroy a farm, you don't need to necessarily expropriate the land. It is enough to divide it up. Stéphane Allery, president of the regional section of the Outaouais and Laurentians Farmers Union, said, often developers prioritize taking over farmland because it is less costly. He also expressed doubts about dividing up plots of land. He said, how do they expect farmers to go get their hay? They're not going to build a bridge in every divided up land plot. These are the concerns that farmers have, and we must reassure them. The government needs to consult them, listen to their concerns, and collaborate with them. The government could send them a letter or an email, but decency requires meeting with them for an in-person discussion. Alternatives must be found to ensure that farmers can continue to access their land. It should also be noted that many people still remember the expropriations of 1969. Some people will be reliving what farmers of that era experienced. Expropriation followed by the government giving back surplus land. One local farmer spoke to the Journal Le Nord newspaper in Mirabel. He stated that some people were buying up land for resale because they were planning for a second expropriation. Another farmer, quoted by the Journal Le Nord, said, "If the government truly believes we are as important as they say we are, why is Alto not organizing real public consultations in Mirabel?" Mr. Speaker, that's a good question. Examples from my riding speak volumes. Mining companies that do their duty and open up dialogue with the local population have a greater chance of achieving social acceptability. It takes more time, but it is and always will be the best approach. The farmer I quoted earlier made another interesting comment. He said, by passing the project over to a federally created firm, the Liberals seem to be washing their hands of it. That's true, and it's problematic. Farmers deserve to be heard. Today, I will speak on their behalf. I want them to know that we in the Bloc Québécois are listening to them. We are there for them. When you do major projects, you need to do things right. The government is not dealing with plots of land. It is dealing with people who have put their heart into their land, who have built their homes on their land, who are part of their land. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is a tale of generations of fathers and sons. Land represents family history. Sometimes 6 to 10 generations will invest their blood, sweat, and tears in a given plot of land. The region of Mirabel has the best and most fertile farmland in all of Quebec. To conclude, I will quote the great Serge Bouchard, who said that modern humans want to live in cities, but he still spoke with admiration about the old farmer, the one who cleared the land, the one who loved the land, who worked the land. As Serge Bouchard said so well, the cultural originality of our ancestors owes itself to the land. We need to think about the past and the future as we go about this project. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Abitibi for his speech. And I entirely agree with him and his colleagues. What happened in Mirabel in 1969 was unacceptable. We cannot allow history to repeat itself, and we will not allow history to repeat itself. I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion on the value of Alto, a high-speed rail project. We know that this will be a linear project, much longer than it is wide. Does the Bloc believe in this project? Does the Bloc believe that Canada should have high-speed rail? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Laval, who I had a great discussion with yesterday, specifically about social acceptability in Rouyn-Noranda. I thank him for his sensitivity in that discussion. People of Rouyn-Noranda would love to have a high-speed train. They would love to make it to Montreal or Ottawa or major cities more quickly. The question is not whether we want a high-speed rail or whether we don't. The Bloc believes in high-speed rail, but it's about how we do things. When we speak to people in Mirabel, what they think of being stuck in traffic on Highway 15 for an hour, well, farmers say they want to make it to Laval. They want to be able to travel quickly, but the problem is the government is not respecting the process. That's the heart of the problem. That's why we're having this Opposition Day debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And really what the debate is the Bloc asking for an apology for expropriation of land that happened in 1969 and for the past not to be repeated. But I think we're coming across one of the fundamental problems that come along with fast tracking. Like, everybody understands the need to build our economy, build pipelines, build high-speed rail, but you got some fundamental human problems that come up when you talk about fast tracking, maybe overriding some fundamental issues. So if everybody understands the need and support, excuse me.
So just have a little order. The honourable member in about 10 seconds.
And if everybody understands the need to build up the economy, wouldn't an official apology coming from the government actually be a big step in terms of clearing up that right-of-way for high-speed rail?
The deputy, Abitibi.
The Honourable Member Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the major frustrations. In Mirabel, not only was some of the best farmland in Quebec expropriated, leaving major scars at the local level for an airport which was meant to be the largest international airport in Canada, but then Canada decided to focus solely on Toronto, making it so that the Mirabel region didn't even need a major airport. It was a major mistake. And this is another reason why we need to have an apology. Not only that, the airport built in Quebec ended up being an entirely different one. So I think the government absolutely owes a major apology to people in the Mirabel region. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinonge, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like my colleague to explain, we're happy because it seems like the Conservative Party agrees with us about the apology. I've heard a number of Conservatives, however, expressing concerns about speeding up major projects and perhaps making mistakes because the government would be moving too fast, like in C-69. But if that's the case, how come the Conservatives voted for C-5 back in June? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's the height of irony to see the official opposition voting in favor of time allocation and more governmental power. I guess they assume that when they're in power, they'll be able to benefit from the botched process of C5. I'll say something else. I presented it as an amendment to C5 to exclude the Indian Act from the bill. And the Conservatives voted in favor of that, which means that Indigenous needs cannot entirely be swept aside. That said, I still think C5 was a historic mistake. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased I can take the floor today in this Opposition Day debate. It's not just Mirabel, but various regions in Canada are living through a situation like this, which is very difficult. I'm going to read from a quote. He who does not learn from history is doomed to repeat it. And that is exactly what is going on. With our Opposition Day, we are hoping to spread word about history. Through an apology, we hope to make sure that history is well understood, so it is not repeated, and so we do not relive the traumatic events that took place in Mirabel. Not too long ago, the Prime Minister gave an interesting historical speech at the Quebec City Citadel. In his speech, he displayed, at best, a poor understanding of Quebec history, and at worst, scorn for Quebec history. In this context, it's worth wondering whether the government knows anything at all about Quebec and its priorities, or whether it just wants to sweep all opposition aside and move forward with its high-speed rail project. At the risk of repeating what my colleagues have already said, we agree with high-speed rail, but it's about how it is built. I think it's concerning when the government comes up with a project and says, oh, we'll consult. Meanwhile, the government is not even listening to its own public servants who have signaled possible cost overruns and other problems. If the government is not even listening to its own officials, will they listen to members of the public? The government has also said, we will follow all the rules. There will be assessments, consultations, discussions. We will follow all relevant rules. At the same time, the government has given itself the right to rewrite the rules. It's like there's building the plane in the air. The Liberals have given some speeches, and when we ask them about our motion, they don't want to give a clear opinion. Despite this, our motion is very simple. I wonder why they're hesitating so much, why they won't just say, yes, we will vote in favor of your proposal. The motion reads, the House calls on the government to express apologies for the expropriations in Mirabel. This was a unanimous request from the Quebec National Assembly. The government has said, yes, it's a catastrophe. Yes, we shouldn't let history repeat itself. But why won't they clearly say that they'll offer apologies? It also says that the House recognize the collective trauma these expropriations caused for thousands of Quebecers who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods. My colleague from Mirabel gave examples of this, moving examples. And even on the government side, people spoke about these events as a historic trauma. With this in mind, I don't think it should be that difficult to offer an apology. The motion ends. The House urges the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. So now, if the government is being so hesitant to support our motion, I wonder what their true intentions are. The Transport Minister, who is also Government House Leader, seemed to have indicated the government's approach earlier this week. I will quote a response he gave to a question from my colleague from Mirabel. He said, how come the member did not oppose the expropriations that led to the REM line? Expropriations for transportation projects are not new, and of course we will negotiate with landowners.
And, you know, I don't want to say that he means to mislead the House. That would be perhaps giving too much weight to those words from the minister. Well, the law in Quebec allows somebody who's expropriated and for which there's a notice of expropriation to contest that decision before Quebec's administrative tribunal or before the Superior Court, whether it be on the right of the expropriation or on the amount that the person will receive. Meanwhile, with C-15, they've changed the Expropriation Act to allow the Minister of Transport to set a price without any hearing. So there's nothing comparable between the two laws. Alto, the company that wants to build the project, has a right, a first right, which will limit owners' rights to what they can do with their land. The financial offer will be non-negotiable. So, for example, a farmer whose land would be under a preemptory right on their land wouldn't be able to do any work, and who wants to buy land on which there is a right of priority, well, that's going to have an impact on the price, and it's going to be enormous. There's also the fact that Sections 9 and 10 of the Expropriation Act require the competent minister to hold public hearings on expropriation, but C-15 would explicitly remove that requirement from the law. So there won't be any public hearings as there are in the Quebec law. The Minister of Transport said, listen, if you agreed with what happened in Quebec, you should be in agreement with what's happening here. But listen, I want to tell him, you know, you're misleading the House when you suggest that. The Minister of Transport, in another answer to my colleague, said, Mr. Speaker, yes, there were consultations, and of course there will be more consultations. We're consulting all mayors and all all the stakeholders in those regions. And you know what? People are excited by this project. My colleague is comparing an international airport to a little corridor that's 60 meters wide. But what he's forgotten to mention is that 60 meters is within a 10-kilometer wide corridor in which there will be the possibility of peremptory right to expropriation. Alto is reserving that corridor for the high-speed train, and to do that, they've alerted people by email. Imagine the panic in Mirabel, a place where there are already open wounds linked to the expropriations that took place 50 years ago. To know that they might not be able to sell their property, even if the rail line doesn't go through their property. They won't be able to do any work on their land before they know if there's going to be any expropriation. Listen, it's anxiety, it's panic, and it serves no purpose, and that's how the government is working. They're moving ahead too quickly without taking into account those open wounds from the past. They're showing that they don't know or don't care about history. And in terms of consultations, they say there's going to be consultation, there's going to be consultation. Well, listen, the consultation period, the initial consultation period takes place between January 15th and March 29th. We've just learned that there are going to be consultations. Farmers, when they're on the farm or working while they're getting their fields ready, they don't have the time to write briefs with such a short warning. Same thing, there are municipalities where the councils have just been elected last fall. They're just putting in place their budgets. It's a very short amount of time. And then there's also the format of the consultations. They're having, happy hours where they present, the project, from a very high point of view. And then they say there's going to be more consultations in the fall. The second part of consultations will take place in the fall. But there's going to be about 9 months in total of consultations for a project that people have been talking about for over 10 years. So maybe it would be a good idea to take a bit more time to finish more quickly. And, unfortunately, I don't have much time left, just a minute, but I know that my colleagues have talked about this earlier. There are a whole bunch of laws that affect major projects and expropriations which have been completely set aside with Bill C-15. And things are going to go far too quickly with this project. Now, listen, it's not necessarily a bad project, but, we can't make something quick and well. The government has given itself a lot of latitude, and that's why we're worried about what's coming with this project. We think it's moving far too quickly without real consultation, and the risk is that the government is going to do exactly the opposite of what's in our motion, which is to recognize the traumatism from 50 years ago in Mirabel, apologize to them, and make sure that that never happens again.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank our colleague, the member for Saint-Jean, for her speech. And once again, as I said to the previous colleague, what happened in the 1960s was unacceptable, and that's not going to happen again. Now, this project, the high-speed train project, is, it's still well off in the future. The final project has not been decided upon, so there are many steps before we decide where the line is going to go. So I'd like to ask our colleague, can she please say how it's a problem to take these early consultations before getting into the heart of the subject a bit later. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, the problem is the speed with which things are happening. We got an announcement very recently to say that consultations would take place from January 15th until the end of March. And then when the government says, there's going to be a second set of consultations, well, the second set of consultations will be on a more definitive map for the train line, and that's coming in the fall. So again, this is something that a lot of people still are dealing with an open wound from the past. And for over 10 years now, this project has been talked about. So we're wondering if the only reason why the government is trying to go so quickly is so that people at Alto can just check boxes so they can get a bonus at the end of the year. And people are asking questions. They're not getting all the answers. They're not going to have time to get their points across, and that's the problem. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I've noticed over the last 10 years that this Liberal government has always been very quick to apologize. And so I'm just kind of wondering, why would it be that suddenly they seem to be so incredibly hesitant to apologize for something that we know really shouldn't have happened?
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Well, unfortunately, there are many examples that we could quote. I feel like there have been a few opposition days now where the Bloc Québécois has talked about requests for apologies. For example, the October crisis, but they haven't said that was, something they would necessarily want to apologize for. Something similar for the Acadians, but it's ridiculous here. We're talking about what happened, 50 years ago. The government's saying it's unacceptable, but they refuse to offer an apology. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot, Acton. And just to go back to this similar subject, when we had a motion 6 years ago concerning apologies for the October crisis, the government said, well, listen, that's the past. A couple of weeks ago, when we talked about the Prime Minister's speech on the Plains of Abraham, they said, no, you're living in the past. What we're interested in is jobs and the economy and public service, etc. When they made the choice to make that speech. So they're saying, listen, we're going to do what we want, but don't criticize us for what we do. So my colleague, I'd like to know, in her previous career, if a victim came to her to say, 10 years ago something happened to me, would she say, listen, that was in the past, turn the page, move on? Is that what she would have said to someone? The honourable member for Saint Jean. Well, if I had done that, I probably would have been fired.
Commentaire?
The honourable member for Repentigny with 35 seconds. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear my colleagues speak to the idea that the government wants to cut the environmental evaluations from 5 years to 2 years in the context of this project. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, that suggests once again that the government is going far too quickly, probably for interests that are completely opposed to the interests of the people who live next to where this project is going to go. The environmental impact studies are there so that we can better understand the impact that a project will have on health, on the economy, on social aspects. And the government is ready to set all of that aside with this bill. It's already in C-15. They're completely setting that aside. And so the government's ready to do that when it's in their interest. And so if that's what they're doing, it's because they're representing interests other than those of the population that they serve. And that makes us worry about the project and how it's going to be put together. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty, pursuant to the Standing Order, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on employment, and the Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay on natural resources. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this debate today, but before I start, there's two things I'd like to mention. First of all, I'd like to note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Châteauguay, Les Jardins de Napierville. And second, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to, highlight the work done by an employee in my office. We members of Parliament were nothing without our teams to help us do our day-to-day work and to support us in everything that we do. And yesterday, I had the pleasure to present a certificate of recognition to Louise Goulet. Louise has been working for me for 10 years, and she helped out in my first campaign in 2015, and she's stood by me since then to work for the people of Hull-Aylmer. So I'm very thankful for Louise and also for Martin, Nicolas, Mamadou, Essa, Valérie, and all the others who help me in my work every day. And I'd also like to note that next week, after several months working with the Honourable for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, I will be receiving a parliamentary intern who was working with that member in my office. It's a wonderful program, and I encourage all members to welcome a parliamentary intern when they have the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the high-speed train is going to profoundly change the way that people travel between Quebec City and Toronto. It's going to offer quicker service, more reliable service, more sustainable service in the busiest rail corridor, not just in Canada, but honestly in North America. It's going to cut travel times in half. It's going to allow people to travel from Ottawa to Montreal in less than an hour. Ottawa to Toronto in less than 2 hours. That's not going to just change people's travel habits, but it's also going to change access to jobs, access to new talent, and access to new markets. This increased connectivity is going to have a big impact on regional procurement. It's going to impact, in a positive way, the labor force in the corridor, and it's going to increase economic growth. It's going to bring communities and businesses closer together. Businesses will benefit from new investments and innovations, and the train will offer modern, reliable, and low emissions transportation to Canadians, and it's going to increase our competitiveness. The high-speed train project is necessary because the current transport infrastructure has already reached its limit. Mr. Speaker, the people who live in the train corridor will, between now and, 15 years from now, will go up by up to 24 million. We'll see up to 24 million Canadians living in the corridor between Toronto and Quebec City. 24 million Canadians. We know that our highways won't be able to. They won't be able to take on that new traffic. They're already at capacity, so it's very important that we have a new system in place with a train that will be available. A train, like I said, that's fast, that's reliable, and that's really going to serve Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, at a time when economic uncertainty around the globe is a major issue, a high-speed train represents a historic opportunity to invest in the future of Canada. This is a strategic step forward to building a more resilient and more competitive economy, an economy that will be better placed to resist the challenges of the future, including the threat of tariffs. Major infrastructure projects like this one create jobs. The high-speed train will create 500,000 jobs or sustain 500,000 jobs during the construction project. It will use Canadian expertise, whether that be engineers, architects, surveyors. Canadian expertise will be needed. There will be demand for material and services, both of which come from Canada. The proponent of this project, Alto, estimates that the project will represent $35 billion a year in investments, and the benefits go well beyond just dollars. Over the long term, investing in the high-speed train will bring cities closer together, creating a more resilient economy by facilitating interprovincial trade. And that's a priority that we all recognize is important in the current context. This high-speed train, which is fully electric, will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And it will take over 100,000 cars off of our highways. And the impact assessment law will apply at every level of this project to make sure that the environment is respected as this project moves forward. Mr. Speaker, I participated in the launch of this project. The Mayor of Ottawa was there. The Mayor of Gatineau wasn't able to be there because she was at another event, but she wanted to be there. There was a resolution from a unanimous resolution supporting this from the city of Montreal. Montreal supports this project. Listen, this is a project we've been talking about for decades now. And now, finally, we're at a time when we can take action. But there are people who want to slow things down. Mr. Speaker, that's not acceptable. When there's a project that is so clearly in the interest of everyone in this country, Quebec, Ontario, the entire country, now is the time to act. Mr. Speaker, the federal Buy Canadian policy is essential to support our national industries and support good jobs for Canadians. It's a measure that will be prioritized whenever possible as we build this project. We will use material made in Canada whenever possible. These measures will help Canadian businesses, and it will strengthen our national industrial capacity. As we move forward with this transformative initiative, we are encouraged by the support that we're seeing from Quebecers across the province. Mr. Speaker, it's supported by the Montreal Chamber of Commerce. It's supported by many other chambers of commerce throughout the rail corridor between Quebec and Ontario. This is a golden opportunity to transform our country, to modernize our economy, and to build something that will be used for decades or even centuries to come. By building a faster, more efficient, and more reliable rail network, the High-Speed Rail Initiative will strengthen our supply chains across Canada, and it will stimulate growth over the long term. With the support of our provincial partners, the enthusiasm of municipalities, and the alignment with national priorities, this initiative reflects a common commitment to put in place modern infrastructure that will ensure that Canada remains connected and competitive in the future. Together, Mr. Speaker, I am certain that we are investing in a future where Canadians will benefit. They will benefit from better opportunities and where our economy will be more resilient, more dynamic, and better placed to succeed in a world that is changing very quickly. This is a project for the 21st century. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, whom I appreciate, for his speech. He's a very warm individual. We've gotten to know him as a Speaker of the House of Commons. I do take issue with one part of his speech, however. You know, he's saying we've been waiting too long, we have to move faster, it's unacceptable that we're moving so slowly. Look, Mr. Speaker, I would invite him into my riding of Berthier-Masquinongé. Why doesn't he come and speak to the people in that kilometre corridor to say, hey, you know, these people are going to be said, listen, we're not sure if you're part of those 60 meters. It's going to be the beginning of the consultations. So those people can't do anything on their land. They can't get a mortgage. They're completely frozen out. To tell them that it's really important to move faster, don't you think it would make sense to have thought this out a bit better and not traumatize people for nothing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. The person that I respect a great deal. We have great cooperation together, and I would urge his fellow citizens to take part in consultations. Consultations have begun. I myself took part in consultations here in the National Capital Region. There were so many people there. People were there to make some suggestions, to propose some changes, and I really heard the people that were moving this proposal forward. 20,000 Canadians have already taken part in these consultations. I would urge his constituents to take part in these meetings, to share their concerns, to propose innovative solutions. And I think, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we'll have a great project for all Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, there's a lot of Canadians watching us that will be affected by this high-speed rail network and the right-of-way, which I heard is going to be 10 kilometers wide, the right-of-way. And but for those watching at home trying to wonder what's going on, we're talking about consultations, high-speed rail, and yet the motion is just simply asking for an apology to the people of Mirabel for expropriation that happened in 1969. So to the member, is there any appetite for the government to respond to the motion that's on the floor today in terms of what the Bloc is proposing?
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to correct the premises of the question by my honourable colleague. First off, as to what exists today, that is a proposal to identify corridors where this project could take place for consultations with communities to see where we want to head, where we're heading. But what will happen after the consultations until next fall, we will have an opportunity for ALTO to identify a specific route. And again, then there can be further, more in-depth consultations. I really would want to correct that statement, that there's a 10 kilometers wide. It's actually really 60 meters wide. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for Hull-Aylmer, dear colleague, I certainly noted your enthusiasm for this project. Can you tell me if in your riding, if citizens in Hull-Aylmer are just as enthusiastic as you are for this type of a project? Just a quick comment to direct your comments through the chair. Again, yes, through you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague for Quebec that there is a great level of enthusiasm for this project, not because it will go through Hull-Aylmer directly, unfortunately. It won't. I mean, we'd like to have it there, but in our riding, in our community, we are building a proposal to have a Gatineau tramway network, and that's a project that I have been sharing and conveying since my election in 2015. I proposed it because I knew a tram would be a modern way to ensure transit, because we know that our roadways are far too busy. Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's truly a privilege to speak in this House today to discuss this important motion from the member for Mirabel. From what I gather, the Canadian government fully recognizes that expropriation can elicit concerns among Canadians, and that's why, in fact, we've been discussing this matter all day. We also recognize the harms that a number of families experienced in 1969 when their farms were expropriated to build the international Montreal-Mirabel Airport. The measures taken at the time should never have been taken and should never again recur in the future. I myself was born in the riding of Berthier-Masquinongé. I heard about this when I was very young, and I'm fully aware of the harm, the scarring that was caused in the community. But we've moved on. We've learned from this, and our institutions have learned. We don't act in that way today. And I want to assure this House that these considerations are taken very seriously and that the expropriation regime has deeply changed over the last 57 years. What I'm concerned about, Mr. Speaker, and what leads me to speak before this House is the fact that the high-speed rail is not really loudly being supported by the Bloc Québécois members here, and that might actually stall some of our efforts. And there's a lot of misinformation as well. Disinformation, as we know, is a scourge in our institutions and the world. It's important that we tell it like it is to our fellow citizens. That it's important to note that we're not always hearing the right messaging on the Alto project. Again, this afternoon, I heard from a colleague from the Bloc Québécois who said the Alto projects would be done with no consultations, would be subject to no regulations. That's not the case. There are sincere consultation processes in place. There's an impact assessment process that will happen. There is a social license process underway in the motion. They say that it is important not to move forward in such a way as to disrespect the regulations. The reality is that the parties need to be treated fairly, and all of this happens today. They have the right to negotiate, even if they are not satisfied, to appear before the federal court. So the idea of expropriations without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. The government is engaging in due diligence. In my writing, I think things will be done correctly. But I also want to make sure that our colleagues understand that we will be preserving the fundamental protections for the rights of landowners, ensuring a fair, consistent, and respectful process for all people involved. The Bloc claims that the high-speed rail corridor that is 60 meters wide will lead to the same historic injustices as was experienced by the citizens of Mirabel. That's not correct either. The footprint of these projects represent less than 1% of the footprint of Mirabel at the time. There will be a rigorous consultation process underway, and as I mentioned, environmental impact assessments that are only possible if the High-Speed Rail Act passes, contrary to the statements made by the Bloc. The impact assessment process that needs to apply to all segments. It involves in-depth consultations in Mirabel and along the entire rail line, including in the riding I was born in, as I said, Berthier, Masquinongé. This process is a complement to the consultations that have just recently been launched by Alto. We know that Alto will be leading consultations in over 100 communities, will be working with elected representatives, will be holding public information sessions, and will be in contact with the people along this rail line. Not only do a large majority of Quebecers support this bill, but the government of Quebec does as well. Our High-Speed Rail Act is based on discussions held with the government of Quebec and inspired by the Quebec Act relating to expropriation. The fear campaign led by the Bloc against our high-speed rail project would not protect Canadians. In fact, it would lead to the failure of this project that involves 50,000 jobs, $35 million in GDP, and incredible benefits for the steel, wood, and construction sectors in this country. The Bloc's approach also jeopardizes greenhouse gas efforts. We're talking about 100,000 cars that would no longer be on the road. There are local businesses, rural communities that also benefit along this route. And it compromises also this idea that Canadians have are ingenious and smart and ambitious enough to bring to fruition these kinds of major projects. We need to link up Canada better. We need to grow our economy and support our workers. I am deeply concerned by the disinformation and fear-mongering campaign led by the Bloc Québécois from Montreal to Quebec City to Laval and everywhere in between. This will lead to the failure of our high-speed rail project. We know we can build the high-speed rail if we avoid all mistakes in the past, and that's specifically what this act aims to do. And so I would urge the Bloc to put an end to these political games, to listen to the Quebec people, and to put a stop to its mission aiming to cause the failure of this high-speed rail project. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to welcome my two colleagues who have been working for 10 years in this riding. these are the people that support us, and these are the people that receive comments in the field from people who see these kinds of projects and wonder, how come there are no consultations in my road, my street? You have the UPA from Lanaudière that said this, and I'll quote, they say, certainly we do not want to repeat the same scenario as what happened in Mirabel, and that's the agricultural producers. So I wonder, why is it that my colleague is unwilling to welcome our demands here today, to express her apologies and to admit that the consultations are not actually happening out in the field? The member, we recognize what happened. We recognize the devastating impact of the expropriations around Mirabel at the time. But to use that as an example in the case of the high-speed rail project, I think it's not going to help. It won't help us to reduce our greenhouse gases, to build this incredible project. We are open to consultations. There will be a rigorous consultation process underway that is documented, and there have been consultations already, these initial consultations, but we need to formalize the project itself so that we can ensure that there are more formal consultations. And of course, the people from the UPA will be parties to these consultations.
York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member referenced the potential devastating effects of expropriation, and in her speech she spoke about fairness and respect. And I couldn't help but notice that she has afforded none of that in her fanatical drive to steal the firearms from law-abiding firearms owners in Canada. And I wondered, with police associations rejecting her gun grab, would she apologize to them today?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. I'm quite surprised to see where this conversation is going. Over 70% of the people of Canada support the bill that's underway. And this is a respectful process, Mr. Speaker, and the consultations underway is specifically because the owners of these firearms bought them in good faith, and that's why there will be compensation. I believe there is a great deal of respect being expressed. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that I entirely support my colleague on this front, even though that's not the actual subject at hand. She's going. I want to express my full support, and then I think all of my colleagues you will find support her. Now, the high-speed rail, as an engineer, I think my colleague, I can say, is also an engineer. A bill like this one is a complex project. It takes quite a while to do everything in the right direction, in the right steps, in the right direction. And is this period of time moving too quickly, indeed? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. I think Canadians do want us to move swiftly. We should not prevaricate on this. We are able, as a society, as a community, to do things if we work together. We can consult in a respectful way where we listen to one another. We can define how we want to achieve this project. We can obtain reparations if needed to have solutions. And this project, despite its level of technological complexity, I think this is a major gain. 4 years is not too long. We've been waiting for 30 years. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Acton-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleagues' comments with great interest, but there's one thing I don't understand. The motion is in three parts. To apologize to those whose land was appropriated, they say they agree. To acknowledge the collective trauma, they say that's fine, they've done that, they agree with it. To no longer continue these expropriations again with public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation, they again say yes to that. Why aren't they voting for it then if they agree with everything? The Secretary of State, 20 seconds. It's not up to me to determine the result of the vote next week, but the debate, the discussions here in the House, outside of the House, and over social media networks what we're hearing, they're claiming that we're irresponsible, that the project is actually trampling over the rights of others, that it is disregarding the rights of farmers, and that's not the case at all. And that's precisely why you've heard from my colleagues all day today. They've been trying to correct the record. It's a good project for Quebecers. It's a good project for Canadians. And we need to work together on this.
Please do that.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I didn't realize it was my time, Mr. Speaker. Had I known, I wouldn't have fought to ask a question so quickly. I would have kept a few punches for my speech. Well, look, I will repeat a few things. Good day, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to this motion, our Bloc Québécois motion, our Opposition Day motion. I'll read it. It's in 3 parts. That the House call on the government to apologize to those whose land was expropriated in Mirabel, to acknowledge the collective trauma these expropriations caused for thousands of Quebecers who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods, and to urge the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. Personally, again, this is not a proposed amendment I'm raising today, but if I had a 4th point to add to this motion, it would be this: that we unbaptize the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport and call Mirabel Airport Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Why not give the name of a flagrant failure to a monument that is one? I think that would be appropriate. The one who is responsible for this failure from 1969, that's him. And this man usurped so many rights. He was absolutely disrespectful of the rights of so many. In October 1970s, you'll remember several people were jailed. Several poets and others were jailed at the time. That's the point that I would have added. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate, but I'm hearing some discussions here in the chambers. Could they please step outside to have those discussions? Yes, indeed. If members want to have side conversations, we would invite them to step outside the chambers. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oftentimes the questions that we get are from the very people who weren't listening to our speeches, and they ask us questions about things that we've repeated 15 times throughout our speeches.
Allons-y quand même.
Now, let's move on and cover a few different elements. We know that the route will lead to the expropriation of Mirabel families in various cases. Some of them will still be living with the terrible impacts of the 1969 expropriations to build the Mirabel Airport. 3,000 families were expropriated, and the government didn't even use all of the land, having to give back the surplus. Some people left the region altogether and started new lives elsewhere. I will give a little bit of an aside because I just remembered something. I will be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague from Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Despite being the responsible for the problem, Ottawa has never apologized in Mirabel. They've given apologies elsewhere. For example, Marc Garneau gave apologies on behalf of the House here in Ottawa, but the House has never given a formal apology to the people whose lives were turned completely upside down. The consultation process has been presented by the government as a simple courtesy, but it is inadequate given what people have gone through. Now they're saying that there's a public consultation in progress. But do we even know when it will take place? Have dates been revealed? If the people across the way, sorry, through you, Mr. Speaker, if the members across the way have an answer to that question, I would be very interested in hearing it. One thing that we heard a lot in speeches up till now is you have to go fast, as fast as possible. But that's what they did in 1969. People moved too fast, and it actually wasn't worth the effort. The 1969 project was a miserable failure, and there are still families impacted by it to this day. Earlier, I asked a question to my colleague from Saint-Jean, a former lawyer. Sometimes people like to say that history is just water under the bridge. That's what the government said when we raised a motion about the October crisis a few years ago. People tell us, no, you guys are living in the past. We care about the economy and social services and people's rights and modern problems. But it's the government that decided to give a whole speech about history just recently. So the government is all very well. It's all very well and good for the government to dismiss history when that's to their advantage, but they care about history when that's to their advantage. I asked my colleague, a lawyer, if someone came to your office and said, I was victimized a few years ago, would you tell that person, no, you're living in the past, history is water under the bridge? That would get any lawyer fired, and yet that is what the government is doing. The government has said that over the last 60 years, they've developed a consultation system. In Quebec has the BAP, which does great work, but the government says that we too have a new consultation system. Today, projects can never be imposed upon people. Today, the government can never circumvent the will of the people. But let us recall that in the last week of the June session, during a heat wave, when people were getting out their barbecues and going swimming, when no one was paying attention to what was going on in the House of Commons, then, when the public was distracted, the government adopted a gag order and rammed through a bill that would allow it to suspend a number of pieces of legislation, even the criminal code. It would have allowed developers to go talk to a minister and get instant approval without true consultation. That is what Bill C-5 was all about. And it was passed with support from the official opposition. They voted not just for the act itself, but also for the gag order that got it passed. The government says we got to fast-track everything. We even got to fast-track fast-tracking measures. This was unacceptable. The lowest of a low blow. In C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, the government gave itself and Alto the ability to circumvent the Expropriations Act. Also, to conclude, sorry, I've lost track of time. I have about 3 minutes? 3 minutes? Okay. Well, then, I'm almost at the end of my speech. Some say that the federal law and Quebec law are in accordance, but that's not entirely true. There's differences in, for example, the compensation regime. Given that high-speed rail will be an interprovincial project, Ottawa has given itself the right to circumvent Quebec law by federalizing the file entirely. They will say, since Quebec does not have exclusive jurisdiction over high-speed rail, the federal government must be in control. Earlier, the government accused the Bloc of spreading disinformation, but they are the ones spreading disinformation. They accuse us of being against high speed. That's a lie. It's entirely untrue. Social acceptability must be taken into consideration. The experiences of locals must be taken into consideration. History must be taken into consideration, be it Quebec history or Indigenous history. I'm from Saint-Hyacinthe, but I am talking about Mirabel because what happens in one part of Quebec impacts all of Quebec. We cannot allow Ottawa to award itself extreme powers through bills like C-5 and C-15. They cannot do what they're doing in Mirabel in other locations. So this opposition day is not just about correcting an error of the past, though that is one thing it's about. It's about protecting Mirabel, and through Mirabel, all Quebecers. In 1969, the government traumatized an entire region. And they were able to do that without the loopholes in C5 and C15. Imagine what they can do today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, I'm a new member here. I have never been through what the member calls a gag order. Also, the Bloc has talked a lot about C5. My esteemed colleague even raised it in his speech just now. But I didn't hear him talk about what was in C5, so it's important to correct the record. They're saying some things which are not entirely true, and I'm concerned about disinformation. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. On June 13th, a gag order was imposed. We're just checking whether the member voted for it. You can whisper me the answer. But in the meantime, sure, Bill C5 doesn't specifically bring up Mirabel and high-speed rail, but it gives the government the capacity to circumvent laws. Do we have an answer there? Do we know how our colleague voted?
Okay. À l'ordre. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have observed that over the last 10 years, the Liberal government has been very quick to offer apologies. So, I wonder why, all of a sudden, the government is so reluctant to give apologies for something that we all know for a fact should never have happened. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. I find that fascinating. The government has already said that there was an apology and it was unacceptable and they don't want to minimize the trauma. And yet they don't seem willing to vote in favour of this motion. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for my learned colleague. What is his response to the fact that behind our motion is our concerned citizens? People are worried about losing their land. They're worried about having their rights violated. We are raising, therefore, citizen concerns, and yet we are shouted down in the House, accused of spreading information and playing petty politics. How does my colleague respond? The Honourable Member. That's an easy way to answer, isn't it? The government, it's all very easy for the government to say that we're trying to hold up high-speed rail, but we support high-speed rail. I think it's ironic that people who support big oil are now wagging their finger at us and lecturing us about the environment. The Honourable Member for Le Pays d'en Haut. Thank you, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. I have always enjoyed working with my colleague. I would just like to encourage him to use the French term for fast-tracking instead of the Anglicism. So, if the Bloc Québécois is for high-speed rail, does my colleague think that 4 years of consultations is all too fast? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. I would like to thank him for correcting my French. That's great. So, I will thank him for the compliment. I enjoyed working with him as well. And I want to correct myself. It was June 16th, not the 13th, that there was a gag order, and the Secretary of State for Nature voted in favor. Now, his question was about the importance of major projects, if I understood correctly. Have I understood? He asked whether 4 years was enough time. Well, that depends. There's a leadership race going on in Quebec right now, and people are talking about the third link even today. Not all projects are the same. Some can be done quicker, some can be done less quickly. Not all projects are of the same scale. Not all of them have the same consultation needs. High speed would cover a vast amount of territory. So we need to be especially careful. And we should be worried that the government is creating, is handing over a blank check. I worry about these sort of things happening. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is progress? In my view, progress means a society advancing towards the common good. Did the Mirabel Airport proposed by Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau in the late 60s represent progress? No, because this project, the Airport of the Future, fell to pieces. And also because it was done in a hurried way. The federal government carried out massive expropriations in Mirabel. 10,000 people were victims of expropriations. 3,000 people lost their land. 97,000 acres were expropriated when the government only needed 15,000. This was not progress. This was a tragedy. Progress and rushing do not go well together. Here's an even older example. For my Western colleagues, the Canadian Pacific Rail. This was also built in a hurried way. Thousands of immigrants from all over the world came to work on this railway, but they worked under abusive conditions and had awful living conditions. This was the case for 15,000 Chinese workers. Many were injured, many were killed, at least 600 of them lost their lives. Rushing and progress do not go well together. I actually did some reports on the Mirabel expropriations when I was a journalist to mark the 60th anniversary of these events. I was able to observe that people are still feeling the scars of this tragedy. When you take someone's home from them, steal their land, even if they get some compensation down the line, that will have lasting effects. But when I was a reporter, people said it was the 60s. Back then, we did things quicker. People brushed aside the human needs of locals. But the people told me that was the past. But since then, we've seen C-15, we've seen C-5. It looks like, once again, the government is rushing. Mr. Speaker, high-speed rail has been discussed since the 1980s. This government has been in power since 2015. And the whole time, they've done little to move the project forward. And now suddenly they want to do it, and they're saying we have to do it quickly. We have to get it done. Their strategy is to rush. This is dangerous, and this is counterproductive. Let's look at the Liberal government's approach to C-15. C-15 is entitled the High-Speed Rail Act. And just so people understand, it was always possible to build high-speed rail. It was possible to do it before Mr. Trump came into power and kicked off this wave of rushing. It was always possible. You just had to follow the rules. For example, respect people's individual rights. The High-Speed Rail Network Act is meant to speed up high-speed rail. That's what the government wants. But the faster you move, the more risks you take. These are risks of unfair treatment. In our offices, we often take calls from people who have been victims of injustice. Maybe they didn't get their old age security on time. Maybe they didn't get their passport on time. The public service makes mistakes sometimes. It happens. And the faster you move, the greater the risk of mistakes. I spent 10 years working in legal aid, working to correct injustices done against the people by the government. C-15 speeds things up and increases the risk of mistakes. That's why we are saying let's slow down and take time to do things right so that we can achieve real progress, because we support high-speed rail. We support progress, but we want there to be progress rather than another tragedy. What else do we find in this legislation? the government would exempt Alto from approval from the Canadian Transport Authority. So what's the Canadian Transport Authority even for? They're saying we don't need approval from it. I'm sure people working at the Canadian Transport Authority are shocked to find that their office has no point. It also says that routes proposed by Alto are deemed adopted by the Major Projects Office. That's another risk of injustice, a risk of mistakes. The bill also gives extreme expropriation rights and a first right of refusal to Alto so that they can get high-speed built. Here's how it will work, Mr. Speaker. They say we'll expropriate now and figure out the details down the road. So Alto can expropriate along a 10-kilometer wide corridor. That seems like a lot. The people in Mirabel are worried, and rightly so. They're being reminded of the 1960s expropriations. Back then, the government expropriated 97,000 acres of land when they only needed 15,000 acres. So they're saying we'll expropriate now, and and only then will we do environmental assessments because we've got to go quickly. What will be the impact of all this? They'll do the expropriations, then they'll do the assessments, and maybe the assessments will say you shouldn't have expropriated because the impact will be too significant. But at that point, the people will have already lost their land, and the government will be dealing with a bunch of surplus land. That brings back bad memories. Another Liberal innovation has to do with public hearings. Ministers are required to hold public hearings about proposed expropriations, but C-15 will exempt Alto from having to hold public hearings. It will also exempt them from having to seek ministerial approval before expropriations. Sure, things will go faster, but this will raise the risk of injustice and of mistakes.
And then banning people from doing work. So when Alto has undertaken the expropriations, they'll have the opportunity to request a ban on any further work being done, and that's a concern for us. There are people who are worried about this because they're saying, well, listen, let's say I'm within the 10-kilometer corridor, and 10 kilometers, that's quite a wide corridor, and I've got some work to do. I have to invest in my farm business or whatever, but there's a ban on any work. So that's blocking a lot of work and investment. That's one of the problems with this initiative, is to say, yes, we're going to bulldoze, but there are people who are going to face injustice, who aren't going to be able to use the full value of their property. And, of course, apparently the government can do everything by email. So, yeah, absolutely, everything goes more quickly. Well, listen, you know, sometimes if you want to do things in a serious way, you send someone on site. You send someone to deliver the information, and you make sure it's done properly. But here, no, that's too expensive. The government is sending an email saying that you're going to be, subject to expropriation. So listen, it's too bad, Mr. Speaker. We're sorry to, have to affect the Liberals' enthusiasm for this project. We also like the idea of a TGV, but we can't just sit down and join in the joy on the other side and forget the people on the ground and who've had to deal with these announcements. And, they're saying, oh, there's going to be consultations. And what we're seeing is that these consultations are happy hours or immersive experiences. So they're trying to do this, in sort of a festive way. That's what we're hearing. They're trying to make this, a festive occasion, but there's just a complete lack of sensitivity here, Mr. Speaker. So our motion today is just to say that you have to do things properly to avoid causing problems for people on the ground. That's how we make progress. That's how we move together as a society for the common good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, listen. it's really unfortunate that the Bloc Québécois is leading a fear campaign and that they're using this place to give bad information. My colleague knows very well that the bill, that the Expropriations Act from 1985 has been changed to ensure that we include consultations. And also, the aspects that are in Bill C-15 go even further by ensuring that there are consultations, by ensuring there's an evaluation assessment, or an impact assessment, by ensuring there's consultation with Indigenous people, and by ensuring respect of regulations. So they're saying, oh, they're holding happy hours. Geez, that's such a bad faith description of a very serious and solid process that's underway. So I'm a little bit confused because my colleague seems to be saying, yes, we're in favor of the project, but at the same time, we're trying to scare people and say that, they're not doing this the right way. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouche. Well, Mr. Speaker, I wish my colleague was right, and I wish that this was an invention, because I wouldn't be as worried for the people on the ground. There are mayors who are saying that they haven't been consulted. And what does Bill C-15 do? Well, it removes several protections under the law from this project. So these are legitimate concerns. And when my colleague across the way just says that none of those concerns are valid, well, I'm really worried. I think the government is, it's showing a lack of sensitivity and a lack of intellectual curiosity. The Honourable Member for Côte du Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kadim-Escota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, we learned today from the member for Beauport-Limoilou that the tramway in Quebec City is up to about $13 billion. $13 billion, and construction hasn't even started yet. So listen, we're all, in favor of transport, public transit. But here, in Quebec City, we're talking about $13 billion for 20 kilometers. Can we really evaluate what the cost is going to be for 1,000 kilometers across farmland in Canada? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouche. Well, I thank my colleague for his question, my colleague from Eastern Quebec, and the two of us often speak about trains, and we talk about the high-speed train in this project, but there's also the issue of the Via Rail train passenger service, which I think is a concern for both of us, and which is another battle to be fought. Now, when it comes to the costs, obviously, it's something that needs to be studied, and if we move things forward too quickly and we don't look at things in detail, well, I think there's an increased risk of the costs exploding, but I think we need to invest in public transit. That's true. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech and his excellent analysis of the situation. He's very clearly explained that we want the project to work, but we want it to be done properly. We want to protect the rights of our fellow citizens. And when the government says that, laws were improved in the 1980s, yes, that's true. But what we're worried about is the bills that are being studied right now that will allow this project to move forward more quickly. And I'd like to ask my colleague, in his opinion, what will be the result? Does he understand why the government would vote against this motion? Because this motion, what it says, again, every element has been answered, the government has repeated that, they agree with the basic content of the motion. And so I think in this case, the government is in favor of the content of this motion, despite themselves. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouche. Well, I thank my colleague for his question. It would be difficult for me to guess why our colleagues across the way are motivated to vote against our motion, but I think the general idea is that this is a good project, and yeah, we'd like everything to be good, but you have to be careful in life. It's when you want to build something and you go too quickly, it doesn't always go well, and I think that's what we don't appreciate. We're, I think, the voice of reason here. We're saying that yes, things need to be done, but they need to be done properly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. And the honourable member will have about 7 minutes for his speech. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I wanted to ask you, how much time I would have. Okay, so it's my turn now to speak to this issue. And like many of our colleagues, I'd like to take this opportunity to note that yesterday I also celebrated with one of my employees their 5 years of service. So India Lahe, thank you. Thank you very much for your work, the work that you do. And congratulations and thank you for everything you've done. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to the motion and speak specifically to the subject of the day. And that is essentially the high-speed train project, the ALTO project. And I've already said several times today in the House when I was replying to several speeches from the Bloc Québécois that, I think that what happened in 1969, Mr. Speaker, was completely unacceptable. And, there are no excuses for what happened. But we're no longer in 1969. It's 2026. In the meantime, a lot of things have changed. And a situation like what happened in 1965 would not happen and could not happen today. And it won't happen with the ALTO project or with any other public infrastructure project. What we're hearing today, and the colleagues from the Bloc Québécois have spoken to this several times today, they're making a comparison, and it reminds me what we heard at the time in 2016-2017 on the Réseau Express Métropolitain, the REM project in Montreal, because the government at the time made certain changes to certain laws at that time to make sure that that project, the REM project, could move forward quickly and that it could move forward within the budgets and the prescribed timeframes. And at the time, there were all kinds of fear campaigns saying that it was going to be the end of the world, it would never happen, it would be impossible, that the government couldn't act like that, and the government was giving the Caisse de dépôt the right to seize property from people. All of that was said many times. There was a lot of fear that was generated by many political groups at the time, including the Bloc Québécois. And here we are a few years later, and the REM is a reality now in Montreal. Despite the pandemic and other things that happened, explosives that were discovered in the Mount Royal Tunnel, for example, it's there. And none of those disastrous scenarios that were raised at the time took place. There were no seizures of private property, Mr. Speaker. So I think that, yes, I understand the concerns of people in the Mirabel region. But to suggest that the same thing that happened in 1969 could happen again today, well, listen, that's not the case, because the situation is completely different. So what's the ALTO project? Well, here. This project, a high-speed train in the Quebec City, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto corridor, is something that we've been talking about for over 30 years, Mr. Speaker, and for all kinds of reasons, good reasons and less good reasons, the project's never gone forward. Government after Gunnedev has decided not to move forward for all kinds of reasons. But now, Mr. Speaker, our government has a firm intention to move forward with this project. And the government is moving forward in an organized, structured way, having learned the lessons of the past, with previous infrastructure projects and other government projects. And absolutely, the memories of 1969 are always there. And of course, we're not going to put in place the same sort of conditions that led to that situation in 1969. And so the project office that's in place has been created to start the initial work. There's also a private consortium, the Cadence Group, with a number of businesses that have a lot of experience in this area to make sure that we take the necessary amount of time to put this mega project in place. But we're taking the time that's needed and no more. The goal is to build this project within a reasonable time frame so that we can control the costs of this major project. So Alto, which is a governmental organization which represents the government, has started this preparatory work, and I would even say that we're in a pre-consultation period right now. Quite a wide corridor has been set out. At the moment, we're far from finalizing the final corridor, the final route that this rail line is going to take, and we're going to make sure that it's done quickly, but not too quickly for such a project, you know. Thank you very much.
Order, l'ordre, comme il est.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to dispose of every question necessary to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Arsenault, moved that the House call on the government to apologize to those whose land was expropriated in Mirabel, to acknowledge the collective trauma these expropriations caused for thousands of Quebecers who were forced to abandon their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods, and to urge the government not to undertake such expropriations again without public consultation, social license, and appropriate compensation. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would request a recorded division. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday, February 9th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Winnipeg North is rising on a point of order.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, just to recognize that there might be unanimous consent to call it 5:30 at this time so we could be in private members' hour.
Is it agreed? Agreed, and so order. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-227, National Strategy on Housing for Young Canadians Act, bill standing in the name of Mr. Clark.
Resuming debate, prise de débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton has 8 minutes remaining. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listen, in my case, I barely started my speech in 2 minutes. I barely had the time to say good evening, so I'm taking up my speech again. So housing is an issue that... Housing, and, you know, this is coming from the question who asks question every time, so I would invite him to listen to us before he asks his question. Housing is very, very important for me. Because in my riding, like elsewhere, there's a crisis, a major crisis that is hitting so hard that the city of Saint-Hyacinthe, where 2/3 of the population of my riding lives, has for a long time, had the unenviable title of having the lowest inoccupancy rate in Quebec. We were at about 0.4%. Now, today, it's gone up a little bit, but for a long time, it was a dangerous inoccupancy rate, 0.4%. That's another way of saying that there was no housing available. And on top of that, there were a series of fires in the downtown of Saint-Hyacinthe. And those were particularly vulnerable clients who were victims of those fires, and they were people who often didn't have insurance. So it's harder to rehouse those people and to get them out of this terrible situation. You know, in our region, we're never going to have very high levels of inoccupancy because we have the best agricultural land in Quebec, so it's not a region that can be dezoned easily. But there is a way to have projects that are smart and which are responsible. The bill, however, which certainly, it comes from good intentions, and we agree with those good intentions to make it easier for young Canadians and young Quebecers aged 17 to 34 to get access to affordable housing. Well, certainly there's good intention there, and there's no problem with that intention. But we're going to vote against this bill because this is a bill that unfortunately is hollow. It's useless. It suggests a national strategy, but there's absolutely nothing to put meat on the bones in it. At best, it will allow the government to say it has a strategy. It will allow the government to claim that it can show the provinces how they should do their jobs, because centralization and pan-Canadian standards are second nature for Ottawa. The government already has a whole range of programs in place, and they already have ways to send funds to the provinces, and they can certainly cede land that they already own, and that would be useful. But this project would give the government a blank check, even if it says there should be consultations with the provinces and other stakeholders. There are all kinds of examples where consultations are limited to just an email that's been sent. So consultations that become briefings. That's what happens, in Ottawa. That Ottawa just says, here's what we're doing, here's where we're going. But Quebec and the municipalities have better knowledge, much better knowledge of what's happening on the ground in their area. That's one of the virtues of decentralization. Even if Ottawa says that it wants to collaborate, well, usually it's an Ottawa knows best approach. And that gives us an idea of what Ottawa would do if it had a strategy like this one. And that's not reassuring. If we can learn from the past, it's an important lesson to learn. There's already $55 billion over 10 years that are in place, but Ottawa can barely make that program work because of the administrative burden. The municipalities are doing all the work. And that's why what we're asking for, and what would be a better solution, is for there to be a transfer of funds without condition to Quebec for housing. That would be the simplest and the cheapest way to create conditions that would allow for the construction of housing. By adding conditions, Ottawa adds bureaucrats. In Ottawa and in Quebec, you have to create reports, you have to do follow-up on the money that's been spent. It's a way of working that's costly and which is also inefficient.
We also think the definition of the word affordable by Ottawa is inadequate. The government's being asked to modulate, to clarify the definition of the word affordable so that the funding would support the building of affordable housing. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 3 minutes? Very well. So this bill gives any designated minister the mandate to lead consultations. And again, the word consultation is debatable. To create this national housing strategy, what the government could do without a bill. Do we actually need a bill to say, get shovels in the ground or start consultations? I think this is just smoke and mirrors. I think it's an empty shell. I think it's useless. The strategy, which is not actually being created by this bill, because for the reason I've just reported, aims to give access to young people. to affordable housing in an age range. Of course, we appreciate this. No problem with that. The minister will be leading consultations with provincial, territorial, and municipal representatives, as well as other groups. Clearly, as I was saying, I mean, all of this is not crazy in this bill. There are some things in it that make sense. But what's clear is that the best solution would be on an unconditional transfer of funds for any Quebec initiative for student housing in Quebec to reduce the pressure on housing stock in the regions and upon the initiative of colleges and universities. I have a number of them in my riding. I have a CEGEP. I have the veterinary medicine clinic and others, and these are all students who could benefit. And the housing crisis is something that needs to be taken seriously. That's a fundamental fact. That should be at the very core of our concerns. Because housing needs to be considered a right. Sure, there are community organizations throughout this country that do excellent work. They could inform tenants on their rights. They could tell them what they can have access to. Not every owner will be able to adequately inform people of their rights. That's why these organizations are so useful. You need to be able to build, and to be able to build, you need some funds. To address the housing crisis, you can't just say, let's create a bill that does not launch a strategy, but will simply launch discussions. And we know what's happened over the course of our history when these things are promised. Actually, what's required is a permanent reinvestment. It could be 1% of the state's budget that could go towards housing. It could be an amount that could be set regardless of levels of inflation. Every year there would be something that would be indexed to inflation, for instance. And thank you very much, Speaker. I see that my time is up.
De l'Épée.
The Honourable Member for L'Épée. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make sure I say Madame la Présidente or Madam Speaker during my speech. Madam Speaker, in fact. I'm pleased to rise today for the second time in 2026 on behalf of the citizens of my riding. Madam Speaker, here before us, we have this bill, C-227, for a national strategy on housing. This bill is something that I'm quite personally interested in. I have two children, 20 and 23. They're in university, and they have to pay extraordinary amounts to find housing in Montreal. And in the coming years, they'll need to find some other housing, or perhaps they'll buy their own homes. This bill would require that the minister consult with other orders of government and stakeholders to create a national strategy on housing for young Canadians, meaning they could have better access to affordable and safe housing. Madam Speaker, we all know that coordination between levels of government is a key to achieving good results. I was once a mayor of a small municipality, and I worked with the provincial and federal governments in the context of a construction project of building 30 housing units for seniors, and I can affirm confidently, Madam Speaker, that the complexity of programs and the delays in analyzing files discourages actors who want to create housing, whether it's municipalities or nonprofit housing. In our case here, from the first application to the completion of projects, it usually takes 5 years, and we can do better. This bill, Bill 227, Madam Speaker, proposes the development of a coordinated solution in consultation with the provinces, territories, and municipalities. This is what we need now, but let's specifically address young people. Young Canadians are facing an unprecedented housing market. Access to home ownership is increasingly difficult, even for rental housing. The result is a generation that's having a hard time putting down roots, a challenge that's being felt throughout Quebec and Canada. Without affordable housing options, young Canadians are going to be facing difficult decisions, such as turning down a job that's far far away, or delaying starting a family, or feeling disadvantaged in comparison with previous generations. This undermines productivity and economic growth in Canada over the long term. To address these concerns, we need to do two things. We need to make sure that more young people have more money in their pockets, and we have to build housing. Over the last 9 months, this government has done specifically this, and I will raise the measures that we have implemented to foster affordability for all Canadians and for Canadians, young Canadians, to be able to pay their rent or their mortgages. We did away with the carbon tax. We made a generational change with a middle-class tax cut, meaning that Quebecers and Canadians can keep more money in their pockets. This represents about $800 per family. To reduce the upfront cost of buying a new home for young people and stimulate new home construction throughout the country, we did away with the GST for first-time home buyers. That represents savings up to $50,000, which is very encouraging. We also know that the tax-free savings account for first-time home buyers is an extraordinary program. My children are contributing to it. Many other young Canadians do as well. It represents a tax-sheltered savings of $40,000 for our young people's first home. Canadians are working hard to afford housing, but high mortgage payments are a barrier to first-time home ownership, especially for young people. That's why we have relaxed some mortgage criteria to allow more young people to qualify for loans. And more recently, we have just announced a Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit to protect the purchasing power of Canadians. We'll be putting more money directly into the pockets of millions of Canadians, and this benefit will help more than 12 million Canadians. This is not to forget about the child care, dental care, and school care programs that all help to ease the financial burden on families. Madam Speaker, in addition to all these measures to make life more affordable for Canadians, we focused on the other side, which is building Canadian homes. We created Build Canada Homes, a new federal agency that will finance and build affordable housing on a large scale while catalyzing residential home construction, home building. This is a bold approach that will have positive impacts for young people across Canada. One of our government's key commitments is to double the pace of housing construction in Canada to 500,000 units in 10 years by combining access to federal land and development expertise and financing under one roof. Build Canada Homes will make it faster and easier to build new homes. As of today, Madam Speaker, 4,000 homes will be built on federal lands, with a significant portion of these being affordable housing. Things are moving also on the Quebec front. We are working to increase the supply on the Quebec side. The governments of Quebec and Canada are cooperating to support the development of communities and to build more homes through a joint collaboration table. The governments are working together to finance affordable housing projects aligned with shared priorities, to simplify, accelerate approval processes, and ensure better coordination between the governments, municipal, and community partners. That's precisely the spirit behind Bill C-227, rather. Having been the mayor of a small municipality and an engineer by profession, I know full well that these new homes will need to be served by roads, water mains, sewers, recognizing that accelerating residential construction requires major investments in infrastructure. The Quebec and federal governments have also announced the signing of the agreement on the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund. We will be investing nearly $1 billion, which Quebec will be able to use in accordance with its guidelines and local needs to modernize and develop essential infrastructure, specifically with respect to drinking water, wastewater, and storm water. This is absolutely critical. These measures, these investments in Bill 227, will provide young people with better opportunities to access housing. In my riding of Les Pays d'en Haut, the average cost of a single-family home is $540,000. The average cost of a condo is $385,000. The average apartment is rented out at $1,200 to $1,500 per month. Most of the people in my riding work in tourism, in hotels, restaurants, boutiques, ski centers. They say it's very difficult to afford housing given their wages. Many young people, unfortunately, leave my riding to go elsewhere where housing is less expensive, and that's unacceptable. I think Bill C-227 allows us to take a step in the right direction, and I want to assure everyone that we are here for young people, and I certainly hope my colleagues across the way will prioritize this effort. And I want to thank the member who sponsored this bill, and I want to thank him on behalf of all the young people in this country for this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for switching spots with the other speaker over the course of my speech.
Madam Speaker, welcome back. That's good. I'll try to keep that straight through my speech. I want to begin by saying it's an honor to rise on behalf of my constituents, the good people of Brandon, Souris, Westman, and it's an important topic we're discussing here today. I hear often when I'm back at home and from constituents when I'm here about the challenging housing climate that we're living in. No part of Manitoba is escaping that. I represent Brandon, the province's second largest city, and I also have some of the smallest communities in our province, and there seems to be a lack of housing and affordable housing options just about everywhere you go, regardless of the size of community. And so we know action does need to be taken on this front. And so it's good to hear that my colleague, one of the class of 2025, that I have had the pleasure of meeting, has brought this forward. I'm glad to hear somebody on that side of the aisle is thinking about young people and affordable housing, because if you hear the front bench on the Liberal side talk, they seem to think that everything's doing great. All of their initiatives have been a roaring success over the last 10 years. There should be no housing shortages. The programs run perfectly. And we know that that's not the reality on the ground that our communities and young people across the country are facing when they're trying to get out of their parents' houses and get into the housing market themselves. So while we appreciate the member from Nova Scotia bringing this forward, I think, unfortunately, all it is another framework, which is part of the problem of why there is a housing shortage in this country, and very skeptical on this side of the House that we think this would have any impact on improving the situation. In fact, it could quite likely make it worse. Young Canadians don't need another strategy from these Liberals. We've had a few. They've already got the National Housing Strategy. They've already got the Housing Accelerator Fund. They've got other programs under the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation. We've got all kinds of different initiatives, Build Canada Homes now, that they've announced and announced and announced, and almost no homes have been built relative to the amount of money that's been established or, allocated to all those different initiatives and strategies and frameworks. And so why is that, Madam Speaker? Well, because the Liberals have put so many barriers in place to actually accessing that money, it's completely burdensome for builders to access it. And so many, and I hear from them often, I often ask, Brandon got money under the Housing Accelerator Fund. Why aren't more affordable units being built in the city? Well, the developers, quite honestly, have been very candid with me that there is so much red tape and bureaucratic nonsense at the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation and hoops to jump through and boxes to tick that many of them have just walked away completely from dealing with government to try and build these units, because it's just so difficult to get anything built through them. And they don't need to do that. Meaning build affordable housing units. I mean, they're running successful businesses on their own. Government needs them to be doing it, and so they should be making it as easily accessible as possible for these businesses to be incentivized to build affordable housing units and to build affordable homes that people can afford to buy. I do get concerned as well that we're often talking about just affordable rental units and not incentivizing the private sector to build homes and encourage home ownership. And I think too often these Liberals get sidetracked just talking about the rental market, and not enough time spent on focusing on home ownership. Now, we had hoped that the Build Canada Homes might take a different approach. It's been a pretty slow start, but nonetheless, we still have hope that perhaps maybe the Liberals will find a way to get the bureaucracy that they've massively expanded and put in the way removed, so that builders can actually get to work and build homes that Canadians can afford. Too often, I think also, Madam Speaker, I must say, that these programs are focused on the major urban centers in our province. The motion today is talking about young people and affordable housing. I represent a lot of very small communities, as do many others in this chamber, and often I hear of young people having to leave the small rural areas because there's nothing available to buy. Some of these towns may have just one builder, or not even have a builder in the town. They bring one in from another community, and so those builders are coming in at the request of perhaps a retiring farmer who has got a little bit of money, and the builder's eager to build a large retirement home, but there's very few affordably sized houses getting built in our rural communities, which means young people leave. They've got good jobs, but they can't find anywhere to live. They don't want to stay with their parents anymore. They want to get out, live independently, move into that phase of their life, but there's nowhere to live. And so they take off for Brandon or Winnipeg or Regina or somewhere else, and we lose them. And we lose their job and their spouse's job and their kids out of the school, and our rural communities are fading away. And so we have to make sure that these programs that the Liberals continue to deliver are accessible to these small towns, small municipalities. And I'm not talking about, to some people in this chamber, the city of Brandon and 56,000 people is small. I'm talking about a town of 1,000 people. These municipalities do not have a whole lot of extra staff to fill out immensely complicated applications for government grants and programs. They're running as lean as they can possibly run already. And I hear that from the builders too. I mean, builders in small towns do not have massive staffs that have time and resources to fill out these application programs. It's quite often the builder themselves that are doing the books, either very early in the morning or very late at night, and then they're working on a job all day. They don't have time to sit down and spend hours and hours building an application to a large government program. So the Liberals need to stop talking about frameworks and strategies, and all that means is red tape, red tape, red tape, more red tape. They need to get all of the red tape that they've added over the last 10 years out of the way so that people can actually get out there and build homes. And we would strongly encourage my colleague who brought this forward to maybe consider adding in some red tape reduction measures into this bill. This will still move through the legislative process, I'm sure, and hopefully some measures to not add to the regulatory burden for builders, but actually remove some of those burdens, get added into this bill as we move along. At that point, then, it might actually give builders some optimism in this country. And so I think it's important also to recognize that, as we so often hear from the Liberals, they think we don't have any solutions. They say all we do is complain all the time. It's just perhaps that they don't like our solutions, but we've got a number of them, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to outline a few of them here today. Number one, reducing housing costs by cutting the GST on all new homes under a $1.3 million build cost, saving up to $65,000 on the cost of a new home and $3,000 a year in mortgage payments. Identify 15% of federal buildings and lands to sell for housing in livable new neighborhoods within 100 days, and that would allow us to build thousands of new homes much faster than the glacial pace that we're seeing. Also, cut building taxes. We need to incentivize municipalities to reduce development charges, and we would then reimburse them up to a maximum of $50,000. and scrap the underused housing tax that costs more to administer than is collected. We need to remove gatekeepers to fast-track home building through shovel-ready zones that the federal government would create, so municipalities could then enable builders to get in right away, get the work done, and we need to tie federal infrastructure dollars to results, and that goes for municipalities as well. You know, the carrot and the stick approach, Madam Speaker, it's not new, and we need to start incentivizing these municipalities to bring down development fees so that builders can build and they aren't adding those, you know, added development fees onto the cost of rent. I mean, we can have a building that's 15% affordable housing units. The rest of the units in that building should also be reasonably priced. But when you've got municipalities that are doubling or tripling their development fees, all that just gets passed on to the consumer, which is young people who are trying to rent in this country until they can save up for a mortgage and get into their first home. So these are the ways that the federal Liberals could use the billions of dollars that are tied up in bureaucratic red tape and actually deliver more affordable homes and units for young Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are talking about housing. I would like to talk about young people, I would like to talk about justice, and I would like to talk about hope. First, let's talk about our young people. They are struggling under the weight of a triple crisis: unaffordable housing, crushing debt, and double the unemployment rate of other generations. 59% of people under 35 say they are experiencing serious housing problems. For the rest of the public, it's 38%. Housing prices have skyrocketed by 8% for a two-bedroom apartment in Quebec at a time when wages have only gone up 4.5%. Quebec students earn Quebec students earn $16,500 a year on average, but spend $11,220 in rent. The situation is so desperate that 10% of student tenants say that they share a one-bedroom apartment with three people. Worse, unemployment for youth 15 to 24 hit 14% in December 2025, some of the highest rates seen in the decade. 20% of Canada's homeless are aged 13 to 24. 6,000 young people experience homelessness every night, 35,000 over the course of a year. This is a beleaguered generation that is indebted up to their necks, some often unable to house themselves and dealing with precarious employment. Now let's talk about justice, intergenerational justice. Mortgage debt remains crushing. Mortgage rates rose from 2.45% in 2020 to over 7% in 2023. A baby boomer at age 25 would have found it easy to afford a home with just one or two modest incomes and a down payment. Mortgage payments would represent a third of income. Now it takes young people 14 to 20 years to save up for a 20% down payment. Also, when you adjust for inflation, mortgage prices are 10 to 15% higher. The result is that for today's 25-year-olds, housing is often impossible to buy a house. I'm not a baby boomer, but when I started working, when I was in my 20s, in the Gaspé, anyone with a job could afford a home. Not necessarily a very big home, but everyone could access a home in the early 2000s. It's no longer the case. And young people feel that this is unfair. I understand where they're coming from. We ought all to understand. But now let us talk about hope, because there are hopes. There are possible solutions. There are a number of existing programs that the government could invest in more. We think they should invest $7 million more over 5 years in the Rapid Housing Construction Initiative, $1.75 billion over 5 years to tackle homelessness, which would be just half of what the parliamentary budget officer said would be necessary to have homelessness rates. $1.5 billion more over 5 years for municipal infrastructure. So a lot can be done. And there's hope so long as the government rolls up its sleeves and acts. We think as well that the government should transfer all of its housing investments to Quebec. Quebec has its Quebec Affordable Housing Program, the PHAQ. We think the federal government should be funding it directly. In the meantime, the Bloc Québécois will work to simplify federal programs, align them with Quebec programs, and make sure that money makes its way to where it should, a place where it can fund housing for the public. If we are to allow young people to live out their aspirations, we need to solve inconsistencies between Quebec and Ottawa systems. I took part in an announcement, a joint announcement by the governments of Quebec and Canada. It noted that it would be transferring $1 billion in housing investments to Quebec. The fund was announced in April 2024 by the Trudeau government. But it took until January 2026 to get a deal signed and for the funds to start moving. And we're talking about a good program here. It's one that would have allowed municipalities to receive subsidies for their plumbing and sewer systems or for their road infrastructure. Unfortunately, in the intervening years, Quebec and Ottawa couldn't come to an agreement. Ottawa wanted to attach strings in areas, I will remind you, that are outside federal jurisdiction. This had a major impact. Imagine if we had 2 more years where municipalities were able to access funding for their infrastructure. Today, we would have greater residential development. There would be more houses under construction. And we would be one step closer to solving the problem. Instead, what happened was the federal government and the Quebec government got bogged down in long negotiations because the federal government wanted to impose restrictions on Quebec and Quebec wanted to defend its area of jurisdiction. Housing requires great efforts and great coordination between all stakeholders. I see this in my riding, Madam Speaker. There are housing projects started by housing organizations, and they have to jump through a lot of hoops to respect both federal and Quebec rules. Some projects got held up because an election took place and Quebec couldn't get federal approval. This is something that the federal government could work to resolve. I think the federal government ought to recognize that it is Quebec that is in charge of housing and it should transfer the appropriate funds. If it does that, each and every province can set up the programs that they need, the programs that are tailored to their needs. That is what we propose as a solution here in the Bloc Québécois, a solution that would give hope to our young people. As for C227, hope and intergenerational justice are found nowhere in this bill. We will be voting against the bill, as my esteemed colleague noted. The bill would propose a national housing strategy for young people involving consultations. But this would raise issues of inconsistency. It's a very short bill proposing a national strategy. It proposes consultations, but you've got to pay attention to the details. The government does not need legislation to consult young people in the province. All they need to do is pick up the phone or else send an email. Basically, every member in this House carries out consultations with groups building housing in their riding. So, all this bill does is is mandate consultations that can already be done and propose a strategy when there's already a strategy. We find it lacks utility. We think that the Government of Canada has done quite enough consultations. Now it's time for them to respect Quebec jurisdiction, transfer funding to Quebec, give provinces the ability to act, give young people the ability to live with hope, give young people intergenerational justice, which we've seen lost over recent years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
May I remind members, please, to be very careful the way you move papers in your desks, if you don't mind. The interpreters get those sounds very amplified. Just
a reminder for everyone, be very careful with the way you move papers around on your desks. The interpreters hear these sounds with a lot of amplification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support for the member from Sackville-Bedford-Preston's Bill C-227, an act to establish a national housing strategy for young Canadians. I represent Spadina Harbourfront, one of the most densely populated ridings in the country and one of the youngest. In fact, I want to thank my youth council who's meeting for the first time this evening back in the riding. According to the 2021 census, 94% of homes in my riding are in buildings with 5 or more stories, and our median age is just 32 years old, nearly a decade younger than the national average. Over the past few decades, Spadina Harbourfront has been transformed with rapid growth, bringing thousands of young people to live, work, play, and build their futures in the heart of our city. We have reshaped the Toronto skyline, bringing more people closer to jobs, transit, and community. We've created opportunities for young people to live near where they work, study, and build their lives. This growth has not come without pressures, but it offers important lessons for the national housing conversation we have been having over the past several years. One of these lessons is the vital role that non-market housing, particularly cooperative housing, plays in keeping communities livable and inclusive, especially for young and low-income households. Cooperatives like Harbourfront Channel Housing Co-op and Arcadia Housing Cooperative in my riding of Spadina Harbourfront are thriving waterfront communities where residents share governance, build strong neighbor-to-neighbor support systems, and access stable, below-market housing in one of the most expensive areas of our country. These homes have allowed families, seniors, newcomers, and young people to remain in the downtown core for decades. They stand as powerful examples of the type of housing enabled by legislation such as this one. Mr. Speaker, the fact that these communities are still thriving today is not accidental. It is a result of deliberate public investment and long-term thinking. The challenge we now face is not a lack of what works, but a failure to scale it for a new generation of Canadians. A national housing strategy for young Canadians that meaningfully considers cooperative housing alongside student housing, purpose-built rentals, and pathways for first-time buyers is not just sensible, it is long overdue. As serious as our government is about building homes, we must also be serious about building the right mix of homes so young people can actually afford to live in the communities they study in, work in, and help to build. Why is this overdue? Because our young people today face a housing affordability crisis unlike any generation since the post-war period. For far too many, home ownership is out of reach. Even securing a stable, affordable rental has become a challenge. When young people cannot afford housing or cannot move for housing, the consequences extend far beyond shelter. As I knock on doors in my riding, I hear the same message again and again. Young people and young families want to stay in the communities they love. They want to build their careers here, raise their children here, and remain close to the networks and supports that make urban life possible. But the homes we build must reflect the lives people are trying to live. We cannot keep building cities as if they are only for singles and short-term renters. If we want young Canadians to put down roots, our housing supply must include family-friendly homes that make long-term life in our downtowns possible. The ripple effects are obvious: lower productivity and economic growth, and decreased well-being both in the short and long term of one's life. Madam Speaker, the economic case is just as compelling. A 2024 report from the Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis found addressing housing unaffordability could generate $24.4 billion in additional disposable income, increase our GDP by $22 billion, and create 189,000 jobs while delivering $5 billion in new tax revenue. These are real, tangible benefits for young Canadians and our entire economy. Madam Speaker, when housing instability begins to shape who can move, who can work, and who can plan for their future, it stops being only an economic problem and becomes a social one with real consequences for safety, autonomy, and equality. And let us be clear, housing insecurity is not gender neutral. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation has reported that women are more likely to experience acute housing needs, and those rates are higher for racialized women. For young women in particular, the shortage of accessible options, whether it is emergency shelters, transitional housing, cooperative housing, or affordable units, can carry serious safety implications. Without safe and affordable alternatives, some young women cannot leave unsafe and unhealthy living situations. Some remain trapped in abusive relationships simply because they have nowhere else to go. This is why housing is about far more than affordability alone. It is about safety, it's about dignity, and it is about security. The National Housing Strategy for Young Canadians must also reflect this reality. Housing lives at the intersection between personal autonomy and personal security, and this must find its way into our legislation. That is precisely why C227 is so important. By establishing a national housing strategy for young Canadians, it ensures that federal housing policy responds not only to market pressures, but to the social realities that shape young people's lives. The economic and social benefit for government action to address affordability is clear, and our government understands that. With the launch of Build Canada Homes, the federal government is taking decisive steps to accelerate the construction of affordable housing at scale through a single streamlined agency. By financing and prioritizing nonprofit housing, including transitional, supportive, cooperative, and affordable housing, this federal government is ending a decades-long retreat from building homes Canadians can truly afford. This will create real opportunities for young Canadians, not only to find housing that meets their needs in the short term, but to build the conditions for home ownership in the future. By easing the costs faced by non-market builders, Build Canada Homes will increase supply of deeply affordable housing to help cool an overheated market where these housing options have not been sufficiently built, and ensure that housing policy once again works in the public interest. And by establishing a national housing strategy for young Canadians, as Bill C-27 seeks to do, the purpose and impact of Build Canada Homes becomes sharper and stronger, ensuring federal investments deliver real generational impact for Canada's young people. Housing is foundational. When it is unstable, everything else becomes unstable too, especially for young people who are trying to establish themselves. This government is building Canada strong by recognizing housing as essential infrastructure. Bill C-227 builds on that momentum, recognizing that young Canadians face unique barriers in today's housing market, and that meeting those challenges requires coordination, data, and long-term planning. Madam Speaker, the evidence is clear. Addressing housing affordability strengthens our economy, boosts productivity, and creates opportunities. Housing insecurity and instability carries real social costs, especially for women and those seeking safety, dignity, and independence. Through Build Canada Homes, our government is acting to scale what we know works. Bill C-227 enhances that effort by ensuring young Canadians are not an afterthought, but a focus of our plan. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and vote in favour of Bill C-227. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate to the Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsulas.
Madam Speaker, there's a rumour spreading. It's been around a while, but it lingers. People thought by now that this rumour would be dead, but unfortunately, it still lives on. In almost every corner of Canada, we hear the three big words: Canada feels broken. But why? Why does Canada feel broken? Once you start asking that question, you'll get many answers. But at the core of all those things, I see one issue that affects almost every neighbourhood across this country: a housing crisis. Housing conditions have changed dramatically in recent years. Cost has risen faster than wages, demand has increased, supply has not kept pace, and young Canadians are feeling the pressure more than any generation before them. Housing is not just about shelter, it's about economic stability. It's about mental health. It's about whether young people can make a wooden box into a home. Madam Speaker, young Canadians are not asking for guarantees or handouts. They are asking for fairness. They want to work. They want to contribute. They want the same opportunities as the generations before them. They want to own a home. But in my province, we face the highest unemployment rate in the country. Add that to rising rents, rising home prices, and limited supply. Young people are being forced into impossible choices. Some are staying with their parents. Some are even staying with their grandparents. These are grown men and women, oftentimes older than me, working full-time, still yet having to face these unfavorable choices. Madam Speaker, I went to university. I got a degree in civil engineering, but even with a degree that offered great employment like that, in order to afford a home, I still had to work 2 jobs. I would work week on and week on, week on and week off at a gold mine. And on my weeks off, I would work with a consulting company in the oil and gas sector. These are the consequences of inflationary Liberal decade. Us young people have to work twice as hard to get the same things that our parents had. Unfortunately, we are seeing even greater consequences of this last Liberal decades. Youth shelters are full. Housing waitlists are growing. Homelessness, once unthinkable at this scale, is now reality in communities right across my province and this country. Over the summer, I was able to have a tour of the Salvation Army homeless shelter in St. John's. I started speaking with a few young men in the cafeteria. I heard their stories. They started out not much different than you and I. Unfortunately, somewhere along the way, they lost hope. And when hope was lost, they searched for something to fill that void. For many young people, especially young men, they turned to drugs. But why did they lose this hope? So as an inquisitive young man that I am, I began to ask workers at the facility that exact question. I remember a young lady working there came up to me and she said, all these men, they just hit their breaking point. We see these kinds of surges when the economy gets bad. They lose their jobs, that causes stress. They often lose their wives and their family too, and they end up here. How heartbreaking. Her statement stuck with me because what we do here in Ottawa doesn't just affect our economy. It doesn't just affect unemployment, and it doesn't just affect housing stats. It affects real people, real Canadians, people who are hurting and looking for hope. So now these men are homeless. They have no jobs, and it's like a dog chasing its tail. But last night, as I was writing the speech, I came up with a revolutionary idea. What if we started building more homes to create more jobs for these young men and to give families homes to live in? I think that's an idea that we can both get behind. But the question is, how? Economics 101 is a lesson on supply and demand. As supply increases, the demand decreases. This means that the more homes we have in Canada, the lower the demand will be, and prices will begin stabilizing to make houses more affordable for all Canadians. So the solution seems simple: build more homes. Unfortunately, nobody in this country seems to be doing that. But why? Canada has an abundance of land, we have record high unemployment, and we have young families ready to move in. But once you start talking to developers, they will quickly begin to tell you that it's often the government's fault. Developers spend years, thousands of dollars trying to acquire the land, the permits, and the developmental fees and approvals, oftentimes having to work with 3 levels of government. Once again, they want our government and bureaucrats to simply get out of the way. But this Liberal government wants to do the opposite. They now want to introduce this new bill so they can be directly involved in giving the illusion that they're trying to put out the fire that they started. This is not the first time they've done this. In 2017, they launched a national housing strategy administered by the Canadian Housing and Mortgage Corporation. If they already have the solution, why do they need to repackage the same old plan? They spent over $115 billion to build 170,000 homes. Do you want to know what that works out to be, Madam Speaker? $676,000 per home. Wow. The money was wasted on bureaucracy. Can you imagine how many homes we could have built if these Liberals worked with Conservatives to remove GST on new home builds? Taking off GST would have instantly saved 5%. 5% savings would have encouraged thousands of Canadians to build new homes right across this country. By partnering with Canadians, we could have stretched our dollar and built 95% more homes with that same dollar. Instead of letting Canadians keep their own money, these Liberals want to keep taxing things like housing that they call a human right. Then they give that money to corporations and landlords to build homes, not for young people to own, but to rent. Own nothing and be happy. That's the slogan of this Liberals' plan for their new world order. But young people don't want to rent their whole lives. They want to own a home. A place where they can paint their kids' bedrooms, a place where they can build a fence for their dog, a place that builds equity towards retirement, a place that gives them pride and hope for the future. This can't be done by building rentals. This is achieved by letting the free market do its thing. For generations, we had a system. Young people would buy a small starter home from a middle-aged family. This allowed them to build equity in their careers. And when it was time to have kids, they could sell off their starter home to another young family and afford to build their new family home, perhaps even their dream home. Once their new home was built and their family was raised, couples often decided to sell their home to the next generation as they downsized for retirement. Using their equity from the sale, they could build a small home for retirement. Once their lives came to an end, the family would sell off the property so that a young couple could start their housing cycle, could start their journey. Hakuna Matata. It was the circle of life. But when bureaucrats got in the way, they damaged this whole cycle. It became too difficult for people to build new homes and move up the housing ladder. So they just stayed. No homes were built, the demand grew, and prices skyrocketed. Give a man a fish, and he's thankful. Give 5 men a fish, and now the whole village wants one. That's the problem with handouts. Everybody gets in line with their hand out. Investors no longer want to build homes with their own money because they're in line, waiting to see if they'll win the Liberal lottery. Even in housing, instead of making housing incentives that encourage all Canadians to build homes, these Liberals want to pick winners and losers. Last year, this Liberal government announced that they wanted to build programs similar to the ones described in this bill to build modular homes. Is it a coincidence that when our Prime Minister was the chair of Brookfield, they acquired a modular home company called Modulaire? I think Canadians are curious and even anxious to see how much Modulaire, Brookfield, and our Prime Minister will financially benefit from the programs in this bill. It's time to build homes. It's time to build hope. It's time to be more focused about getting our hammers up instead of our elbows up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Right on time. The honourable member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston, for his right of reply.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you to all my colleagues who spoke today on my Bill C-227. In particular, I want to thank my colleagues from Spadina Harbourfront and Les Pays d'Arnaud for their comments. And I just want to touch on a few things here quickly. The first thing is that one of the privileges I've had in my life, in addition to being here, is I was a member of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly for about 4 years as well. I served most of that time as the housing critic for my party. And one of the things I learned during that experience is that housing, I think more than any other issue facing our country, demands collaboration and cooperation and teamwork between levels of government. It is simply not possible to say one level of government by itself is going to fix the housing crisis or make any difference for anybody, and especially for young people. Cities set bylaws, cities do zoning, provinces provide affordable housing, deal with homelessness. And the federal government, in my view, has a critical role to play to set policy, to set strategy, to put forward a system so that from all corners of this country, from Victoria to Halifax to Nunavut and all places in between, young people have hope for the future. And we will not achieve that if we simply go into our silos and say the federal government does this only, the province only does that, and the city only does that. That is one of the reasons why we ended up in the situation that we are today. And I also wanted to touch on one other comment that was made during the debate. My colleague from St. Hyacinthe called the bill here useless. Now, that's offensive not to me. I got thick skin. It doesn't bother me. But I will say, I think it is offensive to the young people across this country that I spoke to over the last number of months when developing this bill, the people at the University of Ottawa who I visited 2 weeks ago, dozens of students in their late teens and early 20s who I spoke to came up to me after, said, this is interesting, what can we do, how can we help? Came to my office here on the Hill a couple of days later, filmed videos with me, put the message out there that the government is interested in solving the housing crisis for young Canadians. It's offensive to the young Canadians I met at St. Mary's University in my hometown of Halifax from students in Nova Scotia who are interested in making sure that they are part of the solution rather than part of the problem. And that is the essence of what I've put forward today. My colleague from Brandon Souris mentioned he's got a very similar background to me as well in the provincial legislature in Manitoba. And he talked about red tape reduction measures, which I think is an interesting step forward. And what I would ask is that all of us work together. We bring this motion, this bill forward to committee, sharpen it, make it as good as possible so that young Canadians have hope, have a vision for the future, and so that all those people that I've spoken to over the last number of months feel that the federal government and all parties have their back on this issue, because I know we have their back on this side of the House. And with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you very much and thank all of my colleagues. Appreciate it.
The question is as follows. Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Al-Soud, moved that Bill C-227, an act to establish a national strategy on housing for young Canadians, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party, I see the honourable member for Preston, sorry, yes, Preston, let me read it again. The honourable member Sackville Preston is rising.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded vote on this matter. Thank you.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 11th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order.
In Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Sherbrooke Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, over the last few months, I have been visiting university campuses and talking to young people across this country. I was just at Carleton earlier this week, spending some time there talking to students and debating against the member for Winnipeg North. It was we had a great time. I certainly did, anyways. But the question I've been asking students is, are you better or worse off than your parents' generation? And I've had lots of great conversations with young people about how they perceive their present reality, their present challenges, and the opportunities they're going to face in the future. Overwhelmingly, young people tell me that they feel they are worse off than their parents' generation. And when we talk about why, the areas that they focus on are job opportunities and the inaccessibility of home ownership, as well as the price of rent. This week at Carleton as well, I heard a little bit about food prices as a contributing factor to the challenges they're facing. So the cost of food, the cost of homes, and how difficult it is to find a job.
And in this context, we have seen that combined with that kind of anecdotal evidence, hearing from students, we see in the job numbers how youth unemployment continues to be very high. It continues to be at recession levels. In the fall, the youth employment rate dropped to its lowest level in over 25 years. The reasons for this are clear. We've studied this issue at the Human Resources Committee, and various experts have identified how the government's failure to support economic growth and economic development, their failure to effectively manage an immigration system in line with Canada's economic interests, their failure to support good training policies, as well as challenges in terms of geography and regions where there's lower versus higher unemployment. Because of this, we've seen high youth unemployment. So Conservatives have been constructive on this. We've put forward the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan. We put this forward in the fall as well. The Liberals have yet to act on it. Our plan proposes specific initiatives to unleash the economy, to fix immigration, to fix training, and to build homes where the jobs are. Now, Madam Speaker, it's interesting that they haven't implemented any of these constructive ideas we've put forward. It's also interesting that in the context of training, Liberals are moving in the wrong direction. In fact, they announced in the budget that it's their intention to no longer fund student grants for students who are going to private institutions, which means that if you go to a private career college, you'll no longer be eligible for these student grants, but if you take any program at any university, you will be. Now, I think that's unfair, and I think penalizing career colleges that are providing practical vocational skills at a time when we have serious skills mismatches in our economy, I think that's clearly a big mistake. Madam Speaker, today, the Minister for Jobs and Families was before the Human Resources Committee, and I asked her if this was still the government's policy, if they still intended to defund students who were trying to get an education at a career college. And she couldn't answer. She spent about 3 minutes refusing to answer the question. So I had to go to the Deputy Minister, who confirmed that it is in fact still the government's policy, sadly, even though it's not in the Budget Implementation Act. So, Madam Speaker, why is the government attacking youth who want to study these vocational programs, and why don't they fix the problem?
I thank my colleague for his question. I'm glad he's been visiting university campuses. This House may not know I was Vice President at the University of Calgary before being elected. So youth employment, youth education, these are issues near and dear to my heart, and I'm very happy to have the privilege of answering this question right now. Students certainly face challenges they did not face in years past, and one of the ones that we hear about a lot on university campuses, of course, is this very challenging and tumultuous world we're in, climate change, beset by anxieties that they did not have to deal with in previous generations. And yes, of course, employment is one of those challenges as well. Creating youth opportunities is one of the things that this government and any government should be very fixated on. But as the member said, a lot of that is anecdotes, and I've captured my share of anecdotes over the years as I was doing my job for the University of Calgary. But I do want to talk a bit about the job numbers. In April 2025, when this government was elected, youth unemployment was 14.2%. We can all agree, too high, with 63% participation. Now, the most recent job numbers from December 2025, unemployment had reduced to 13.3% with 63.2% participation. So lower unemployment, marginally more participation, good progress, still work to be done. Now that's comparing against ourselves and seeing some progress within this government's mandate, but let's also talk about the United States, because in the U.S., youth unemployment was 10.4% in December. Sounds a lot better. I do want to caution, though, these are not apples to oranges. Canada and U.S. measure youth unemployment differently because Canada includes 15-year-olds, and Canada also has a higher student participation rate. But what I want to point out is that in April 2025, U.S. youth unemployment was 9.6%. So the United States is actually going the wrong way while Canada is going the right way. And I think that speaks to the activities that this government has taken. But if we want to do more, there's a simple solution. It's called the Budget Implementation Act, which includes a number of supports for youth, $1.5 billion over 3 years for youth. It has, yes, supports for 20K youth, student work placements, 55,000 opportunities, Youth Climate Corp, and that's to say nothing of the general priorities that will create jobs, provide housing, and mental health benefits. So, Madam Speaker, while I appreciate the concern, I think that the figures tell a bit of a different story, and this is work we are going to continue to push on, and I'm happy to say we will be building on progress we're already seeing.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister Secretary is completely wrong about the figures. He says that the youth unemployment rate is moving in a good direction. Actually, in the previous month, it was 12.8, and in the latest numbers that we have up until today, they were 13.3. So there is an increase in the youth unemployment rate that we have seen in the month-over-month numbers, quite a significant increase. But also the absolute levels. I mean, overall, these are recession levels of youth unemployment. That young people are in larger numbers than we have generally seen in the past experiencing unemployment. Again, under this Prime Minister, we hit the worst youth employment rate in over 25 years. Fundamentally, all the Prime Minister Secretary has to offer is inaccurate talking points, but he didn't really answer the question I asked, which is why the cuts for those attending career colleges? Why is he attacking students attending career colleges?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thanks. I would invite members and anybody watching to look at the statistics themselves. Of course, you can pick month over month, but if you look at the trend line is very clear. Progress is being made, and that progress is absolutely contrary to what the United States is seeing, where the trend is going in the other way. So I think that speaks very well for us here. In terms of the private colleges question, that is, of course, a very complicated one. It brings into the question the market prices and the market forces that private colleges have and the incentives and their ability to charge whatever tuition they wish. So, of course, there are challenges when we start using public dollars in that way. Now, we have a number of great public institutions, from SAIT in my own riding, which is one of the largest polytechnics in the country, to Seneca in Ontario, to many other options that you can continue to make or take use of these government benefits to be able to attend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The order. The Honourable Member for Similkameen West, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to speak on the importance of Canada's bountiful natural resources, specifically in industries vital to my home of British Columbia. Our forestry industry gainfully employs many men and women across my riding. It puts food on the table and roof over the heads of Canadians for decades, and has the potential to do so for decades more. But Canada's lack of softwood lumber agreement, like we had under the Harper government, has left our industry at the mercy of tariffs across 4 presidential administrations now, all under the Liberal government's watch. The most recent lumber tariffs caused deep concerns in my riding, especially in Grand Forks, where the Interfor mill is now operating at reduced capacity. But that's more than some other mill communities in Western Canada can say, however. Thousands of jobs have been lost just recently. Just last month, we saw the permanent closure of mills in Crofton and Hunter Milehouse, BC, Similarly, mills in northern Alberta and northern Ontario have recently closed as well. These aren't just jobs being lost. These are communities being lost, entire communities. This Liberal government has a lack of clear vision on where the real immediate focus of where Canada's lumber market needs to be, which is restored access to the U.S. market. Promises of loans, domestic building, and memorandums of understanding in Asian markets are all welcome, but they won't help if our sawmills shut before these opportunities turn real. The U.S. represents well over half the market for Canada. Restoring access there needs to be a priority. It should have been a priority for the Liberals when our last deal expired a decade ago. European lumber suppliers operating at lower tariff rates are already trying to steal the supply chain that for decades has been the lifeblood to lumber communities across Canada and British Columbia. Secondly, I wish to discuss the importance of mining in my riding. Copper Mountain in the Similkameen is a vital operation for the region, producing the copper, gold, and silver that is required to build a more self-reliant and greener Canada that we need. Without these precious metals, electronics and sustainable technologies simply could not function. it's clear that for us to have a prosperous and richer Canada, our critical minerals are essential. But for them to be used, they must reach the market. The Similkameen, however, has seen its basic infrastructure that Copper Mountain relies on, the roads and bridges, damaged and closed because of greater risks of flooding. This Liberal government promised they'd help our region build back after damaging floods in 2021. But instead of working with the region, they refused. They refused the community's mitigation plan and provided nothing in return. We are years without proper mitigation infrastructure having been installed, and it will only challenge our ability to mine our critical minerals it left undone. Last month, I wrote about this to the Prime Minister and several of his ministers, calling for him to approve the plan presented by the town of Princeton. I have still received no reply. This is a government that says it wants to be a government of action, not words. But words on paper is still what too much of the government's approach to our natural resources are. When will the government show...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I completely agree that the forestry sector is a vitally important sector for Canada. It is part of our Canadian identity. It is, of course, part of our Canadian economy. And the tariffs and duties that are being leveled on us are completely unjustified. It is true. We are seeing mill closures. We are seeing strain across the entire system, whether that be in primary sawmilling or in pulp industries or associated industries. And we do need to resolve this with the United States. Everybody appreciates that. The United States is 85% of our export market for softwood lumber, for example. That is not going to be replaced, at least in any kind of short term, by any of these other opportunities. So we need to make sure that we are working to get a deal. In the meantime, there's two other streams of activity that we need to do. First, we need to support the companies and workers and communities that are going through these challenges. And this government's given $2.5 billion to that effect. We also have a task force that is looking at other supports and other ways that we can get through this moment. Second, we need to be thinking about how we make sure we're not in a situation like this going forward. And that's where we start talking about the vision, a clear vision for a future forestry sector. And I believe we have one. A forestry sector requires four components. It requires access to capital. The federal government can help with that. We can help make markets. It requires infrastructure. That is certainly something that allows you to get to markets and in general just produce products. And it requires the skills and the talent, and it requires access to timber. The last of those, of course, is a provincial jurisdiction, but something we can work with people on. We have the wood. We have high-quality timber, and we know that the Americans need the wood. Now, timber prices are currently low in the United States, which is why the higher costs that come from Europe have been able to be competitive, but that will not always be the case. And they need us as much as we need them down south, and we will get a deal. But in the meantime, as I said, we need to work towards supporting our industry. Now, on mining, I will look into the mitigation plan that the member discussed. I am not familiar with it myself. I'm not familiar with what the deficiencies may have been or the concerns, but I will certainly look into that. I appreciate the member's advocacy on behalf of her constituency. These are vital sectors that the government needs to support.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I appreciate the concern. I wonder why it's taken 10 years, over 10 years, and we still don't have an agreement with the United States through many presidents, so we can't blame everything on President Trump. I will say energy workers want to see a pipeline. Forestry workers want to see some kind of deal with the Americans. My particular riding crawls along the United States, and so it's important that we keep our we have actually six border crossings, and that's one of the reasons why we need to make the deal with the United States. But I do want to say I will send the member the letter that I sent to the Prime Minister in the last couple of weeks. These mitigation plans for Princeton were promised over a year ago. Since in 2020.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will action those when I receive them. I appreciate, as I said, the member's advocacy. I do want to cap this all by saying we want to grow, we want to build, we want to have the strongest economy in the G7, but some of that requires the plans that we've put into motion actually to be allowed to be put into motion, and that includes passing the Budget Implementation Act. It is vitally important for this country that we're able to proceed on those economic initiatives that will strengthen our economy, build jobs, and provide supports to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.